I think we are good. Let's start this fucking stream. So, I have set things up to where every single message in chat will be read out loud by a bot. Just to match with the chaos. Because in my opinion, if the author isn't going to consider these chapters canon, why should I give a shit? I don't care if someone interrupts the fucking reading at this point. We're matching chaos. We're counterbalancing chaos with chaos here, alright? Do you understand? Do you understand?
Does it work though? Nice.
Oh, yeah, it does. It does. I might have to adjust the volumes to see if you can like actually like hear it. So let me try it. Let me do this. Turn up the desktop volume and turn down the Firefox. There you go. All right. Can y'all hear it? Just spam in the chat. Just spam in the chat. And let me know if you want the music to be louder or anything like that. I gotta make sure like everything's like audio tested before I do this. What the fuck is happening here? Damn, NordVPN's messaging me, giving me ads. Big Sag. Yeah, so in case you just joined, you could say anything in chat and it'll be said out loud by a bot. These are my favorite chapters. Oh no, you think it's all good? Well, okay, it's getting some delay here.
Oh boy, these are my favorite chapters. I think all it's good. Let me see, I think it's just a bit high.
Not much, so what's too high? I didn't read Redundancy.
Not much though. I didn't read Redundancy.
I've noticed that there's a delay, so I'm going to try to get this.
Aisha did nothing wrong.
We'll see.
Aisha did everything wrong.
Alright, I added some delay to the chat. To see if it like pops up at the same time on stream as it does with the... Okay, maybe I need to add more delay.
Aisha is one of the best characters.
Okay. Seems like there's delay.
Oh, then you are going to enjoy this then.
Oh no. No. This is gonna be bad. Alright, I added it to the max delay I could, so hopefully it matches up, the sound matches a little bit with what's happening on the stream, like visually. Alright. I am also aware that I actually skipped a few chapters with Redundancy.
These are the chapters where Rudy becomes a grandpa.
Okay. Oh no. Oh fuck. Okay. Sorry for you Xenoblade fans. I'm gonna pause it right here. So I am aware that I actually skipped a few chapters. I was just made aware of this a few minutes ago. Yeah. Too late now. I'm not gonna read. That was me. Too late now. I'm not gonna read the fucking. I'm not gonna read those chapters till after we're done with this. I got this whole thing set up just for the chaos. I'm not gonna keep chat to speech on for any other readings. I'm not going to keep it on for Old Dragon's Tale. I'm not going to do anything like that because it would interfere. It would interrupt with the immersion. So yeah. This one's just going to be for this stream. So yeah. All right. Well, here we are. We're back to it. Now this is where they start. These controversial chapters were removed from the web novel. So, for those of you who don't know, the Aisha chapters are a set of chapters in the epilogue, or like the slice of life sort of epilogue of Mushoku Tensei, where
oh god, these chapters.
Yeah. Like, it's notorious for being very cursed. So, we're gonna be going through these chapters together. Chat will be playing in the background as this bot here will be reading the readings and stuff. But I'll be pausing the reader if something crazy happens in the chat, or there's something or there's a shit ton of messages. If it gets too crazy, then I'll pause the chat. But I don't think it'll be that bad.
Spoiler from the skipped chapters. I wanted to see your reaction to Gay Talahand hitting on Rudy.
I'll get to those chapters eventually. I didn't know that there was were chapters I skipped, because like with the last version, the last EPUB file that I had of the redundancy chapters, it just went from where I left off to the Aisha chapters. There were no chapters in between, so it just skipped all those chapters. But thankfully, it looks like this one has the chapters that I skipped, so we'll be going back to there later. I got a different EPUB file for this, so there's gonna be no like page 200 or something or whatever during the stream. It's all content. There's no breaks or anything like that. All right, let's start.
Long time ago, there was a boy named Ars. Ever since very little, he was strong-willed and strong-bodied. Sadly, his parents both had passed away before he could remember. Not only did he live a distant, rural village, but his household was among the poorest of the poor. But Ars felt blessed. Because Ars had a smart and capable brother, and the villagers were generous to the orphans. Helpfully, Ars earned many jobs due on account of his incredible strength. Most importantly, he had a girl he loved. Because of a chronic condition, she had long been bedridden. She was told that she won't live long. Every day after work, Ars would always drop by the girl's windowsill and chat with her. To Ars, this was most important, irreplaceable part of his day. The girl didn't have long to live. But Ars knew no other way to help her. Truth be told, the girl herself knew that her time was short. Thus the girl never made any selfish request, only eagerly looking forward to the moments she spent chatting with Ars.
Are we going to start with an I want to eat your pancreas type story here?
But one day, the girl was lying flat on her bed, staring toward the outside sky.
Alright, I just realized that this is going to be a very loud bot, so I'm going to lower the volume here. Because I remember now, I had this bot, like, every single time I use this bot, I had the volume turned down a bit. But I have the volume turned way up for the chat because it's a little whatever. So I'm going to decrease it to 50% volume here. And we'll see how
the sky was a strange purple. Ars, have you heard?
That did not help at all. Jeez, so.
Ars had heard of this before.
Alright. Let me try this again here. Okay, 20%.
Long ago, long before Ars was born, the Demon Lord have already existed.
Alright, should be fine.
To conquer the human world, the Demon Lord prepared an invasion force. The Demon Lord conquered half the world. He even changed the color of the sky on a whim. Even if only once, I'd like to see that blue sky before I die. The girl said. Since Ars met her, this was the first time the girl made a selfish request. No, not really selfish. More like an offhand comment, an impossible dream. Ars knew also that the comment was offhand. Not truly a request to Ars. But this girl was looking ever more frail than usual. A look of defeat on her over an impossible dream. In that moment Ars made up his
Let
mind.
me know if there's any adjustments I need to make to the audio.
But despite his strength, Ars was but a peasant. Lacking both knowledge and wisdom. Of course, he had no idea how to turn the sky blue. Brother, I want to turn the sky blue. How do I do that? So he decided to ask his brother. A few years older, their parents were able to afford his brother's education when they're still alive. If there's a problem, just ask brother. Brother racked his brain about Ars' question. It was a difficult question even for Ars' brother. After thinking for a while, the brother answered. Since it's the demon lord that made the sky purple, if the demon lord was defeated, the sky would probably return to how it was. Ars made up his mind to face the demon lord and started to packing. Realizing Ars' actions, the brother rushed to add. Brother, the demon lord is in terrifying existence. To even just approach him, you'll probably be destroyed to pieces. Still, I must go. No hesitation in his words, so the brother gave up on dissuading him. Once Ars made up his mind, he won't listen. You will never reach the demon lord, if you go
To me, you are a lot louder than the bot. Gotcha.
I'll draw a map for you, get you a new pair of boots, and food for the road.
There you go.
Did his best to prepare Ars for his journey.
Let's see if that works.
His goal halfway.
It's a little bit.
Still, the demon lord was an overwhelming existence. He probably won't make it back alive.
There you go. I think we're
It's
good.
A death wish. But at least, he could keep Ars alive a little longer. Thus, Ars began his journey. Wielding a map, wearing new boots, and on his sash sheath his late father's dagger. He left behind the village of his loved ones. Through the wilderness, over the mountains, Ars finally arrived at capital city. First time in his life, Ars witnessed a city and a crowd so large.
Wait, hold
Seeing
up.
that's before him, Ars had an idea. All he needed to do is...
To me, you are a lot louder than the bot.
Wait, that's such a huge delay. What
I
the
buy
fuck?
a Pokeda mate.
ask
Oh my
anyone,
gosh.
and he'd have his answer.
Finally,
The
it
demon lord
started
Just
registering.
head to the
Jeez.
castle. In times like these, they could use all the help they could get. Someone said to him. Accordingly, Ars headed to the castle. Ars had never seen a building so large. I want to defeat the demon lord. He said at the entrance, and Ars received permission for an audience with the king. The king sat on his dark grey throne, greeting each visitor, but he was shocked when it came to Ars' turn. Why? You're but a child. Child I may be, but I wish to defeat the demon lord. Please tell me where he lay. And what would a child like you to do? Go home. A knight stood in audience said. War is a place for adults. It is for protecting children, like you, that we're here. Other adults in the room murmured in agreement. You're but a boy. You belong at home, not on the battlefield. No matter how many times Ars shouted, I'll defeat the demon lord. No one heeded him. Only the soothsayer said this. Find the 5 sages. Certainly they will be of help to you. But you must not challenge the demon lord, before you find the 5 sages. Hearing the soothsayer's words, Ars began his search for the 5 sages. It was a long, long journey. Ars continued his journey. He really didn't have any idea on where to go. But Ars truly believed he could find him. Thus with everyone he met, he asked for the sage's whereabouts, and when
I'm gonna pause real quick.
Found him.
Where the fuck's Aisha? These chapters were deleted for a fucking reason, bro. Like, where the fuck's Aisha, bro?
Across the grass plains, in a cavern by a river, Ars first found his sage. One with mystical eyes and silver green hair. Littered around him were shields of the colors of his hair. Hello, sage. Child of man, hello. My name is Ars. I'm Sillard, the second sage. I live only for conviction. I have my own reasons, but I must defeat the demon lord. Can you lend me your power? My apologies, but I'm very busy. Very, very busy. What are you doing? I'm making shields for children of a distant future. These would definitely protect them when the time comes. The sage looked at Ars and said, May I ask, child of man, why do you wish to defeat the demon lord? For a person important to me, I want to return the blue sky. Ah, you have conviction. Then I shall lend my shield to you. It'll definitely protect you too. Thank you, sage. After receiving sage's shield, Ars continued his journey. He still didn't have any idea on where to go. But Ars truly believed he could find him. Thus with everyone he met, he asked for the sage's whereabouts, and went.
Bro, what the
Then,
fuck?
He finally found him.
Chat.
He found his
The
second at
bot.
the northmost edge of the
The
continent.
bot's supposed to read the
One with sharp eyes and
comments.
silver hair. In the depths of a freezing,
The fuck is this
snow-covered forest,
scam?
he was building a big ship. Hello, sage. Child of man,
Scam.
hello. My name is Ars. My name is Perosius, the third sage. I live only for loyalty. I have my own reasons, but I must defeat the demon lord. Can you lend me your power? My apologies, but I'm very busy. Very, very busy. What are you doing? I'm making a boat for children of a distant future.
Feel free to not have
This
the
is a
bot.
story she's reading
Here
to
we go.
Rudy's
It's gonna
son
catch
Ars.
up.
Remember where Ars get his name? From the first human-demon war. Feel free to not have the bot read the comments.
Why is it working just like in bursts? It's only working in bursts, bro. What the fuck?
It would definitely become useful when they need to travel to a place far away. The sage looked at Ars and said, May I ask, child of man, Why do you wish to defeat the demon lord? For a person important to me, I want to return the blue sky. Ah, you are loyal. Then I shall lend my boat to you, because the demon lord is at a place far away. After receiving Sage's ship, Ars continued his journey. He still didn't have any idea on where to go. But Ars truly believed he could find him. Sometimes he walked on foot, sometimes he traveled by boat.
So this is
With everyone he met, he asked for the sage's whereabouts, and went. Then,
So this
he
is
found him
the
again.
story that
He found his
she's.
sword high in the mountains.
This is
One
just a
with dark eyes
story.
and
It's
silver
not
blonde hair.
actually ours.
He
Okay.
wielded a great hammer, forging steel over an anvil. Hello, sage. Child of man, hello. My name is Ars. My name is Chaos, the fourth sage. I live only for the pursuit. I have my own reasons, but I must defeat the demon lord. Can you lend me your power? My apologies, but I'm very busy. Very, very busy. What are you doing? I'm making swords for children of a distant future. Because they would definitely wish to live. The sage looked at Ars and said, May I ask, child of man, why do you wish to defeat the demon lord? For a person important to me, I want to return the blue sky. Ah, so you have a pursuit. Then I shall lend my sword to you. With this, even the demon lord may be slayed. After receiving Sage's sword, Ars
What the
continued on his
fuck?
journey.
What the fuck is
He
this
still didn't have any
story? It's
idea on
like,
where to go.
so you have a goal. I'll lend you my sword. Don't worry about it. Oh my gosh.
It's the story of the hero after which Ars was named. The
The
one
one-
Eris admired.
Okay.
Note that all the sages have the names of the dragon kings mentioned in canon.
Huh. Alright.
But Ars truly believed he could find him. At times on foot, he was forced to defend himself with the sword. With everyone he met, he asked for the sage's whereabouts, and went. Then, he found
Yeah,
him again.
because I noticed
He found the fort on a
Perugius.
lonely island in the middle of the sea.
I
with
don't
fierce eyes
know.
and
I
silver
don't
blue hair.
remember the lore too
Extracting a
too
large
much,
sheet of
but I
leather into a
remember
bracelet.
Perugius.
Hello, sage. Child of man, hello. My name is Ars. My name is Maxwell, the fifth sage. I live only for love. I have my own reasons, but I must defeat the demon lord. Can you lend me your power? My apologies, but I'm very busy. Very, very busy. What are you doing? I'm making bracelets for children of a distant future. Because the wicked would definitely strike out at them. The sage looks at Ars and he said,
This is
May
too
I ask,
tame.
child of
Where's
man,
my
why
cursed?
do you wish to defeat the demon lord?
Where's my
For a person
cursed
important to me,
knowledge?
I want to return the blue sky. Ah, so you understand love. Then I shall lend my shining bracelet to you. May it protect you from the wicked. After finding 4 sages, Ars continued his journey. But the last sage was nowhere to be found. No one knew where he was, no one knows who he was. Slowly, Ars began to think to himself. What, maybe the last sage doesn't exist at all. The first sage he met said he was the second sage. Then, maybe I couldn't find the first sage in the first place. Regardless, Ars continued his search. Desperately searching for the sage. But he could not be found. Ars couldn't find the last sage. But Ars already had the sword, shield, and bracelet. He also had a boat to reach the demon lord. Seeing all that he had obtained, Ars couldn't help but ponder. Maybe just with these, I can defeat the demon lord. How terrible. Without finding the 5 sages, Ars headed toward the demon lord. He had already forgot what the soothsayer once told him. The demon lord lived in a terrifying place.
Bro, what's
Surrounded
with
by
the
poison
chat
marshes,
bot?
it
I
is impossible
refuse to
approach with
read it.
normal means. Even after crossing the marshes, it's infested with unseen monsters, giant and ferocious.
Computer,
and
read
demons
it
beg
for
only
me.
your fall. But because of the boat, Ars easily crossed the marshes. When attacked by monsters, he had his sword and shield. The shield was incredibly sturdy, even the monster's teeth and claws failed to cause Ars any harm. The sword was incredibly sharp, even with the bare minimum of his strength, Ars could cut them in half. Sometimes, a demon would whisper, with this sword, shield, and boat, even becoming king is not a dream. But it went unheard. Because his bracelet can ward evil, it protected Ars from the demon's whispers of temptation. Finally, Ars arrived before the demon lord's castle. The demon lord's castle was even greater than man's, cloaked in an eerie darkness. Uhahaha. How daring of you to show up here, human child. What is your purpose? The demon lord was a terrible beast of gigantic proportions, with a large mouth and purple hair. For a person important to me, please return the sky back to normal. Impossible. I really like this purple sky. Uhahaha. The demon lord would not listen. The demon lord wouldn't understand what an important person is in any case.
Oh
Then I must defeat
no,
you.
the chatbot's gonna
Ars
read
challenged the
all
demon
these
lord.
messages at
Wielding his
once,
sword,
isn't
shield,
it?
and bracelet, Ars lunged confidently at the demon
Oh
lord.
fuck.
But the demon lord was unexpectedly agile. As if foreseeing the future, he dodged Ars' sword. Untouchable no matter how Ars striked. Uhahaha, can't touch me. Can't touch me. Not even close. Now it's my turn. Smiling, the demon lord punched Ars. Ars tried to use his shield to block the demon lord's enormous fist. Yet, even so. In the next moment, the demon lord grabbed Ars' shield and tossed it aside. Pressed against the wall, Ars felt the full brunt of the punch, and panicked. Even the sword and shield the sages lent him were useless against the demon lord. Uhahaha. I'll smash you to pieces. I'll eat you from head to toe. I bet you taste delicious.
You gotta double
The
check
giant
here.
demon lord approached. Ars couldn't help but run. Even with a strong will, against the first opponent to ever send him into a panic, Ars couldn't continue the fight. Tossing aside his sword and shield, removing his bracelet, he managed to escape from the demon lord. Ars had lost all his equipment. Ars escaped from the demon lord's castle. The miasma from the poison marshes slowly ate away at Ars' flesh. But another poison was sapping Ars' heart. I ran away, even though there's an important person waiting for me. This poison was defeat. Ars was distraught, walking slumped and aimlessly. Even with the sword and shield, he couldn't defeat the demon lord. Tears fell from his eyes, drop by drop they wetted the earth. Without his bracelet, demons that fed on sadness could approach him. As they taste those tears falling from Ars' eyes, they whispered. Tiny hero, what's wrong? Why do the tears keep falling? I can't beat the demon lord. But that's only natural, the demon lord is too strong, and you are just a boy. I want to return the sky to normal. It's impossible.
This is probably a metaphor for what
You're
Orsted
right.
has to do during the loops. Dragon King Chaos was the best.
I know now.
He liked
It
dolls.
can't read both at the same time.
It's
Fuck.
not the best written story, but I think was deliberate since it's supposed to be an old lion.
I guess this is better.
Also, it's not that these chapters aren't canon, it's that they went against the website's TOS.
I think this is better.
Wonder if the demon whisper was supposed to be Hitagami. And the demon lord is Bidagati. Try pausing the bot reading it, maybe the comments will be read then.
You were right. Thank you, Emma. You were right. You were definitely right. I forgot. It's using the same tech to read. It's using the built-in windows. You are all-knowing. Indeed, you are all-knowing.
I am all-knowing.
Yes. All right. Well. Yo. Hello. Man.
Yo.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to continue reading, and then if there's a decent bit of comments, I'll pause it, and then I'll have it read the comments. Because unfortunately, we can't have comments interrupt the reading at the same time, although that's what I want for content. It's not going to fucking happen, I guess. All right.
You're a helpless boy. Then what should I do? Nothing you could do. You're tiny and weak. You can't do anything. Becoming even more distraught from the demon's whispers, Ars approached the edge of marsh, deciding whether to jump into the poison marshes. If he jumped in, Ars' tiny body would certainly disintegrate.
Although,
but
I could make a virtual machine and have that virtual machine read out loud the text. I don't think that's going to be worth, though.
Had already gave up. At the edge of the poison marsh, he readied himself to jump. Just as he was about to jump, he saw a peculiar house by the marsh's shore. A strange house. Shape of a turtle shell. What is that? Do you know anything about that house? But in that moment, the demon had already disappeared. No matter where he looked, it's nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, a holy aura surrounds the area. The aura could have only came from that house. That must be where the sage lives. Thinking that, Ars hesitantly walked toward the house. Excuse me. Child of man, hello. What's wrong? This is no place for a human child. Inside is someone with gentle eyes and silver red hair. My name is Ars. Even though I wanted to return the color of the sky, I failed to defeat the demon lord. I'm a man without name or place, the last sage. I live only for my mission. These words reminded Ars. He was to find the 5 sages. He mustn't challenge the demon lord before then. Remembering so, an inexplicable courage flooded out. It wasn't impossible. He made a mistake. I'm Ars. Last sage, to defeat the demon lord, can you lend me your power? My apologies, but I'm very busy. Very, very busy. What are you doing? I'm gathering strength for children of a distant future. Because they have an enemy that they must defeat. The sage looks at Ars and he said. May I ask, child of man, why do you wish to defeat the demon lord? For a person important to me, I want to return the blue sky. Ah, so you have a mission. But that wish, was it really for someone important to you? Of course. She wants to see the blue sky. Then, I will lend you a small bit of power. Use it to defeat the demon lord. Then, Ars borrowed the power of the first, but also the last, sage. Even that small amount, it was without a doubt an overwhelming power. After receiving this power, Ars understood how to properly wield the sword and shield. And how to strengthen the shine of the bracelet. And how to make the boat fly. Ars got on the flying boat and headed toward the demon lord castle. When he wore the bracelet that was dropped before the castle, it shone
Flying
bright.
boat.
As if reacting to that
Attack
shine,
on
the sword
Titan
and shield flew back into
characters.
his hands.
What they refer to.
The child
What
returns.
they refer
This time I'll
plain as.
definitely eat you. For I love delicious food. His second round with the demon lord began. This time, Ars had obtained power. When he swung his sword, he could wound the demon lord. When he blocked with his shield, he could send the demon lord flying. With such overwhelming power, the demon lord was no longer even a threat. Ugh. Finally, Ars' sword cut through the demon lord. With a final cry it passed away. A rainbow-colored light shone out of the demon lord's remains. As if responding to that light, the sky's colors returned to normal. Ars looked upwards toward that clear blue sky. This was what Ars and his loved one searched endlessly for. Ars wanted to return immediately by the girl's side. But he cannot. For he must return all that he borrowed. First he visited the first, and the last, sage, to return his power. Next he visited the 5th sage, to return his bracelet. Then he visited the 4th sage, to return his sword. And he visited the 3rd sage, to return his flying ship. Finally he visited the 2nd sage, to return his shield. After returning all that he borrowed, he returned to the capital city. Human's capital city. The city hosted a grand banquet. For everyone knew that if the sky had returned to normal, then the demon lord must have been defeated. When Ars reached the castle, the king welcomed him with open arms. Oh, Ars the hero. You have returned. You even defeated the demon lord. May I bestow to you, both this kingdom and my beloved princess, take my place as king. Faced with the king's offer, Ars refused. An important person waits for me, he said. But, in appreciation of the soothsayer's wise words, Ars stayed for a day. Then, he finally returned to his village.
Not much of a story, is it?
Long time. But he
won pretty damn easily.
Time to see his loved ones. He wanted to see her smile. But welcoming him back to his village, was his brother, sad and downcast. Brother, please raise your head up high and see this blue sky. I have defeated the demon lord and returned. Yet the brother remained distraught. And have my loved one see it too. She must be so happy to see the clear blue sky.
Okay.
Yet, brother remained unchanged.
I just want to see more of Orsted's recipes for donuts.
Recipes for donuts, true. I think, like, if we, like, it's pretty clear why Eris enjoys this story.
The interesting part of this story comes after the story is over.
I know, but I just thought I'd get this out of the way before we move to the next part of the story. Where
we see Ars and Aisha interacting.
So I think, like, if it's pretty clear, like, Ars is just like a very simple-minded dude.
The boat was probably Chaos Breaker, since the boat was from Perugius.
I think Ars is a pretty simple-minded dude. Simple goal, very strong. I think we see a lot of similarities to Eris in that sort of way. So I can understand why, like, she resonates with this character a lot in this story. It's like, oh man, he became the strongest ever, and like it was all for something as simple and like understandable as like just wanting to see the sky turn blue again. And, like, something like that is just like incredibly simple. It's not something that I personally enjoy, but I could definitely see why Eris would. So yeah, it's something I thought that this is pretty reflective of Eris's personality.
Finally, Ars had to ask. Brother, why do you look so sad? Brother, well, it's because... Listen carefully. Because, she's gone. Who's gone? Your loved one. She passed away this morning. Hearing this, Ars smiled. Even though it's lonely, even though it's sad, yet he still smiled. It's fine, if it's this morning. Then she definitely saw this blue sky she once dreamt of. She must have died smiling, saying what a beautiful sky, as she slowly drifted away, surely. No, she cried. She cried because she couldn't see you. Even more than the beautiful blue sky, she wanted to see you.
Okay.
She was always crying.
What the fuck? Why would he tell? Why would he tell him that? Why the fuck would he tell him that? That's traumatizing, bro. What the fuck? Bro, it's like no, I have to tell you that she cried as she died. I have to tell you that. It's necessary. It is necessary. Why the fuck? Why would he need to do that?
Heard this. He thought finally succeed in fulfilling the wish of his loved one. But he was wrong. Her true desire was always be together with
Read
Ars.
the room exactly.
A short time before her death. That was her true desire. Ugh. Shaken, Ars fell to the ground before his brother. Lost, tears began to shed. From then on Ars was always crying. Because, there's nothing more he could do. He done wrong on the most important thing. Always crying, always, till his death. And, the end. Aisha clapped the book shut. Well, the ending was rather dark. The lesson here is happiness is right by you, but I like happy endings better. Ars sat on her thighs, staring at the cover. Of course, not the Ars of the story, but the firstborn son of Grey House. It was probably set during the first Demon-Human War, based on myths about the hero Ars, but completely different from what I know. Nothing about his companions, and an extra sage showed up. I guess it's only natural the story got changed a bit. Even so, Aisha flipped the book open again. A very old tome. Far older than any books Grey House had. Even through the jacket was a clear white, it's hard to tell what kind of leather it was made of. Only that the color reminded her of something. Completely flawless despite the age. Even though the pages were already worn and torn. The pages held up pretty well, all things considered, if the book came about near the end of the first Demon-Human War. Entitled Story of Ars. An unpretentious book. I only read this because Ars asked, but where did you find this? It's written in the Fight God language. I got it from Orsted-sama. What? You took it without asking? No, you shouldn't be doing that. I did not. I was visiting with Papa. It caught my eyes, so Orsted said, take it if you like. Ars still looked rather depressed when he
Classic
spoke,
Orsted.
as if all that occurred happened to himself personally. A fairy tale ending where no one won redemption.
Classic. He is fond of children.
Being the protagonist's namesake made Ars rather emotionally invested, especially with how Aisha brought the story to life. Don't worry. Ars will definitely find happiness. Aisha patted Ars' head
He
as she hugged him.
definitely is fond
Whenever
of
Ars felt down,
children.
this always seemed to turn him around. But that was when he was little. With his 10th birthday approaching, Ars had been increasingly hard to coax. Today too, his mood failed to improve. Aisha, what is it? Ars asked suddenly. The Ars from the story, how could he find happiness? Huh? Well, even if he stayed with her, she would have died. Unless he gave up on the Demon Lord, and instead asked the sages for a cure. Then maybe they'll have a happy ending. The Demon Lord of heroic Ars was probably Kishirika-sama. The world won't find peace until Kishirika-sama was defeated, but humanity probably won't go extinct before they live their lives together. Aisha answered, nodding. As expected of myself, what a perfect solution, Aisha thought. Only that Ars' mood did not improve. He furrowed his brow and tightened his mouth. Aisha, what is it? What is marriage? That is, when two person who loves each other, stay together. I mean, what it means exactly. Living under a roof together, eating together, raising a child. How are babies made?
Bobbies.
How am I going to explain this? Maybe White Mama or Blue Mama could explain this better. Aisha's face flushed slightly when she answered. I guess the kid is getting to that age. That thought made her heart drop. Aisha, getting married and making babies. Is that happiness? Probably. Really? That is happiness. Well, Ani-chan looks very happy, but I never got married, so I wouldn't. Why not? No prospects. Well, I like Ani-chan. I mean, Ars papa, but marriage would be a little inappropriate. We are siblings, after all. Oh. Ars turned towards Aisha, pouting. Still atop of Aisha's thighs, he tapped his feet slightly against hers. Papa brought up the topic of my marriage. Some royalty in Azura Kingdom, but she'll be much younger than me. It could be arranged if I wanted. This was the first time Aisha had heard of this. The boy in front of her is getting engaged. It's a mere engagement now, but they'll be officially married as soon as they become adults. Even though...
Like, read the room. Classic boss. Sweet Home Alabama.
Sweet Home Alabama indeed.
He's just a child. A troublesome child she raised since birth. Even so, Aisha could understand. A royalty of Azura Kingdom would be a relative of Ariel. A marriage alliance would be ideal way to forge a closer relationship with Rudius. If the girl is younger than Ars, she might even be Ariel's daughter herself. Well, Ars is the firstborn son, so it's only natural. Forcing me into marriage. Don't worry. Just tell Papa, I don't wanna, and Papa would know what to do. But why would you hate getting married? But I haven't even seen the girl, let alone marry her. Aisha took no heed. She thought he just meant I want a girl with big breasts. But Ars straightened up and looked into Aisha, and said resolutely. I want to marry Aisha. Huh? With me. Aisha's eyes widened, studying Ars carefully. Aisha realized Ars was serious.
Don't.
Era. Please don't. Ars don't want to marry an Okasan like me. Ars would immediately regret it, if we actually get married. You would definitely say, I wish I had married someone younger and such.
I'm aware of what's gonna happen. I am aware.
Their age gap.
I have been spoiled.
Well, Rudyard is of demon race, so he doesn't look
I don't want to see this happen,
so it's
though.
okay for Rudyard to marry someone who will age faster than him. Well, I suppose. Then age doesn't matter. I like Aisha. This was neither a mere joke.
There it is. That's the chapter. I regret nothing.
I regret nothing. You fucking translated this. You regret nothing bullshit.
Please no. I knew too on first read.
Nor faint praise, nor naive words of a child. At least Aisha thought so. It wasn't like Aisha
it's infamous. Like, it's impossible to not know.
Mercenaries, confessions were a regular occurrence. Ars right now shared the same look they had. Well, Aisha studied Ars carefully. Even though he's still young, in looks he took just after Rudius. Not the current Rudius, but the Rudius when they first met. Now that she thought of it, Rudius was around Ars' age during their reunion. Back then during her moment of crisis, Rudius suddenly came to her rescue. When found out how she despised him, he hurried to discuss his identity. He was so cool when rescuing her, yet so sloppy with the disguise. She decided then, it won't be so bad serving someone like that for rest of her life. And in fact, that was what she did. But, right now, Ars is the splitting image of Rudius back then. Aisha felt her heartbeat quicken. No, this felt different from with Rudius, her heart was throbbing. A feeling she never felt before, her chest tightened. How happy would she be to let that feeling take her? He thanks, but we can't. Aisha restrained herself. Why not? Unless, you hate me. Oh no, of course not. Our relationship is like siblings. If we get married, Papa and Mamas and Grandma would all be against it. Aisha hugged Ars as
It's happening.
It's happening indeed. I need a... Oh no. I need to see...
I like this chapter for the very lost piece of character growth that Rudy needed.
Eris felt like she was going to laugh.
Oh no. Something happened. What the fuck, bro? farther along in the story.
You went back too far.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to go back at all. This thing's a little wonky sometimes. There you go. That's where we are. Hold on, let me pull up something. I'm sure y'all will appreciate this. Give me a second here. Open with Firefox. Okay, let me try to find these lines here. I'm gonna have someone else read this. All right, there you go. Found it. All right. Are you ready?
Aisha felt her heartbeat quicken. No, this felt different from with Rudeus. Her heart was throbbing. A feeling she never felt before, her chest tightened. How happy would she be to let that feeling take her?
Oh no. Hell yeah, I bought 11 Labs. And I made a Patrick Bateman voice with it.
LMAO. I don't like it.
You don't like it? Too bad. Unfortunately, I can't have this thing read the entire thing, but for lines like this, I think it's well
Mom,
worth
come
it.
pick me up, I'm scared. I just want to see Christina being a boss in the Lost story. I'm uncomfortable.
I could train Donald Trump to read this if y'all want.
I need an adult.
Fucking hell.
He was so cool when rescuing her, yet so thanks, but we can't. Aisha restrained herself. Why not? Unless, you hate me. Oh no, of course not. Our relationship is like siblings. If we get married, Papa and Mamas and Grandma would all be against it. Aisha hugged Ars as she said. Just as usual. But unlike the usual, her heart were beating fast, and she hugged Ars even more tightly. Even though, I really like Ars too.
No.
I'm very happy.
No.
Aisha patted Ars' head as she said. Ars silently
No.
accepted her pats. Anytime something happened, Aisha would hug Ars, and Ars loved to be hugged by her. Just like they have always done. Don't worry. When you grow older, you'll definitely find someone better. But Ars felt something different from the hug this time. Why it felt different, he can't say. But something definitely changed. While surrounded by Aisha's scent, Ars felt it. Things won't go back to the way it was anymore. From that day forth, the relationship between
I am an adult. I am an adult. Just go back to watching a woman groom her nephew.
No.
Yes.
No. No. Oh no. I need Patrick Bateman to read this.
Yes.
I need Patrick Bateman to read this.
While surrounded by Aisha's scent, Ars felt it. Things won't go back to the way it was anymore.
Reminder
From
that I
day
said this
forth,
was the chapter
relationship
Rudy becomes a
between Ars
grandpa.
and Aisha began to change dramatically.
The chapter Rudius becomes a grandpa. They have kids. They have kids. Oh fuck, dude.
Ars and Aisha began to change dramatically. Their relationship was no longer the same. Today's work went without a hitch as usual. All the jobs recently has been related with Vice Captain Ariel. It was all preparations for developing large teleportation grids all over Azura Kingdom. This world considers teleportation circles a forbidden magical technique. Nevertheless, Ariel still plans to remove the ban with her prerogative powers and officially set up
I
teleportation
need to
circles
have
all
the
over
bot
kingdom.
read this.
Ars becomes a father at the ripe old age of 12.
Fuck you.
Of course, Holy Kingdom of Melee strongly objects, and there are protests among her citizens. Given that the Fido region teleportation disaster happened, victims of that incident certainly would find contention with said decree. Of course, Azura Kingdom is no democracy, so it was passed into law despite protests. On the other hand, such unrest might become breeding grounds for coups. Since Ariel's life has always been targeted. Regardless, Ariel was no doubt the best person to publicize it. Having read the draft of her speech, she made a convincing case. A decade has passed since the Fido region teleportation disaster, yet recovery remains a distant memory. How many more decades before we regain those beautiful amber fields? The teleportation disaster took many things from us. For this, we must come to understand teleportation. We must research it. To prevent the disaster from reoccurring, we have to understand why it happened. It was for this reason that I decided to remove the ban on teleportation magic. Certainly there'll be objections, and there'll be concerns. Or perhaps within our generation, we would repeat that mistake. But even failure shall become the breeding ground for our success, ushering in an ever more prosperous future for those generations to come. The draft came out roughly like that. Effort to bring the detractors to our side. Ariel is a person of charisma and popularity. Of course, it'll certainly proceed as plans despite any objections. The biggest challenge is probably the Mealy's followers. Since it was the Church of Mealy's that...
I'm my own grandpa. Lucy is a slice of life protagonist. Lara is a high fantasy protagonist. Sieghart is a shonen manga protagonist. Christina is a shoujo manga protagonist. Ars is a hentai protagonist.
No,
Just wait till Rudy's trauma kicks in from watching his previous life niece in the bath.
Fuck.
And Lily OS Tony Stark with more autism. Roxy and her kids all have autism. LMAO.
Oh my gosh. Like, I'm like very like concerned because like, okay, let's get over the freaking like really cringe Alabama shit right now. And
probably Eris too is an autist.
Probably. You know what's autistic? Freaking banning teleportation magic. It's so useful. It's so useful. Why? This is the reason why he fucking banned these chapters. I don't care if it potentially causes another teleportation disaster. We know it doesn't. We know it's definitely because of Nanahoshi and her freaking like spawning and shit. We know it's that. So why the fuck? Like, you could easily correlate it to Nanahoshi's existence. It has nothing to do with teleportation magic. Teleportation magic is so useful. It's
Man
like
God, that's why.
Man God.
It's banned because otherwise you could get an army warped directly into your capital.
They are the only people that have access to teleportation magic or sit in their group.
The part that gave Raifugen trouble in the web was the fact that, Rudy, just keep reading.
Fine. I'm just saying the only people that are using teleportation magic is Rudy and his gang. That's it.
The ban is from things like Ogre God destroying the office.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Rudy and his group is like the only people that use teleportation magic. I'm pretty sure. Whatever.
Designated teleportation magic as an ultimate forbidden technique. For this I traveled to the Holy Kingdom of Mealy's. I had the ears of the Miko and the Pope. When I told them about our grand plans for teleportation circles, they looked extremely troubled. At the minimum, they would not allow it within the Holy Kingdom of Mealy's. I supposed plans for within the Mealy's kingdom would have to be put on hold. For now, we would only make public the teleportation circles within Azura Kingdom. After man audiences, I finally received the promise that although we could not completely silence the opposition, at least the Pope and the Miko will not publicly raise objections to the Azura Kingdom. In exchange many concessions were made, but it couldn't be helped. It's settled for now. As a test case, in a remote corner of Fido region, I set up a teleportation circle far from where the royalty might tread. After repeated experiments, more would be added. There would be resistance. For example, those that made a living transportation.
Okay, hold up, chat messages are coming in. Gotta wait.
You've got cause and effect mixed. Only Rudy and CO use teleport because it's banned everywhere. Darius used them. Well, Darius had access to it but the asshole destroyed all because Hito-chan said so.
Okay.
Whose livelihood are threatened.
Thanks for the clarification.
Of the teleportation
it's
circles,
been a while.
And efficiency would both greatly improve. Ultimately, it's for the benefit of the people. Of course, it also comes in handy for the ultimate battle with Laplace. Orsted seemed to know how to use the teleportation circles efficiently. Anyways, I'm done for the day. Without a break for so long, I really want to get well rested today at home. I'm home. With that in mind, I arrive at my doorsteps. Surrounded by the kids, cuddling with the wives, enjoying a nice meal. A home filled with love. No one's home. Yet the normally bustling household is unusually quiet. I suppose, it's only past noon. Roxy, Lara, Ars, and Sieg are in school. Sylvie should be grocery shopping. Eris is walking Lily and Chris. Aisha is probably with the mercenaries. Zenith isn't home, and neither is Jiro. Looks like Lilia took Zenith somewhere. Lucy began attending Azura Royal Academy this year. Boarding there too, probably. So she's not home. So it end up I'm home alone. Ops, Beat is home. Watching the house as always, thank you for your hard work. I get to eat fluffy white rice tonight all due to you two, keeping the pests at bay. Right, I shall add some fertilizer for you later. With that in mind, I head upstairs. Oh. Oh. Suddenly, a voice meagers in from somewhere. A heavy groan. I guess someone is home after all. I follow the origins of the sound upstairs. And discovered it coming from...
Rudy catching them was the no-no for the web it was published, not the relation itself. Oh God. Please no.
We're not having the normal chat to speech.
Bring on the Bateman.
Yes, you damn right. I will bring on the Bateman. You're fucking right.
Oh, they fucking.
Alright. Alright, I gotta turn off. I'm gonna pause.
Ours did nothing wrong.
Fuck you, he did. They both did something wrong here, okay? Is it grooming? I don't know. I think Aisha's an idiot and a groomer, and ours is just an idiot. He was groomed into it. I don't know. Anyway, fuck. Alright. Let me get this ready here. Let me try to... Alright. I got it. Alright. This is going to take up a lot of my characters, but I think it's worth it. Let's generate it. Ours is 11 in this part. Yeah. I forgot he's like 11. Because this shit should not be happening to an 11-year-old. Okay, it's still generating. Come on, Bateman. It's taking a while. You just gotta hold.
Suddenly a voice meagers in from somewhere. A heavy groan. I guess someone is home after all. I follow the origins of the sound upstairs, and discovered it coming from Aisha's room. Oh. As if tormented by a nightmare, a hefty groan. Is Aisha ill? That's great. Faster. Wait, no, it's
No!
that. The same sound made when I sleep with Roxy and Syphi. And sometimes when Eris sleeps with me, one I'm quite familiar of. This is rather unexpected. Having some adult fun. The thought of Aisha in that kind of relationship never crossed my mind. I'm happy for her, but also a little sad. It's complicated. Ultimately, Aisha is an adult now, and even as her brother, I can tell that she's a beauty. Not unusual at all for her to meet someone, or I might have made a mistake. Maybe she came down with something, or I misheard, or she's getting a massage, or perhaps she's just resting, if my imagination may be allowed to run wild. But wrestling isn't known in this world. The possibilities are plenty. A little awkward and unexpected, but there's nothing unbecoming about it. Let me settle down. I should knock first to give him a chance to introduce himself. With Paul gone, it's my responsibility to play father's role for Norn and Aisha. That I settled on long ago. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person he is. I'll give him a tough time if he ends up a deadbeat. It's for Aisha's own good. But Aisha isn't one to be charmed so easily. Even if he has some odd habits, he probably won't be a bad guy. Anyways, I shouldn't get taken up by first impression, but try to figure out his true nature, even though I was never very good at that. Anyways, I should knock. Just as I was about to, more noise came from the room. Oh, ours, does it feel good? Yes. Aisha ni. Instantly, I swung open the door. Huh? Wah? Before my eyes is an impossible sight. Aisha and ours on the bed together. Ours below, with Aisha on top. Both are naked, both bodies covered in sweat, both spooked like cats, frozen still, eyes bugged out with only their heads twisted back.
I'm downloading that shit. Oh fuck, dude, I love this. I love this tool. It's so helpful. It's so helpful at times. You know, sometimes you need like to be engrossed in the story. Fuck. Maybe I cut it off at a bad time. I don't know. I thought that was a perfect time to cut off, but I don't know. So where were we? All right, we're right here.
I'll give him a tough time if he ends up a deadbeat. It's for Aisha's own good, M. Yes. Aisha nay. Instantly, I swung open the door.
It's fine. It's fine if it's the next page. I don't care.
Possible sight. Aisha and Ars on the bed together. Ars below, with Aisha on top. Both are naked. Both bodies covered in sweat. Both spooked like cats, frozen still, eyes bugged out with only their heads twisted back. They're resting. Impossible. Why would they wrestle with nary an underwear? And a particular smell permeates the room. There aren't even any folded chairs around. That means. It's that. Aisha and Ars. Oh. I wish I made a mistake. I wish Aisha was just giving Ars a massage when I swung open the door. Ugh. Don't know what to say. What the hell? What should I do? How did this happen? Welcome back, Ani-chan. No, this is. Aisha wants to say something. A situation impossible to explain. But the truth finally dawned on me. I wasn't wrong, they were doing it. You too. Right now, shower, get dressed, and see me in the living room. I managed to blurt out those words before I shut the door.
Winning,
Just
son.
like that, I headed downstairs, arrived at the living room, and collapsed on a chair.
Nigh weary cat face. Yeah, it kinda was. Next page. Trophy congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with rest green chat.
I don't care.
I wonder if anyone has drawn this
list.
scene yet. Degree. The worst has passed. Iris no. Are you winning, son? Yes he is. He is indeed winning.
My strength left me. My heart beats furiously. My vision narrows. I wish this was but a dream.
No.
But the sound of rushing about from the second floor only reaffirmed the truth.
He is not winning.
My tummy hurts, I want to hurl, my mind is blank. Just as Aisha and Ars were about to enter the bath, Sylphie and Lilia came home. Both were shocked when they saw me, and rushed to ask what happened. When they finally got me talking, I told them what I saw. Lilia's face turned pale, when she saw I was serious, then flushed. She tried to rush upstairs, but Sylphie stopped her. Sylphie remained calm despite what I said. Calm down, let's talk about this after Roxy and the rest come home, she said. Lilia consented and went to make dinner. While Aisha and Ars were bathing, Eris came in. As soon as she saw me in the living room, she shouted out, "Who bullied you?" Her reaction reminded me of that time I fought with Paul. All I could do was attempt to calmly explain the situation, which Eris finds unbelievable. But seeing how I look, and the gravity of the situation, Eris kept silent. Lily and Chris took their turn in the bath after Aisha and Ars finished. They got dressed and came to the living room. With their arms crossed and eyes shut, they seated themselves in their respective seats. The family meeting has begun. Let's start from the beginning and confirm the facts with these two. When asked, Aisha smartly answered each question. During this time, Ars never spoken a word. Eyes down, fists tight, he kept his silence. What they did was confirmed. According to Aisha, it was merely practice. Yes, Ars-sama is getting to that age. I'm sure Master understand as well, Ars-sama will be quite the playboy. He'll attend the Azure Royal Academy after graduating from Magic University.
We're talking
Have
about
you seen adult
practice?
Aisha? Yes, he's winning. Ars did
We're
nothing
talking
wrong.
about
Aisha
practice.
will. Ars is 11. He didn't do anything wrong.
This guy's pulling a fucking Al Iverson with Allen Iverson with this shit.
Ars and
We're
Aisha
fucking
went
talking
to the
about
bath
practice,
together.
bro.
Degree.
What the fuck? No.
Yes.
No.
Practice. Practice at cream pies. Warm up.
Stop. This is not what's supposed to fucking happen.
Right. When that happened, he'll find far more opportunities with women.
Ah!
Ars-sama is the firstborn son and have to continue the family's legacy. In order to help him avoid any mishaps, like fulfilling his marital
Warm
duties,
up her
I consent to let him
oven.
practice.
What the fuck?
Aisha said with humbling honorifics. Spoke like with outsiders present, in a cold, mechanical, and distant tone. But even more than her tone, the content of her words are even foreboding. Practice. Making so light of this, it hits me rather hard. Even though Aisha and Ars aren't blood siblings, in this house they were always treated as such. At least in my view. Of course, in this world, in this country, there are no prohibitions against marriage between close relatives. Still. Making so light of that, it's not right. I must admonish them. Even though I'm not used to scolding people, I must in this case. They must understood that they shouldn't have done that, and certainly not anymore. You can't. Why not? Where do I even begin? But what could I say? In this moment Paul's face floats in my mind. If Paul's here, he would know what to say. You just can't. He'll definitely yell. Or would he rather, after getting so stunned, stay mute and gloomy? I'm the latter. Really, I don't know what to say. Regardless, this is the crucial moment. Depending.
LOL. It's just normal homeschooling. Warm up her oven. So he can put buns in it. That girl identical to Eris in Rudy's deathbed is Aisha's grandchild.
Here's why. Aisha, you fucking... ours should be in the other room by now. You should just be done. Like, oh my gosh. This is just... you just need to talk to Aisha right now, bro. Holy shit. Why? Because you fucking... thank you all for correcting me on the fact that ours was like fucking 11. I thought this was just incest. No, he's fucking underage too. Holy shit. No. Aisha, you fucking... you manipulator. You fucking groomer. You
Ours
fucking...
did nothing wrong.
Oh my gosh. You fucking... this is not how a family is supposed to like each other. You fucking creep. Fucking heathen. Get the fuck out. What the fuck is this?
On how the conversation goes, there might be no turning back. I must carefully, cautiously pick my every word. Yet, those words just won't come to me. Aisha, do you even understand what you did?
We're on type
Can't
of family
hold it
love,
anymore.
exactly.
Lilia berated her. Ultimately, and from the start, she was the most outraged than anyone else. I do. Arsama looked like so troubled. So before he get his hands on someone else and commit a grave mistake. That's not I'm talking about. But mother, didn't you once said? The master's demands, assent, no matter how distasteful. If so, why was it okay with master, but not with Arsama? That's because. Lilia also fell silent. It's true that Lilia had once brought Aisha into seducing me. Even though we never...
Wrong type of family love. Ours is present because the rule in the house is that at age 7, the kids are allowed in family meetings. Aisha, you fucked your 11-year-old nephew, dude. What more could you possibly need to be explained?
Exactly. What the fuck? Like, oh my gosh. Like what, like, what's like the scale of like, what's like the scale of incest here? Because like, we have Eris and Rudius is already a thing, right? And apparently we're just letting that happen. So that's... so apparently, according to this, according to this fucking world, the cousins fucking is totally fine.
Aisha and ours are as related as Eris and Rudy. Eris and Luke in other timeline marry. Wait for SYLPY owning Aisha's argument. Effectively second cousins. Grere family tree is a knot.
Dude, like... okay. This isn't just incest. This is just like...
Grere family wreath.
Sexual assault, basically. This is child molestation. You fucking... ah! This isn't just fucking...
You will love selfie even more here.
You fucking...
brought it up again when it failed. That was. Rudia-sama never intended for that kind of relationship. What about when I chose to serve Rudia-sama?
Okay,
even though
this is a good... this is... I'm glad these
Aisha
chapters
the
are
pedo.
fucking deleted. I'm glad that these
Rat's
fucking
trying
chapters
to
are
keep the
deleted.
bloodline pure.
Oh my gosh.
For that either. True. Mother, haven't you realized, everything you asked for me, it was for your own sake. Lilia was speechless. It's been long since I seen Lilia hit so hard. Of course, I don't begrudge you. Since it was also my wish to serve master.
No,
But
these
this
chapters
time,
are great.
I
Fuck
also
you.
did it for the good of the Grere house. There's no conflict between your goals and mine. There's really no reason for you to begrudge me. You're making a big fuss, don't you think it's for nothing? Aisha. Are you doing this for revenge? No, I did it out of gratitude, not revenge. Hearing this, Lilia clenched her teeth and drooped her head. Was that of anguish? Or out of grief? Either way it's hard to watch. Aisha puts on a good poker face in reaction. In any other circumstance, she would be looking so dependable. Since it's the same look during mercenary corp meetings. It signifies that Aisha is in complete control. Anticipating what the opponent might say, with a response prepared, and wrapping on the debate with a finishing statement. Aisha. What is it, master? Even with me, she hasn't lost her cool. Not a sign of nervousness. What I'll say next, she has already anticipated it. What's really going on here? It doesn't seem like Aisha believes she done anything wrong. Don't tell me, things are really not as terrible as I imagined? That's not entirely impossible. Don't take that so casually. I didn't.
Now these chapters are great. Getting rewritten for light novel. No, these chapters are great though. I live for the drama. These chapters should not have seen the light of day.
We got some
Sylphie is
contrasting
also
opinions
Soro's
here.
granddaughter.
Okay. So, like, we have, like, this is just, oh my gosh. She thinks she has done nothing wrong. She thinks she has done nothing wrong.
In the LN they're probably going to wait a few years before this happens again. Rai Fujin has stated he intends to rewrite this chapter with altered ages.
Rewrite
Philip
this
Age
chapter with
McWhat?
altered ages. I guess that makes it better. She's done nothing wrong, according to her. Fucking underage, underage.
Just wait for SYLPY's argument. I might have my timeline messed up slightly.
All right,
Give me a minute.
I'll let Sylphie
casually.
cook. I'll let
I did my
Sylphie
best for
cook.
our
All right.
Or are you saying there's a reason why I should?
I'll let Sylphie
What she
cook.
was trying to say was, if you got something to say, just say it. Ours is family. He's like a brother to you, just like you and me. In that case, is that really okay? You're mistaken. Master is my king, and Arsama my prince. Besides, doing those things with Master, I never ever thought of it as inappropriate. Even if you had made clear that the relationship between you and I are different. This breaks my heart. Was this how Aisha saw me the whole time? I thought of myself as her brother, yet Aisha merely served me as her master? Although it's true that she always worked in the house since we reunited in Sharia. After so many years, I have assumed she no longer harbored such thoughts. Of course I considered everyone family. But, how should I say this, that's just a part of it. Master is my brother, and Ars my nephew, but both are also who I serve. Both aspects of our relationships are important to me. She saw right through me and left me speechless. How do I reach her? Even though I have so much to say, I can't find the words.
Sylphie cook, I
Is it
beg
because
of
I
you.
dislike one-sidedly telling people what's wrong and right?
Someone
No, it's
needs
because
to
I really can't
fucking.
dig down to the bottom of what is wrong. Why can't Aisha and Ars do those things? Why did it hit me so hard? Why do I find it so revolting?
Please, Sylphie.
Why was I
Be
so adamant on
reasonable.
calling a family
Please.
meeting? Who to
Please have the
blame?
best take in the
Who to
world.
scold?
Please.
What
Please.
shall be done?
Cook.
I don't
Please.
know. In this situation, I can't visualize a way to explain myself clearly.
Please.
Future sight be damned.
Don't support this, please.
Convey
I
my
beg.
feelings for me.
Holy
As
shit.
if begging for help, my eyes shift towards Roxy. But she just looked downcast and pitiful. If only I realized it earlier. She murmured. No, this unreliable Roxy. Utterly unhelpful. It can't be helped. She's clueless in the subject of love. Then. Eris. No, she's even worse. I can only count on Sylphie. It already happened. It can't be helped. Aisha suddenly spoke up to break the silence. Even though I did it for the sake of Arsama and the Grere house. Now that I thought about it, I took it lightly. I was being inconsiderate. Just like Ani I-chan said, too casual about it. That was my mistake. I'm sorry. The mood relaxed somewhat. Who's responsible for that goes without saying. Aisha prepares her wrap-up. Taking the initiative to end this meeting. With those words she can make the curtain calls. My fault, I'll reflect on this. And finally I won't do it again. But I knew well. Those were mere words. This meeting only happened because they were sneaky about it. If it really was for ours, for the Grere house, she could have been upfront about it. Even if she couldn't, she could have consulted someone. She could even receive permission for the sexual education. In other words, she knew it was wrong, and did it anyways.
Okay,
Even if she agreed to put a stop to
Sylphie's
it
about
now,
to cook.
Nothing guaranteed it
Hold.
won't happen again.
Hold.
Next time, she'll be more careful.
Hold.
And no one would
Hold.
find out.
Hold.
Aisha is capable of that. In the future,
Hold.
I won't do that with
Hold.
ours. So I can count
Hold.
you for Sieg too. The one that interrupted Aisha was Sylphie. She have remained silent throughout the family meeting,
Okay.
listening quietly. Staring with intensity than
Please.
usual at Aisha. Before finally spoken. Since you have already enlightened ours, can I leave the necessary education of Sieg to you too? What is Sylphie talking about? That can't happen. While I was thinking, she peered
No.
over and our sides crossed. Let me handle this, her eyes say. I'll leave it to her. Well, Sieg. Is too early. It's fine. Sieg will grow up one day. It is
No.
practice, the earlier the better. Maybe even tonight.
You fucks.
Would it be a bother? No. Not a
No.
bother, but, of course, we can leave Clive to you too. Even though he's not of this household, he's still family.
Okay. Okay.
Sweat dropped as
Okay.
Aisha
She's not
heard
being
such bold
serious.
statements
Okay.
from
Thank goodness.
SYPHY.
Holy shit.
Her side
Holy
wavered,
shit. I
only
thought she
lingering
was
for a
gonna go
moment with
fucking
Ars.
crazy.
Ars still had his head down. But sensing Aisha peering over, his head raised a bit. Their sides connected. What's going to happen? What do we do?
Please.
Accepting
Please.
the unease in Ars' eyes, Aisha made up her mind. She raised her head and looked toward Sylphie, smiling, and said, okay, I understand. Then leave the enlightening of Sieg and Clive to me. As those words left her mouth, Someone suddenly kicked off her chair and stood up. You little. It was Eris. Throughout this family meeting, she sat, arms crossed, mouth closed, eyes shut, just listening to the conversation. But she suddenly opened her eyes. With a clenched fist she trotted towards Aisha, arm raised. Surprised, Aisha rushed to cover her face. Ah! The blow didn't land on Aisha. But the one seating beside her, Ars, with his head still hanging low. Ars flew off his chair and landed against the wall.
What the fuck?
His nose bled. But in shock, he only stared blankly at Eris.
Eris, what the fuck?
How dare you for making Aisha say all these things? Because Aisha said to leave everything to her. What you mean because? Eris threw another punch at Ars. Ars fell to the ground, groaning from the pain. I don't remember raising you to be an useless runt. So agitated as Eris approached Ars. I taught you to protect your people. Throw people under the wheel. Have you feel no shame? Eris nay, stop. Aisha threw herself over Ars to protect him.
Yo, this some
Aisha.
spice, bro. What the fuck?
Some sense back in him. Her aura seemed suffice to beat both Aisha and Ars to death.
This is some domestic girlfriend type shit.
ERS, stop. Calm down. How can I be calm? You get it right. Get what? I don't follow. I get that Eris might feel disgraced.
Alright, as soon as I pause this, it's gonna go crazy.
Aisha said, it was all an act. Sylvie finally left her seat and crossed over. Using her hands to restrain Eris, Eris obeyed. Standing before Ars and Aisha, Sylvie said in a kind tone. Say, Aisha. You hated the idea of doing this and that with Sieg, and with Clive, right? Aisha fell silent. Stubbornly hugging Ars.
No, Sylvie, stop!
And eventually it turned into that kind of relationship.
Stop!
If you went public with it, Rudius and Lilia would both be against it, so you kept it quiet. Or does Aisha just want to try it for once? Maybe that's your real intent. No. The one that spoke last wasn't Aisha, but Ars. It's not like that. I told Aisha that I like her, and want to marry her, but she refused. Again and again, I told her that I like her, even if just once, yet she still refused. Yet I still pursue her, until Aisha finally relented.
You fucking...
It was me. It was my fault. Disregarding the bleeding from his nose, he shouted so desperately.
Sylvie.
After listening to him, Sylvie looked once again at
Aisha.
So Aisha, was that the truth? The whole time as Sylvie stared intently at her, Aisha kept her head low. Finally, she clenched her teeth and looked up. It's true. I like Ars. Since when? Who asked that? Might be me, but also might be Lilia or Roxy. Since he was born. When I first saw Ars. This child is special to me. From the start I have thought so. As Ars grew, so did that feeling. But I still tried to restrain myself. After all, we're a decade apart. Not to say that he's the firstborn, thus needs a proper prospect for continuing the Grey House legacy. But Ars said me he loves me too.
What the fuck?
I finally saw the whole truth. In other words, it's an ordinary story of falling in love. Just that it happened between aunt and nephew. I have always avoided that kind of relationship with Aisha. I never intend for it to begin with, but most importantly she's my sister. It never crossed my mind to see Aisha as my wife. Perhaps it was my insistence that taught Aisha against that kind of relationship between family. But, Aisha likes Ars. Always, she cuddles him, and he relies on her. Although I know not their frame of mind, when they finally cross that line, maybe they convince themselves it's just one time. But Ars won't abate after finally tasting the goods. As a man, I knew this well, that's how it always gets started. Thereafter, Aisha could never refuse Ars' demands. Since she's also willing, she allows her heart to tug her along. Until these blips of hedonism became commonplace. This is not like you, Aisha. Roxy with a sigh. Then Aisha turned toward Roxy and shouted. But what was I supposed to do? I really like him. I can't help it. For Ars, I would give anything. I like Ars, I want to marry him. Aisha's voice whimpered off.
Not like this.
And she began to cry. Tightly she hugged Ars between the bosoms.
Not like this.
This is of Roxy and I, when we reunited on the Biggerid continent.
What the fuck is this?
No, I know that feeling. Faced with Aisha's heartfelt words, Roxy could only reply. Not just Ars, Aisha couldn't control herself either. How very unlike for the normally dependable Aisha. Was it simply the human desire for siring offsprings? Even knowing she shouldn't, she couldn't fight against it? Ani-chan. Aisha wiped away her tears and raised her head. With calm eyes she said. I'm very sorry for what happened. But I really do love Ars, and Ars me as well. Even if we have to wait until he reach adulthood, please give us your blessings. The conviction in her voice quieted the room. Sylvie turned to ask. Rudius, what do you think? Am I supposed to decide? I suppose I did call for this family meeting. But is it really appropriate for me to decide? Looking around, the mood reads, it's fine now, right?
Leave it to Sylvie. Let Sylvie decide.
They couldn't go public about it, there are other options.
Although I'm quite concerned with what decision she'd make.
Even if Ars is still young, neither party were forced into this relationship. So what's wrong with permitting their relationship? No need to continue scolding.
No, don't let Sylvie decide. True. I guess you just gotta straight up deny. Just deny. 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 Deny.
Bottom of my heart. No, I refuse. The bewildered voice came from Sylvie. Did I say something strange? No, hold on. Think this through. Aisha's okay. To Ars' demands, even though it felt...
Is it that much better though? I think the Rost part is done, it gets a lot better. Sylvie's dad is lols half demon half elf by Il Melissa. Sylphie's mom is
Fuck
half beast
you.
folk slave half human,
Holy
and she doesn't know the human half, so probably Boreas.
Holy.
Wow, Rudy's so devastated he blasphemed. Sylphie's mom is half beast woman
Fuck
slash
you.
half human by Soros. Damn. Only the Boreas have sex with beast folk.
Get denied,
SLYPHY
Get
cooking.
denied.
Let her cook. Wait, all the
You have
kids
to
are
wait for
present,
all
right?
this chat stuff to go away.
So Sieg was present
All
to
of
hear
it.
this too?
All of it.
Eris, we do not beat our children. God damn. Aisha was gonna take the bluff.
I'm gonna turn this off.
ERS? Ours was a dumbass but beating
Turn it
her
off.
child?
Turn it off. Turn it off.
You want spice?
Fuck, it's still gonna
Wail till
read.
Eris cut ours arm.
I'm gonna have to mute
Aisha
this.
wants
Mute it for a sec. Bro, what the fuck? Holy shit. Good shit, Rudius. Good shit. Good shit. This is why we need executive orders. We need the executive to make decisions. Because everyone else is fucking crazy, apparently. What the fuck is happening? Ah! Ah! Is the chat still going? It's not. Oh. 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 Oh.
Wrong, she consented. That was her decision to make. No matter the right or wrong, it was her decision to make. Even if it was for a mistake, she has already committed to the decision to protect ours. But what about ours? Can he make the same commitment? As a man, if he let his lower half to make the decisions,
Don't
he'll
think
just keep
about it
repeating the same
anymore.
mistakes.
Just deny. Just
When that
deny.
happens,
Get this
he
shit
will allow
out.
a momentary bless overwhelm
Get
any
the shit
thoughts of
out.
risk and
No.
consequences.
Just a
Even I
no.
didn't consider all that entails when I married Sylvie. Now that I thought about it, back when Sylvie and I got married, I was probably in a rush to lock down the girl I was long after. Nothing proud to say about that. Perhaps, ours doesn't truly like Aisha, and the relationship was purely physical. Basically, he just want to bed someone. It's not true love, just spur of the moment. That possibility can't be denied. Not that it's necessarily bad. Following one's instincts is bad, I certainly couldn't say that. Even if it was the spur of the moment, they might end up in a more serious relationship later too. Just that. Right now, ours lacks the capacity to judge the morality of the situation. He's too naive. The age difference is less problematic. When Eris and I first did it, we're roughly his age. Even if in truth,
He went from one good take to one like what the fuck? Like what the fuck? Like he went from good job to huh? What? Huh?
I was already 40, past life included, back then. But putting that aside for now, ours had barely spoke up in this family meeting. He left Aisha to clean up the mess. And perhaps even let Aisha take the whole responsibility. Maybe Aisha intended to do so to begin with. But ours certainly hadn't contributed. Going with the flow, allowing Aisha to play the bad guy to avoid persecution. Even under Aisha's guidance, that's totally unreasonable. Nor should I condemn both equally. Ultimately, Aisha is the older one, she should have shown better judgment, or ours lacks it. That is another way to look at it. But this is about them. He shouldn't be playing bystander in this meeting. Rather than agreed to let Aisha handle everything, he could have rebut me, and raised his own opinion. Even if it made him uncomfortable, he should have carefully thought about it. But he did nothing, that I cannot accept. I look towards ours. Timid. After the beating from Eris, he completely shriveled up. The will to overcome his present predicament, I do not see it at all in him. Looking at this sorry state, I'm afraid Aisha would spend rest of her life cleaning after ours messes. I could say, it can't be helped, if the feelings are mutual, but I cannot consent to your marriage until ours becomes fully independent. But can I promise that ours will eventually grow up? Aisha said this mess only occurred because she did not properly restrain ours. It could be just as true that Aisha couldn't control herself. The two of them have always been together, ever since ours was born. Guidance for ours has been left entirely to her. I always thought Aisha could do no wrong. But even Aisha can't teach what she doesn't know. She has to learn her own lessons first. Knowing Aisha, she would quickly learn from experience. But ours might not. What could he do? Right. Then I cannot allow for this. Aisha and ours need some time apart. No. That's not it. Even if that may be one reason, that certainly wasn't the most important. Even I don't understand why I felt so repulsed and disgusted. It might be a bit early, but ours should attend Azure Royal Academy immediately, and stay there. At my days' end, I blurted out those words. Almost the exact conclusion Paul reached for Sylvie and myself. Ugh. You meant to take ours away from me. Aisha eyes bugged out, staring at me in disbelief. That's right. Ours still can't stand on his own two legs, relying on you so much. It'll benefit both of you to split up for a while. Wait, hold on Ani-chan. It's true what we did today is wrong. I'll be more careful in the future, especially when impeding on ours personal growth. Ours as well, I'm sure he understands after the beating from Eris. So, Why not? Hey, Ani-chan, give me a reason. Give me a reason I can accept. I hate it. That's why I asked, what do you hate about it?
Worry not, he will not allow it. He's looking at the difference between emotional maturity and physical maturity. Aisha. He.
Say it
is
again, Rudius.
11.
Say it again.
I hate it. That's why I Academy immediately, and stayed.
No other reason, bitch. He fucking hates it. Let's
Just
go.
keep refusing Rudy.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Exactly. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
That's why I asked, what do you hate about it? Is it because you want ours to marry a Azure royalty instead? That's not it? Hey, where did that come from? Ariel had tossed that idea around before, but I never formally agreed to anything. So you're just treating me as property? Even though you never treat me as your property before. No, I never treated you as mine. Then why? I can't accept it if you just say no. Give me a reason for giving in. Allow me to give up, please. I don't know. But no is no. After what I said, Aisha clenched her teeth, staring at me with an unusual anger. I don't remember her ever so angry with me before. It's more pain than fear that I felt. I'm also deeply troubled by my inability to put those feelings to
Don't
words.
get fucking manipulated. Just stick to your
I don't know why I
guns.
feel so repulsed. Even after saying what I said, this gloomy feeling in my chest did not dissipate. Is it not enough that I find the situation unacceptable? Do I really need to give it a reason? Could I even apply a reason to this repulsion I felt?
Wait, what the
Aisha sighed
fuck?
heavily, and
Hold.
for some time stared at me intensely.
Refuses to elaborate. Don't celebrate. He won't allow it, but just read.
Don't tell. Wait. Y'all said that they have kids.
Do as I say. Not as I do.
After her breath settled down, she looked suddenly relaxed. Has she calmed down? Suddenly she said,
Oh wait.
You're right.
They're still
Ars skipped
gonna.
school today,
Oh
because recently that's all he
no.
thinks about. Nothing good would come from staying with me. Hearing that, I could breathe a little easier. I'm glad you understand. I understand, Ani-chan. The family meeting can finally come to an end for the day. Afterwards we called the kids down for dinner, then scattered. After dinner in the living room,
No.
Sylvie, Roxy, Eris, and I discussed the situation.
No.
There is a difference between approve and allow.
Ah.
Something bad is coming.
I'm gonna have a heart attack, guys. Holy
Sylvie seemed to
shit.
have suspected something starting from a few years ago. Since she often did housework with Aisha, and she noticed something going on between Ars and Aisha. So did Eris. She didn't really know what's going on between them. Just that she noticed Ars acting up recently, so she suspected that he found a love interest. She never expected that she was Aisha. Roxy never noticed. She regrets it
Oh,
deeply,
fuck.
and volunteers to go with Ars to Azure Royal Academy.
I need to
As a guest
relax.
instructor, she might able to extend a hand when Ars gets in trouble. Maybe Ars won't become so dependent if it
Oh,
was
something
Roxy.
bad's gonna
I also thought
happen.
about what's next for them. After Ars drops out of Magic University, he'll attend Azure
Don't.
Royal Academy. He will learn to live without Aisha's protection. Using his own judgment to think, act, and face the consequences. Maybe with this experience he can escape that dependency. When he returns, he'll be an adult. If then he still likes Aisha. And even in consideration of their future together. And convinced what happened was not spur of the moment. Then maybe I might give them my blessing. Honestly, my disgust has not yet dissipated. Even now I feel a strong urge to hurl. But this wasn't something for me to decide alone. Even though they're both family, and I'm also Ars guardian. But neither are them my property. Aisha has long reached the age of maturity, and Ars once reached adulthood would leave my guardianship. Of course, in consideration of Hitagame's presence, I would like to keep some control over their lives. But ultimately I shouldn't try to move them like chess pieces. I understand. This sounds like what Rudius would do. If Rudius made up his mind, that'll be what we do. Yes, I understand. After discussing it with them, all three accepted the decision. At least from my perspective, they don't seem to feel the same repulsion about the situation. Since in this world, marriage between close relatives are a regular occurrence. Especially among the aristocracy in Azure Kingdom. Even some demon race share this custom. So there's not much resistance.
Stop.
Perhaps I'm the odd one out here. Even if I have become used to the world, ultimately I'm from another world. My nature isn't something that can be easily changed. Not to say, I myself had once committed such forbidden act with a relative. Those two remind me of how we were once. Do they? I shake my head in response to Sylvie. Aisha and Ars versus Sylvie and myself, our situations are quite different. No, that's not what she refers to. But rather, how we're forced into separation by family. If that day, Paul did not force us apart, how different would my life been? Meeting Eris, leaving Sylvie from so long. If the metastasis event never happened, maybe I would never reunite with Sylvie, and married Eris alone. Perhaps Ars will have an encounter with someone at Azure Royal Academy, like I had with Eris. At least something like the metastasis event probably won't happen again. If they give it a little time, maybe things would cool down a bit. What happens next might turn out for the better or worse. To me, even if there's some momentary confusion, I believe it'll turn out for the better. But to act so one-sided, Rudius, that's rather out of character for you. Yet, if you have a reason to, they at least deserve an explanation. Getting separated, without just cause, is rather distressing. Speaking with Sylphie, whose words are heavy with responsibility. Perhaps she had in an earlier time acknowledged their relationship. Having ready for
Fucking
herself, she didn't share my
true. This
resistance.
lady's comment.
Silver lining, Rudy did refuse. Rudy was not able to explain why it was wrong, because of his own guilt.
Fucking true. Based take there. Based.
I know. She's right. I was too stubborn. Even though separating me from Sylphie was ultimately for the best. Forcing the same upon them, ultimately there's a difference. Whether it be Aisha, or ours, they're both living beings. No matter how willingly they accept my decisions, I have no rights to be so arbitrary. What is the right choice here? What is the best course of action? With those thoughts still, the discussion ended, and we each headed to our respective beds. Next day, Aisha and ours disappeared, leaving behind only a single note. We will live our own lives. They eloped. Aisha and ours disappeared. The household fell into a state of panic. As soon as I read their note, I sprinted out the house. I have no clue where they might hide, but I got to look for them. I begin with places they, particularly Aisha, would frequent in the city. But they couldn't be found. Not even after a full day of search. Rude Mercenary Company. Cliff's house. Magic University. Mercenary Corp's various warehouses around the city. Aisha's favorite cafe, clothing, and fabric stores, grocers, and wholesalers. I even went by Orsted's office to look. No sight of them anywhere. Looks like they're no longer in the city. It wasn't like there were no eyewitnesses. Early in the morning, they walked past the city gates. Early in the morning, they left in a horse carriage. Early in the morning, they borrowed horses from the stable and left. And other intel like these. But every intel conflicts with another.
This was supposed to be read alongside with Nanahoji Gourmet were Rudy Moths after month Filas Nanahoji with who this story was going. Come run away, come run away, come run away with me. Dipped. Dem Spanish autocorrector.
Bro, fucking help. Oh, shit, dude. Of course they fucking run away. Fucking, dude.
So I don't even know whether they're still inside the city or out. I'm afraid this has all been part of Aisha's misinformation campaign. But Aisha could not have spread all this misinformation alone. Who could have helped? Who could Aisha command at will?
Ours did nothing wrong. Okay,
as soon as I reached the
dude.
conclusion, I headed back to Rude Mercenary Company HQ.
Okay, dude.
Rania and Persona need to be properly interrogated. Rude Mercenary Company, rule number 1. Proper greeting etiquette. Bow hard, head low. Rude Mercenary Company, rule number 2. Back straight, yell loud. Rude Mercenary Company, rule number 3. Never forget, treat patrons with courtesy. On my return, Rania and Persona are side by side, standing imposingly, giving instruction to the corp members on the company creeds. Never forget Naya. Internalize them nano. They alternated the instructions as a tag team. Like some kind of underground society. I guess Aisha taught them this. Rania, Persona, come here for a bit. Nyah. The boss is back. Speaking of which, the financial advisor hasn't Naya. I was just going to ask about that. Alright,
This ain't some Romeo and Juliet shit.
After the company members scatter, I
This
follow them to
ain't
the office.
this
A
ain't
nice,
that.
steady set of table and chairs, seem awfully expensive. A statue of an unknown creature. It looked like a fierce monster. A magic tool I gave them to keep meat fresh, a fridge. A room decorated with Rania, Persona, and Aisha's favorite things. Aisha likes cute stuff.
Yeah,
Even though she
indeed.
lacks the talent to make them, she has a good eye for them. Don't know why would I suddenly recall something like that, but as soon as they sat down I begin the interrogation. So you two haven't heard nothing. We don't know nothing Naya. That's right. We got nothing, not even any meat nano. Rania whistled crudely, and Persona's voice dropped at the first mention of meat. Looks like they do have some idea. Sounds like you actually know something. Now fess up. I said with the grimmest face I can muster. Instantly terrified, hugging each other, they nod heavily. We don't know exactly where they went Naya. Really don't nano.
Juliet was
Just that first
12.
thing in the
Okay,
morning,
here's
she
it.
told-
Here's
Ours
it.
did nothing wrong. But wait, it gets worse. Naya cat face with wry smile. She can make one cute thing. Juliet was 12. Baby. Julie didn't fuck Zanaba.
With Romeo and Juliet, like they were both around the same age, and they were both not related, and it's obviously different. They're taking like the tropes, like let's run away together. Our parents won't condone this action, but we love each other. It's like bro, the fuck, you're literal an aunt and a nephew, bro. Like what the fuck is happening here? Anyway, whatever.
Us to spread rumors around Naya. We are not lying, please believe us. Even though we don't have any proof nano. No proof, huh? In other words, no way to figure out
And
which intel is
underage.
true, and which is false.
It's
At
a
least,
combination
not
of
without Aisha's skills
all
in shifting through
things.
intel. At least I
Aunt and
finally found
half
a clue.
nephew
Aisha was
and
here.
underage.
Ultimately,
You
only the
gotta
mercenary corp
gotta
answered to
take
every
this
beck and
into
call.
account here.
Instructed them to spread rumors first thing in the morning.
It's
then took
everything.
one of the routes
Everything
mentioned,
is
or
fucked
perhaps a
about this
different one altogether.
situation.
Sounds like one of Aisha's clever schemes. It won't end just here. Even if I follow the
There's
correct
so
trail,
much
more and more
there's
traps would
so
certainly
much
await me.
fucking Ron shit
believe
with
you.
this.
But in return, you two will help me search for Aisha. Is it a good idea to rely on the mercenary corps? Perhaps they'll just fake the search. Or corp itself would leak intel to Aisha. That
An
possibility certainly
11-year-old
exists.
boy and a
Relying on others can have
25-year-old
it
woman.
backfire. That kind of things
Fucking
happens.
Technically
true.
aunt and half-nephew. Still an 11-year-old boy and 25-year-old woman.
Yeah, true. It's not like... It's way different.
All the time. But right
Everything
now I
is
can
wrong about this.
Despite my
Everything.
thoughts, Rania and Persona looked rather troubled. Well, can I persuade you to give up, Naya? The advisor warned us before to think very carefully about whose side we're on, when push comes to shove. If that gets exposed, it'll ruin our reputation. No one will ever respect us again, Nano. Looks like Aisha had something on them.
Oh, my
It's hard to
stomach
find anyone
just
in the Corp willing to make an
hurts
enemy
for
out of Aisha
reading
Naya.
this, man.
She got something on everyone, Nano. So it's not just them. And all the mercenaries working here owe Aisha favors too. In other words, Aisha had the entire corporate under wraps. I'm not trying to hurt Aisha. I just want to talk. Even so. And I don't know what we'll be talking about. Don't you think it'll be terribly lonely if we never get to meet again? My words might not be particularly convincing, but my heart wrenches at the thought that we'll never see ours and Aisha again. At least exchange a few words. That's my true feeling. But right now if we cross paths, it'll just be a repeat of yesterday. I'm counting on you. Rania turned toward Persona as she listened. Persona looked troubled still, but she finally nodded, her ears drooped. Rania said after clearing her throat. I understand, Naya. If the advisor really intent on running away, I think there's not much we can do to help, but at least we can give you a hand. Are you sure? When I became a slave, I also thought I would never get to see my family again, Naya. I understand how you feel. Now that she mentioned it, that did happen. Hadn't her debt been repaid? I don't really know, since I left Aisha to take care of it. If there's any debt remaining, maybe I can get to her repaid in merit. I owe you one. With that said, I made my leave. The mercenary corp may be mine, but for searching Aisha it's not the ideal. In times like this, I need to borrow the power of other organizations. First are the Magic University and the Magic Guild. They're the primary power brokers of Magic City Sharia. If Aisha's trying to misdirect me away from the city, they can be of help. As long as I put up a bulletin.
It's not like he's less than half her age. Wait. NM. Old aristocracy is wrong.
On the school boards, I might get intel from the student body. Right, I should go check in with Zanaba. Zanaba Company. Originally set up as small storefront for the sole purpose of selling the Rudyard picture books. But due to the solid foundations built by Zanaba and Julie in the early days, its operations have expanded massively in recent years. Not only did it have major factories in Azura Kingdom, its branch stores have spread all over the world. Even though Zanaba Company frequently employ rude mercenary company for protection, Aisha doesn't frequent here. But I do. So I suspect the chance of Aisha showing up here is low.
I'm so
Anyways,
out of
I
energy,
should
bro.
check in
Holy
with Zanaba,
shit,
Julie,
what the
and
fuck?
Ginger. Inform the three of them, and one doll, what happened. Even though I rather not discuss in public a family scandal. I think at least Zanaba should know. That was rather out of character for you, Shishao, to not make your reasons clear. After hearing my story, Zanaba said. It's not like I don't want to explain myself, just that ours too young still. Kids grow up fast. It's only a matter of years, a fact who matured early like Shishao is no doubt aware. Yet. When Zanaba and I first met, we were not much older than ours. Well, there's a difference, if I count my previous life too.
It's
Perhaps
not
it was because Shishao knew
about
this.
ours.
And current shit with
It's
Indian
about
Guild is being
Aisha.
forced to be married.
It's all about Aisha. It's not about ours. It's not about ours and like what he's thinking. It's about what Aisha's doing,
Eris
bro.
said about Linnea, it's alright if with a maid. Aisha equals maid.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Shishao use age to refute them. Everyone grows up. Maybe just not right away. So long
That
as they reflect on
logic
their
is
actions, then work hard to
fucked.
better themselves, they'll grow. With effort, just like I had. Even useless trash like me ended up being somewhat respectable. So I do believe Noon is beyond help, personal growth is possible for everyone. So what should I have said? Well, first off, you might been too stubborn. If Shishao forcefully separate them without discretion, they have little option but to elope. But I thought that if this was to continue,
Ours
Okay.
did nothing wrong.
All right. All right.
In that case,
Base take here.
what about Rudius, 44, and Eris, 15?
Okay. All right. You're okay. We're going through this whole fucking debate again. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay.
We don't talk about his age. He was drunk, sad, and horny.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna pause the fucking chat to speech here. I've already talked about how Ron this fucking like this whole like thing with Rudius being 44 or whatever is, it's like, at this point, there's so much wrong with it. There's so much wrong with it. But like, you just gotta stop. Like, he's been reborn. He was basically 15 at that time. He was basically 15. He was basically, or 12, whatever the age was. I think it was 13. I think there was a 2 age difference. Anyway, I you have the body of a kid. You've been raised as a kid. This entire world, you've experienced things as a kid. He's basically has the mind of a kid too, because he's fucking stupid as shit. Like, and like, it's so weird. And but yes, he is like 44 mentally. So it's so fucking weird. It's just like, when you have stuff like this happen, when you have like a very fantasy like 44, you just don't consider it. You know why? Because it's fucking like fantasy, and it's like, it doesn't fucking matter who wins the debate in this case, because nothing would ever happen like this again. No one gets reincarnated and like has memories of their past life as a 15 or a 12-year-old. He's still the mind of a kid, I know, but it's pointless to debate stuff like this, because this shit never fucking happens. So, like, just to make it easy to stomach, I just pretend it's 12-year-old and 15-year-old. Like, I really don't, like, no one should give a fuck about this whole debate. Really, no one should give a fuck about the Rudius and Eris shit. But, like, because, like, it's pointless, because like nothing like that would ever happen in real life. This shit with a 25-year-old and an 11-year-old, there's no fancy shit about this. This shit is fucking atrocious, and it's so disgusting. Like, and like when you have this shit in Mushoku Tensei where it's like, oh, he has a mind of a 44-year-old, and then there's like and then you have Eris who's like a 15-year-old. It's like, okay, but like you just gotta like, but like at this point you're so far into it, you basically just have to ignore it. He kind of has the mind of a kid, but he's like kind of not. He's been raised as a kid for the past like 10 years, but like it's so crazy. There's so many factors to consider. It doesn't even fucking matter, because it's all a fancy shit. This is just straight up obvious. This is pedophilia. This is fucking child molestation. This is flat out obvious. There's no debating about this. It's so cringe. It's so fucking, it makes my stomach hurt. It makes me like Rudius. It makes me want to fucking hurl. It's so stupid. Whenever we talk about like Rudius's mental age, it is completely fucking pointless at this rate. It is so fucking pointless, because it's just high fantasy garbage. Like when you include like magical factors, why are we even talking about this? The only situation where you should be considering it is with freaking Roxy and freaking Rudius, because that is more similar to this situation than Rudius and Eris. The Roxy and Rudius is way more similar than this to this. It's so fucking crazy. I will say that Riffigen did say that he didn't like the way this was written, and I think I've heard he wants to rewrite the Aisha. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier that like he was gonna rewrite it with different ages, which like is still fucking cringe because it's incest. But this is Mushoku Tensei. We got over the fact with Eris and Rudius being cousins. Like, I guess I just don't get that reaction. It's definitely wrong, and I know that, but I can't bring myself to be nearly as hard pressed about it. Yeah, I'm I'm playing things up for the camera, obviously, but like, I see, but it's also like, I'm playing this shit up, this Aisha and R's shit up for the camera because like this is just like this whole thing's fucking ridiculous, and he got rid of this and he's gonna rewrite it, so whatever. But like I've seen people on like social media, Twitter, Reddit, bash Mushoku Tensei for this 33-year-old man having like sex with a 15-year-old, and I'm like, first off, like it's fancy. You can say that he has the mind of a 33-year-old, but the shit is so fucking inapplicable. Like why are we even debating this? Why are we even debating this? None of this shit would happen. Yes, if it was an actual 33-year-old and a 15-year-old, we'd be disgusted by this, and this shit would never fucking fly. We've all of us as Mushoku Tensei fans, we've seen people just constantly get cringed the fuck out with this. And hey, it's a story, it's a fake story. If you are repulsed by something like this, sure, you can stop watching it and it's totally fine. But to debate about it is so fucking pointless. I just don't fucking care. For me, I'm able to forget about it because it's just, to me, it's just like kids. They're both kids. I'm able to forget about it. Suspension of disbelief. Well, the mistake is that is expecting people on Twitter and Reddit to be able to separate fiction and reality. KEKW. Yeah, I guess that's true. It's just so fucking stupid. And again, if you want to like, if you want to compare like two different like relationships with ours and Aisha and like some other thing, it's way better to compare with Roxy and Rudius. It's way better. That's a way better comparison. There's a lot of similar stuff with that, and I never approved of this freaking Roxy shit, by the way. This Roxy shit is fucking cringe. All right, this Roxy shit is cringe, but whatever. To me, the only canon marriage is Sylphie and Rudius. That's the only canon one, but whatever. We're outside of that now. Yeah. This isn't going to get Delta when the stream is over, right? I'll be able to come back to it. Yes, this stream will be VODed. The VOD will still be up. So yeah.
Ours would always stay utterly.
Let's continue.
On Aisha. What's so bad about that? Even in those conditions, he can still mature. It might just take a bit more time. Indeed, no matter how dependent, no matter how slowly, he would eventually grow up. Maybe lacking in certain areas. But even then it's fine, as long as there are those around him willing to come to his aid.
Fucking
I certainly
hell.
am well aware. So why was I so strongly against it? Julie, what do you think? Anyways, let's get a female's point of view. She looks downcast and pale. What's wrong, Julie? No.
My headcanon is cringe,
Well,
bro.
Eris and Roxy never have a ceremony, so.
Also, your headcanon is cringe, bro. Explain to me why my headcanon's cringe, and like, cause I honestly, like, I've never like really like thought too deeply about it, because if you think too deeply about it, it's gonna be fucking yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be fucking cringe. But like, I think my take with the Rudius and Eris situation is like fine.
Julie, do you know something? Don't tell me you're hiding something from Zanabasama. Seeing that Julie refused to talk, Ginger, who had remained silent until now, spoke. I saw it. Saw what? This morning, I saw Aisha and Ars heading to the basement. What? That made me jump. A new clue. There are teleportation circles set up in the Zanaba Company basement. They connect to our secret laboratory in Azura Kingdom Fido region. Julie, why didn't you say something earlier? Because Zanaba-sama and Rudia-sama had been sneaking in and out the basement too. Zanaba looks away. Maybe he thought we missed our chance to catch Aisha.
Yeah, go too deep into anything and it'll get cringe, to be fair. Yeah. Dude, there's so much cringe shit in Mushoku Tensei, it's ridiculous.
You didn't notice, Zanaba. I stayed overnight at the store yesterday. Oh. Likely that Aisha knew of Zanaba's travel plans.
But we live for spice.
Since
We
there are
live for
probably court members
spice.
undercover among Zanaba Company's bodyguards. So they did head to Azura Kingdom. In that case, we're going to need Ariel's help to find Aisha and Ars.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll do that. First I should
Go too deep into anything, it'll get cringe, to be fair.
Yeah.
visit with Ariel. Shishao. Zanaba stops me as I was about.
No, your take on Rudius and Eris is correct, Imo. I was simply asking because I was curious about how you differentiated it, and you answered sufficiently. I was satisfied.
Thanks. But like, I want to go back to that Baka Baka chart. The fucking Baka Baka. Nice username. On why my headcanon is cringe, because oh wait, no, it's because I said that Roxy is the only true marriage is Sylphie and Rudius. Yeah, get mad, fucking. I remember the line I said. Yeah, get mad.
Whether be with your siblings or kids, when you're at odds, make sure you sit down and talk it out. With the younger generation, you have to listen.
First marriage is the only marriage that counts, boys.
Even if you're right. You might think I'm speaking out of turn as a third party.
Or whatever.
No,
I
thank
don't
you.
know.
It's rare for Xanabo to lecture me. Maybe he spoke out of regret for his brother Pax. I can appreciate the weight behind his words. He's right though. This time around,
I'm happy
I
and
never tried to
angry.
hear
Yeah,
what Ars
fuck
has to
you.
say. Because he never spoke up, I just spoke to Aisha and ignored him. Never gave him a chance to explain what he wants to do. Never considered his opinions. Back then, if I have handled it better, maybe they won't have eloped. If I could find them, I got to listen to what Ars has to say.
Oh, fuck,
I'm happy and angry. Now that I'll get mad about. There are 3 goddesses, love, wisdom, and war. How you been ready the light novel?
Oh, fuck. How you been ready the light novel? I don't know what that message means. You might need to retype it to rephrase what you mean by that.
I'll do that. Aisha and Ars are presumed in hiding in Azura Kingdom, the largest country in the world. Of course, it's also the most populated. Like hiding forest amongst the trees, no one keep track of when new faces show up. More importantly, because it's a wealthy nation, eking out a living won't be a problem. Of course, Azura Kingdom is also a military society. There are soldiers stationed everywhere. If given portraits of Ars and Aisha, they should able to find them. I'll try to get cooperation of the knighthood and army. I hurriedly rushed toward Ariel's residence. By the time I arrived, it was already evening. When I said it was an emergency, I was led directly to Ariel's sleeping quarters. That's it. Ariel was already in her pajamas, her hair a mess. She must been asleep already. All tense when I first arrived, as soon as I finished she could only wearily complain. What you mean, that's it? It's just trouble at home. Ah. Right. I was wondering what it could be, when I heard you had an emergency. Ariel is a busy monarch. Recently, it became impossible to meet her without prior scheduling. But I got audience as soon I asked. Being told an emergency, she must had assumed it was Hitagami related or teleportation circle related. So agreed to meet me. In other words, she only allowed my audience because of the trust vested in me. But my issue is merely family troubles. A little inappropriate. You're right. My apologies. No need for apologies. An advisor for rude mercenary company disappeared. A capable one. Her going missing will have adverse impact on our future plans. It meant a lot for you to say that. Anyways, I'll have Sylvester assist with the search. But if she really doesn't want to be found, I'm afraid that won't be much help. Rapidly Ariel wrote a note and sent it off with a servant. Sylvester is in charge of security, one of the 7 knights of Azura. I have seen him quite often recently, but only exchanged pleasantries. We never really had a chance to talk, so I don't really know much about him. I really appreciate it. In that case, I can just leave the Azura side to them. I need to figure out what I should do next. As I was about to make my leave, Ariel spoke out. I guess it runs in the family. The family. Running away due to family rules, haven't your father done the same? Ah, Paul. Now that she mentions it, Paul became a runaway after a disagreement with his father. He never returned. I don't think they ever reconciled either. Am I following their footsteps? Aisha, and Ars too, are we never going to see each other again? Be honest with me, why are you so against it? Even if you ask. Just let them get married. Consider it a reward for Aisha, of all her royal years of service. You hear these kind of story in Azura all the time. The master rewards a capable servant the hand of his daughter. Of course, with their mutual consent. Ariel once said, when the kids grow up, let one marry one of her daughters. It's not unreasonable. Truth is, there are many unhappy with me, for taking advantage as my role as Ariel's confidant and acting freely within Azura Kingdom. Stuck around for all the advantages, just because I was once of assistance to Ariel. I'm only installing teleportation circles within Azura for the associated privileges, some said. Basically, I'm just a Klingon who has long stayed beyond Ariel's welcome. That's why, if one of my children, particularly a son, end up marrying into the royal family, it'll demonstrate to the public the depth of our friendship. That was Ariel's desire. Because it's Aisha and Ars. That can't be right. One is the aunt, and the other the troublesome nephew she helped raise. What's wrong with that relationship? Just because Ars is the firstborn son? You're not nobility. He doesn't have to continue the family legacy, didn't you said that before? It's not that. Just that, marrying so close within the family is not good. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Why do I find it so repulsive? That might be forbidden in the previous world, but this world lacks such prohibition. For those families that find import in bloodlines, marriage between nephews and aunts are not uncommon. So why I reject it so? Is it jealousy? That I do in fact love Aisha, and had long considered her mine.
Age.
No, impossible. If that's really the case, why would I refuse to make a move on her?
There's no
it's
way
something else
the age
altogether.
factor is
Maybe it was
not
as
an
Aisha had
important
said,
factor in
that I
this
considered her
world.
property. Even if I adamantly refuse, in my heart I already thought so, but instead projected that anger on ours.
It's so
Not impossible,
cringe.
but that doesn't feel right. Because it impedes ours growth.
This is so
That's true,
cringe.
but that's a secondary issue at best. What made me so raise his tent is another altogether. I don't know. Then you should spend some time thinking it through. I'm sure Aisha would really want to hear it. Yes. Just like Ariel said. Before I talk with Aisha again, I need to get my thoughts in order. Or it would happen all over again. Before I get to convey my thoughts and feelings, Aisha will escape again. Then I'll take my leave. I'm sorry for intruding you in your sleeping quarters. It's fine. On my way out, I greeted Doga, who's standing guard by the door. Full of concern he said, I'll help you find your sister. Much appreciated. After returning from Ariel's, I headed to Orsted's office. It was already late into night. Way too late for house calls. But there are more people I require assistance from. Even though I wanted to continue my work tomorrow, for now I need to request leave. Ah, Rudia-sama, found Aisha and Ars yet? Not yet. Is Orsted-sama in? At his office. I greet Alec, nod at the secretary Felia, and head toward the office. Before I enter Orsted's office, I hesitated a bit. Is it appropriate for me to request an extended leave? Orsted never put any guidelines for me on
Kelly
requesting leaves.
said it was
Normally,
okay.
as long as I ask, he'll give me as many days of rest as I like. On the other hand, leaving work unattended for days due to family matters is certainly inappropriate. No, this is important to me. Just do it. Rudius. Orsted peers over from across the room. Just a glance, but it felt like he observed me intensely. Looks like he already knew what I'm here for. It made me nervous and sweaty. I have something to ask. About Ars and Aisha. So you heard. Roxy mentioned it? Roxy. She's also on the moves. Well, even though I went out on my own, Sylvie and Eris must have been busy too. I need to thank them when I get home. Aisha seems to have ran away. Right, and Ars too. I'm looking for them. If Aisha's serious, she'll be hard to find. So said everyone, but I have to look for them. May I take some time off? I said, resisting Orsted's terrifying sight. Like always, killing intent emanated from Orsted's eyes. I'll speak to Perogius about this. Huh? Why Perogius? For what purpose? He spent time monitoring the ground. Maybe he can find them. Oh. Of course. I'm counting on you. Looks like Orsted will lend a hand too. You refuse to listen and deny them, there must be reason.
And I do follow the gods of love. This instance does seriously fuck up their family relations for the rest of their lives. That and Rudy being pretty absent. R. Kelly said it was okay.
Fuck
Of
you.
course the kinky horny queen of Azura says that.
Yeah, of course Ariel approves of this. Freaking, yeah, true. The kinky horny queen. Freaking, ugh.
I couldn't explain it either. Orsted seemed surprised to hear that. Well, now I really got to think this though. After that, I requested assistance from my acquaintances around the world. Meles, the Great Forest, Kingdom of the Dragon King, Magic Continent, Basher and Dukedom. I explained the situation to every organization that I have allied. Cliff lectured me too. While a troubling situation, with 3 wives already, you really shouldn't be the one to balk. Be more considerate. Ellen Elise was shocked that I didn't just approve of them. Norn was surprised by Aisha's actions. She was angry and said I acted appropriately. Ruchard stayed silent after hearing what happened. Only in the end did he
Base
say,
Norn. Base. Or not based. Good Norn. Good Norn. Good Norn. Good Norn. I guess it's pretty based for this world. Good job, Norn. Good job. Good job. Good job. I mean, we may have some problems with concerning age with your relationship too, but hey, good job, Norn. Good job.
Finally, one normal person in the family. Norn and Aisha never speak again after this chapter.
Oh, yes. Yes, Norn, let's go.
I'll help with the search. Even though they all have various opinions, they all agreed to help with the search. For the Demon Continent, I'll have to depend on the Adolf Imperial Guards. But Adolf is missing and more has not yet returned. And Headless Mob. That's going a bit too far, particularly since it was...
Hey, Norn was 18 when she married a man 500 years her senior.
Okay. Was she 18? I think that's okay then. Concerning, but yeah, I think that's fine. I think she was old enough. I think that's old enough. Especially in that world, right? Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
Me that picked a fight with Adolf in the first place, but without direction from above, I can't expect them to act in force. I wanted to find the missing person tracing machine Kisirika. But she's missing. I feel like she can track them down instantly if I find her, but that plan failed. Afterwards, I got everyone I knew in the hunt. Even Leo is helping, and Ruchard has left home to join the search. Perogius was less than enthused, but agreed to search from above. Orsted and Alec agreed to help in their spare time. But we came up empty. Even with the world's most talented trackers and headhunters, no one found a clue. It's like Aisha and ours have disappeared from this world.
Of course, the
Not a trace
absolute
remained.
normal,
It's been
average
a month since
Norn
then.
says that.
Lilia turned bedridden from shock. Lying in her bed, all she could say was, "I'm so sorry, if I taught her better this wouldn't have happened." She probably convinced herself that she carried responsibility that Aisha and ours would elope. Even though her health has improved, she remained despondent, troubled. Once I overheard her weeping in her room, but when I checked in on her, Zenith was patting her head. Zenith slapped me once. When I had Laura translate for me, she said, "She's just sad. Seems like she approves of ours and Aisha getting married." Even though I was sure she would be against it. Perhaps in Zenith's mind, the vision she saw was quite wonderful. Or perhaps she's just happy for them. Sylphie has been depressed, if only I left them with another option. She also picked up Aisha and Lilia's share of housework. She couldn't help with the surge, but she took over all the housework like laundry, breakfast, etc. It's all thanks to her that we managed some semblance of normalcy in a family crisis like this. Eris hadn't said much. She just pouts as she clenches the wooden sword that ours has left behind. As if with her mind made up, she started practicing her sword swing. Roxy said I'll go look for them and began packing. I had to rush to stop her. I felt like if Roxy disappears too at this moment, this family would just completely fall apart. Even so, she is still helping with the search via her own connections. The kids are all nervous. Laura looks unfazed, but even her mischiefs have lessened in recent days. Sieg hasn't talked much, even though he's usually quite the talker, but he doesn't speak up at home anymore. Lily used to prefer indoors, but now occasionally she would go to the gate,
damaged.
climb up beat, and look out the main road. Chris would say, "What happened to ours and Aisha? I want to see them again." And start crying. Lucy is worried about them. She already graduated from Magic University, and is currently attending Azure Royal Academy. She's boarding there. Even though she's plenty busy with her own stuff, she made sure to reach out to her old Magic University classmates for help. As time passed, I returned to work. Not that I gave up on the search. Aisha and ours are both very important to us. But there are stuff that I can't left unattended. As time spent searching declined, time spent thinking increased. When eating, while bathing, before sleep, after waking up. I was always thinking. Why did I reject them with no explanation? No matter what,
fuck off.
it wasn't right for me to disregard their opinions. Disregard their opinions, refuse to explain myself. That was certainly wrong. I shouldn't have done that, I should have knew better. But the answer never came. A month passed, then another. Aisha and ours are nowhere to be found. Half a year after they disappeared. I met up with Nanahoshi. It was the first time we met after they disappeared. So that was what we talked about. When I brought up Aisha and ours, she just listened in silence. She didn't raise any concern, simply listened. That day, we also talked about other stuff. Of the past life. The topic meandered aimlessly. About the takoyaki shop near Nanahashi's home. A takoyaki shop that was always there, one that I visited many times since I was young. How we could really use some takoyaki and rice right now. Stuff like that. Suddenly, while reminiscing, I remembered. Something that happened over 30 years ago. Something I should have never forgot. It was before I was born. Before my life in this world has begun. Or perhaps, the start of it
I'll
all.
have the
It was my
bot
previous...
chat.
Of course the absolute
But-
normal average normal says that. Norn asterisk. Rudy. He. Is. 11.
I like how it breaks
Or
up
at this
like that.
point will soon be 12.
Yeah.
life. The day I passed away. I had brothers and sisters. Brother was married already. And had kids. 2 of them. Both girls. They look different from Norn and Aisha, they're Japanese after all, but they're shared in their innocence. Brother's house and my house, that is, our parents, are close by, so they'll stay over often. Along with his wife and kids. I took advantage of that. Set up a hidden camera in the bath for my niece. In other words, I took voyeur shots. Not that I'm particularly interested in my niece. Just that it was convenient, that was the only reason I did it. Then that day arrived. The day my parents passed away. That day I also set up my camera. And brother found out. That day, I felt brother was still willing to have a talk with me.
Ugh.
At least, I thought so. If
Yikes.
it were my sisters or younger brother, they would certainly beat me up right away. But brother was different. He might be ready to give up, but he was still willing to give me one last chance. Our parents are gone, I can't protect you anymore. It's finally time
It's hard
for
to
you
me
to
to
step
pay
out on your
attention
own.
what's actually
something I can
happening
help
on
with,
this
just ask.
fucking
In
reading.
that moment, I probably would
I'm
feel
too
a little motivated
traumatized by what's
myself to
happening.
give life another shot. Because the fact is, he'll help however he can. Brother was that kind of man. Since after so long, he never gave up on me. Until he saw that photo. Then my brother snapped. Now that I thought about it,
Yeah,
was
the
This
fucking
is the worst Rudy
niece
did before his current life.
Yeah, that niece shit was fucking weird. Not just weird, it was fucking disgusting. Non-canon now. Yes, it's not canon anymore. Let's
the
go.
first time anyone ever beat me.
Hopefully he
sister that
takes
long
that
gave up
out
on
when
me,
he
nor the younger brother
writes
who
it in the
threatened me with
light
his
novel.
Seeing that photo, he paused for 5 seconds, then shouting nonsense as he beat me. Only natural. The me now
Hopefully he
could
takes that shit out.
I would have done the
Hopefully.
same. In that situation, if I was in my brother's shoes, I would have beat Aisha without question. In other words, that was what happened. The me that day, was my brother back then. But not only Aisha was a girl, compared to me in my past life she was ever more diligently working, living, and responsible. So I didn't beat her. But I couldn't help but feel so repulsed by what happened between Aisha and Ars, so I forcefully split them apart. I was emotional. Because of guilt toward brother, I impulsively acted that way. Because my instinct convinced myself the same mistakes are being repeated.
Stop.
That must be why I rejected
Listen
them.
to
But
Norn.
Aisha's circumstance is different.
Listen to
Superficially
Norn.
similar, but completely different. The feelings between Aisha and Ars are mutual. I was just taking voyeur shots.
No, they're not.
Given time,
He's
they would definitely form a
12
healthy
or
relationship.
11.
Even
What
though
the
Ars is indeed a
fuck?
little young, and he was probably acting on instincts.
Ah.
But it had been 10 years. For over a decade, Aisha was with Ars. 10 years are a long, long time. Impeding Ars' personal growth was a mere excuse. It was purely my own overreaction. So I acted just like brother. That day, brother cut me off. After I died, our relationship were forever severed. But even if I had lived and wished to apologize, what could be done? Even if our relationship was over, I could have at least apologize. He won't forgive me, and will never be the same. But there must be something I could have done. Even though I don't know what. All in all, at least I now know the source of my repulsion. That day carved in my heart a scar that never healed. So I always forbade myself from making another move on family. Even if my scar and repulsion can't compare to brothers. If I met Aisha again, I need to apologize. Apologize for wanting to force them apart without reason. If I don't, there's no room for discussion. Nothing would change. In that family meeting, Aisha had already apologized to me. Then she asked me for a reason she could accept. So now it's my turn. Apologize, and explain to her what happened in my past life. After that, I need to discuss with them about their future. Next time, I got to communicate better. Even I don't know how it'll turn out, but I don't want to force them to agree again. That was what I decided on. The search for them continues, since the day Aisha left that note, for over a year.
Non-canon now. Luckily, there is a therapist who reviews Mushoku Tensei.
Psyculturist
His
goat.
culturist goat.
Okay. I don't know who they are.
To Ars Rudius, Aisha is in special existence. She has been by his side ever since he could remember, no matter where and when, always watching over him. Her existence is akin to a fourth mother. His three mothers each taught Ars various things. Sylphie taught knowledge and how to make friends. Roxy taught wisdom and tricks for studying. Eris taught sword skills and to protect those important to him. Aisha also taught him many things.
Let me look this
But
up.
more than the mothers, she helped him understood things he couldn't otherwise. So she's unlike the mothers. So, perhaps her existence is more akin to an older sister? Ars has two older sisters. Lucy is the respectable sister. Diligently follow the mother's teachings, attend class, always acting high and mighty, and lecturing Ars on studying and exercise. Lara is the lazy sister. Ignoring mother's lectures, skipping classes, but always treating Ars as an equal and a friend, or involving him with her various mischiefs. Quite a few times, Ars got in trouble after following her advices. Aisha also, sometimes lecturing him, other times offering suggestions. But more than the sisters, her lectures and advices helped him better understood himself. Different from the self-improvement or fun provided by his older sisters. So compared to Lucy and Lara, she's also different. Not a mother nor an sister, an existence he couldn't quite grasp.
Okay.
That is Aisha. Anything he asked for, Aisha would always comply. No matter how capricious the request,
He uploads way more frequently than me.
But always made it happen. Sometimes she would be strict with him, but never did she lecture Ars without cause. Whenever Ars was upset, she would always gently hug him. And suggested how he can do better next time. No matter how upset Ars gotten, as long as his face was buried in Aisha's ample bosoms, all his worries would simply fade away.
Yeah.
When he was still small, there was a
I
time
need to
when he
read.
thought her
I
annoying.
need to watch some of
But
this
Aisha was
content,
always
I
right.
guess.
When feeling rebellious, and he done opposite of what Aisha said, it always ended in disaster. But at the end, Aisha would arrive and say, "See, get it now." Ars could only grumble
Has he
and nod.
talked about?
When Ars turned 10, he thought he'll always be protected by Aisha.
Oh,
Psyculturist absolute goat.
he hasn't talked about this Aisha chapter? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. That's so bad. Oh no.
Under her guidance. Maybe he was brainwashed. Aisha's guidance robbed Ars of his critical thinking, since everything will turn out alright, as long as he listened to Aisha had long been planted in him. But to Ars back then, he never thought that was a terrible thing. When Ars had his 10th, family members each gave him a present. Among them was a sword. A real sword. Eris the Red Mama told Ars, use this to protect those important
He
to
anime
you.
only, but
In that
predicts
moment,
stuff several
only
books
Aisha's face
later.
appeared in his mind. And instinctively he turned towards Aisha. As if she felt him, she looked back as well and her sights crossed.
Anime
She smiled.
only.
Don't know why, but he felt embarrassed, and turned away. Perhaps it was at that moment Ars realized his feelings for Aisha. Of course, he didn't speak it. Because he was too embarrassed. Or perhaps it was because Lara the older sister was still childish, or Clive of the same age had yet to act on his feelings towards Lucy. He was too young for romance. Perhaps that was what he thought. Then one day, something happened that made him think otherwise. It happened in the bath. Grey House has a special rule of always using the bath in pairs. Usually Ars would take his bath with Aisha. But quite a few times that month, they didn't. Instead, it was with one of his three moms or with one of his siblings. But that day, it was a rare occasion to bath with his father. Father was a distant existence to Ars. Not only was he rarely home, he was also one that commanded respect from everybody. Not just the mothers, but all the adults as well. Like Dragon God Orsted, North God Alec III, also the school principal and vice principal. All the incredible people in Ars' eyes were full of praise for Rudius. And also, no matter whatever Ars did wrong, his father never yelled at him. Only smiled and said, "Be more careful next time." Once, while loitering in father's study, he accidentally tipped over a particular figurine, smashing it. It was an important figure that father's friend Zanaba gave him. Of course, Ars thought he would get lectured. And in truth, White Mama admonished him, Red Mama spanked him, and Blue Mama lectured him sternly. So of course father would have yelled as well. With that thought, he apologized to father. But father wasn't upset. "You're very honest. That's impressive. Next time, please be more careful." With that said, he patted Ars on the head. What a relief. Lucy believed father's attitude meant he had no expectations for us. So close, yet so distant, father had already cast us aside, having zero expectations for useless children, she said. When he heard that, Ars thought, why, of course. His heart sank. Even though Lucy used winning father's approval as motivation for working hard,
Sag.
Ars couldn't do the same. But even a father like him felt relaxed in the bath. With head leaning against the edge of the bath, lying flat with his limbs spread, he said, "Oh, I'm healed." Rare seeing father like this. Of course, at home he's often lax. But in Ars' eyes, he remained so capable. Ars studied his father's behavior carefully that day. Sensing the attention, perhaps feeling a little awkward, he sat back
Lucy
up and looked Ars in the eyes,
gaslighting her
who was sitting
younger
across the bath.
siblings.
Ars, can you wash your hair on your own yet? Yes,
Fuck.
sir. And rest of me too. Isn't that expected? In front of father, he couldn't help but speak politely. Ah, of course. You're 10 already. You sure grew up fast. Father said with a laugh. Sword skills is intermediate, but should reach advanced soon. Still beginner in magic, but I'm capable in chantless magic. I see. Exercise and studies are important, but don't overdo it. It'll all be pointless if you wreck your body in the process. Hearing him, Ars couldn't help but think. Father really held no expectations for us. When father...
He anime only, but he predicts stuff several books later. Lucy gaslighting her younger siblings. Never getting yelled at leads to marrying your family.
Never getting yelled at leads to marrying your family. I mean, cause and effect, probably. Who knows? We need constant testing here. We need testing. We need to test this, guys.
was his age, he already was saint level in water magic, and intermediate in swords.
Lesson
We're
here is
lagging way
always
behind in
beat your
comparison.
kids.
Zero expectations.
Oh,
That thought made Ars
fuck
depressed.
no.
So, you're 10 now. Yeah, I am. It's that pestering Ariel. Few days ago, I was visiting Azura Kingdom, and Ariel Sama mentioned a marriage proposal of her daughter and you. Marriage. Yeah. For nobles of Azura Kingdom, around 10 is usually when that topic crops up. Father stared straight at Ars, murmuring and nodded. Those conversations will definitely happen more frequently now. Really. It's a good thing you took after Eris. You'll definitely have many suitors. When he heard that, he thought reflectively. How annoying. But Ars, I must warn you. Don't fool around with girls just because you're popular. If in the process, you made them cry, Papa will get mad at you. Yes. He can't imagine father angry. But at that point Ars realized. The idea of marriage was never that far away from him. So whom he would rather have that kind of relationship with. In that moment, as naturally as it may, Aisha's face floated in his mind. Less than a year later, he confessed to Aisha. Of course, during that moment, he didn't understand. Always under Aisha's protection, Ars couldn't understand. The Ars who thought everything will turn out alright, as long as he listened to Aisha. Wouldn't understand what Eris meant by protect those important to him. What he didn't understand was, it was he who was supposed to be protecting Aisha. He must protect Aisha. The first time that dawned on him was the family meeting, when Eris got angry. Until then, to Ars, Aisha was a perfect existence. Capable of accomplishing everything to perfection. Failures were rare, but even then she could manage a complete recovery. An existence that didn't need his help, didn't need his protection. That was the Aisha in his heart. But in that family meeting, Aisha fell into a predicament. Yet he didn't understand. And he still didn't, not until Eris pummeled him and yelled, even though I taught you to protect, before it finally dawned on him. How cornered was Aisha? Only then he realized.
I'm too tired,
Aisha was
bro.
human. Even though
I
she's wise
can't
beyond
get
words,
mad at
but she's
this
not perfect,
anymore.
and
It's just
sometimes she
gonna
makes mistakes.
happen, isn't it?
No matter how few and far between. Certainly far less than ours. But she still makes mistakes. Then he understood what it meant to protect Aisha.
I'm just
When
gonna
Aisha
be
gets cornered,
cringing from
stand
now
before her,
on, man.
and give his all to keep danger at bay. Let his body be her shield, even exchange his life for hers if necessary. That's what it meant to protect Aisha. Just like Aisha has always done for Ars. Ars finally understood. Until now, he was always the one being protect. Thus he decided. From then on, he'll always protect Aisha. It was that moment when he woke up from his brainwashing.
Cannot stop if
That
I'm
Ars was
moaning
but a
about
child,
it. Sure, this
lacking
is
in
how I
both
can
wisdom and
stop it.
experience. If only Ars was smarter.
Lesson here is always beat your kids. You cannot stop it by moaning about it.
True. I just gotta pause it, and hopefully it will all go away. Nah, I keep reading.
Or a few years older. After the family meeting, when Aisha
Spice.
said to him, let's go and live our own lives, let's elope. Then he may have resisted. Aisha, allow me protect you this time around. I will definitely explain myself properly, so let's give talking with father another try. Or perhaps, until I become an adult, please wait for me. I'll definitely marry you then. Something like that. But ours, at that moment, only
I mean,
remembered 3
everyone.
lessons.
Okay.
One was what Eris taught him.
I mean, everyone in the community agrees that these chapters are cursed, right? Yeah, everyone agrees, right? So, like, I guess there's really nothing to really get mad at, since even the author hates it too. So, hey, you know, lesson learned. It's not canon anymore. Don't go too crazy about it. It's all good. We all make mistakes writing
We need
things.
a villain powerful enough to fight the hero Laura in the sequel.
We've written
Yes.
crazy stuff online, right? This author went a little bit nuts here and decided to make a really bad post one day, and he regrets it. But hey, he deleted it. It's still cringe as
Eris
fuck,
felt
though.
like she was going to laugh.
Fuck.
But, she...
Ah. Yeah, we're a bit past this. Fuck, where was I? Oh no. I have to go to the VOD. All right.
We finally broke him.
There's a comma here. Oh, no. There's a comma. Please wait for me. There you go. We found it. We're back.
Aisha, allow me protect you this time around. I will definitely explain myself properly, so let's give talking with father another try. Or perhaps,
You
until I
broke
become
me,
an adult,
yeah.
please wait for me. I'll definitely marry you then.
It's all
Something
over.
like that.
Everything's
Ours,
over.
At that moment,
It's all
only
done.
remembered 3 lessons. One was what Eris taught him. Protect those important to you. And what Aisha taught him. If you want to do something, just do it. When in trouble, jump into the action. And finally, the ending of an old fairy tale. Separate those mutually in love would only end in disaster. From these 3 lessons, ours concluded. If it's what Aisha wants, let her. When Aisha makes a mistake and fallen on hard times, then it's my turn to help and protect her. As expected of Eris' child, she would have reached the same conclusion. In any case, he nodded in agreement with the idea to elope. After that, following Aisha's instructions, he nervously absconded with her. With Aisha following close behind, his sword was always readied. When they encountered magical beasts or robbers on the road, he took the initiative and fought. Without realizing it, his legs no longer tremored. The sword skills he was trained in since birth ended up useful against magical beasts and robbers alike. In the morning, he did the work Aisha found for him. Even though ours was still young, he was capable in both magic and sword play, so there are plenty of jobs to be had. Tapping into everything he know to do the job. Aisha purposely looked for those type of work for him. Ours also trained his sword and magic skills during work. Exercise, practice swings, and chantless magic during break time. Repetition, practice, and the real deal, the most effective way for ours to gain experience. Perhaps Aisha thought of that too. They also had wild nights together. It was only natural, since they both wanted so. Days lacking mothers and fathers certainly made him anxious. But he doesn't regret it. Rather, he felt fulfillment for doing what he wanted. And anyways, Aisha's always smiling. Then one day, even
Don't
at last
smile.
anxiety dissipated. It was half year since they eloped. On one particular day, he no longer felt anxious. In its stead, he gained resolution. But Aisha's smiles were replaced by anxiety and unease in turn.
Yeah.
When Honey I-chan finds them, what he would do, it was probably that.
Don't worry
Ours
about
must have come
that.
to a realization
It just
that he
stop.
must do the protecting. Not that he was particularly confident. After half a year, although he gained quite a bit of confidence, he wasn't particularly strong.
Just stop.
Not against father, red mama, white mama, or even blue mama did he have a shot of winning. Despite that, when father and mothers come to separate us, or try to harm Aisha, he'll fight. He won't let them touch Aisha. Even if it kills him, he'll protect Aisha. Naturally it came to that. Because that was what father had done, and what red mama taught him to do. Those confusing lessons finally made sense to him. Ars made up his mind. Then, the moment came. Rudia's point of view. Aisha and Ars were sighted in Mealy's continent. At a remote corner of Holy Kingdom of Mealy's, in a small village by some river. Aisha and Ars apparently live in a cottage there. The eyewitness account came from Roxy. Or more specifically, from an adventurer. An adventurer working in Mealy's, by request visited this village, and discovered Aisha and Ars. Because of the request made to the Adventurers Guild,
Here we
for
go.
finding Aisha and Ars, that intel was turned over to Rude Mercenary Company. When Rude Mercenary Company received the intel,
Don't tell me
it was
they're
duly suppressed
fucking
as prearranged
every
by Aisha.
single
But it
day.
didn't end there.
Fucking
Even though I
piece
prevent
of
Roxy from joining the
shit.
search. In secret, she nevertheless used the teleportation circles to collect intel from all over world. Because of their privacy policy, Adventurers Guild wouldn't provide intel gathered for requesters to outside parties. But Roxy had an old acquaintance working at the Mealy's Adventurers Guild. That was how Roxy learned of their whereabouts, and the fact that the mercenaries suppressed that intel. Roxy hurried to the village as soon as she learned of it. And spotted from afar Aisha and Ars. She avoided contact and hurried back home to deliver the news. I was worried sick since Roxy had disappeared for days. That's what happened. After that I reached the village. Bringing Sylvie and Roxy with me, and Eris as well. Lilia wanted to come, but I decided to leave her home. Let me talk to Aisha first. A peaceful village, lacking in every amenities. I heard it's a village built by the Forester Guild. Located at the midpoint for lumber transport route, between the lumbers upriver and the merchants in the city, an industry-based village. Husbandry and farming are only kept for subsistence. Since it's by a forest, damages by magic beast are frequent occurrences, so requests to the Adventurers Guild are made regularly. And because the village would naturally disappear once the lumber supply upstream become exhausted, it was never given a name. So it was never recorded on maps. Outside of the locals, most people would never knew this village ever existed. The two of them lived in a corner of that village. A remote cottage, probably built by hand. By their home is a small farm plot and chicken coop. And a little garden. I stood before the house. Wanting to rush right in to talk with Aisha. But I didn't. Because a small body was standing guard. Ars. Wielding a real sword, staring daggers at me. Killing intent shone in his eyes. Never had I received that from my own blood. For a moment, I thought of running home and cry. Of course, I didn't. Ars. Father. Been a while, Ars, look how much you have grown. Or is it just the outfit? Equipped with adventurer-style leather jacket and sword, he looked buff overall. And there's a ferocity about him that he never had at home. I guess we should talk. Ars. Do you think this is appropriate? What is? Your relationship with Aisha, running away, and this right here. You don't regret any of it? Yes. I'm aware. Ars nodded resolutely. Without a bit of hesitation. Tougher than my imagination. He hadn't been merely clinging tightly onto Aisha without thoughts. That kind of feeling. I do wish you could have shown the same attitude that day. Yes. I should have. If you did, I would have listened to what you had to say. That day, I wouldn't know what to say. He immediately replied. So what changed over the past year? You plan to spend the rest of your life with Aisha. That's the plan. I love Aisha. Always causing her trouble, always needing her help and guidance. Of course, I'm grateful to father and the mothers, but I think I owe Aisha even more. If Aisha says she wished to spend the rest of our lives together, I'll certainly will spend the rest of my life protecting her. No hesitation. A lifetime wholly revolving around Aisha, a little worrying. But, this attitude, and these words, if he had said it on that day, things would end up differently, probably. Well, my refusal was of a different reason, so maybe they would elope anyways. But at least Eris probably won't had to beat ours up. No, maybe it was the experience from this past year, that helped him realize the capacity for those words. Maybe it was for the best that he struggled with Aisha in a harsh environment like this. Yet he's still so young. It felt like he's putting into words before learning of the ways of the world. Like a little kid confounded by reality, so instead threw a tantrum, because he overestimated his abilities.
Don't.
You think you can do that? I can. I don't
Please
see it.
don't,
Speaking
Rudius.
earnestly,
Please.
Eris frowned and looked at me. I'm different from a year ago. He said, stubbornly standing over his doorstep, refusing to let us pass, refusing to let us take Aisha away. Well, now that. First, I should test whether he's really capable of what he says. Then let me test whether you're lying or not. Eris said what I was thinking, then stepped up before me. Looked like she's not here to talk it out. I nodded. She unsheathed the sword by her waist and pointed it at Ars. The killing intent emanating from her was the real deal. I can see Ars' face turning pale in an instant.
Mother and son
Not just his
fight.
face. His legs, his entire body are quivering. Yet despite so pale and spooked, he did not run. You can protect her. Eris only asked. I'll protect Aisha. Ars immediately answered. Eris made her move in the next instance. With terrifying speed she struck at Ars. A speed and timing beyond my reaction time. Yet Ars reacted in time. He deflected Eris' blade, but fell to the ground in doing so. Even though he fell, Ars struck back at Eris' legs. Blood spattered from Eris' foot. But that alone won't stop Eris. Stepping off her damaged foot, she struck down at Ars, still lying on the ground and unbalanced. From below Eris, the sound of meat being cleaved can be heard. Not the clang off the back edge. Blood sprayed. The soil around Eris' feet colored red. Some even spattered onto my face. An unforgiving sound, an unforgiving sight. I'm going to lose Ars for good. That thought made me tremble in silence. But my worst fear did not pass. Because in the next moment a shadow leaped between Eris' legs. Ars. Even with blood gushing out off his shoulders, he bared his teeth at Eris, showing unyielding fighting spirit. He Once again, Eris attacked. Completely ignoring the bleeding from her foot. Ars also charged. The wound on his shoulder was deep, staining his cloth red, but he did not complain of the pain. Eris' strike was stronger, faster. Every time Ars deflected a strike, it seemingly shook his entire body and caused him to stagger. At times he was sent flying, rolling, slightly injured, then kicked, or beat with the hilt. Soon enough he's covered with bruises. But he refused to yield. Keeping a distance, he would force himself back up, took his stance, then charged at Eris again. Over and over again. With such overwhelming power before him, Ars was covered in bruises. Except for the initial strike at Eris' foot, none of his remaining attacks ever connected. Ars utterly outmatched. Yet Ars wasn't beaten. Eris was no naive swordswoman. Not taking Ars down, was it because he's her own son? Holding back to avoid killing him? Perhaps a little of both. But more than that. Not a spot on Ars that was not covered in injury. He should have realized now, that Eris cannot be beaten. But Ars refused to yield. Refused to admit defeat. I understand. There's no other choice. Ugh. The sound of metal clashing, and Ars' sword flew off his hand. The sword flung across the sky and landed by my feet. It surprised me. Not just the sword, Ars' hand was still attached. That hand, severed from his body, still clenched the sword tightly. In that moment I wished to put a stop to this battle. But even from afar, one can tell Ars would refuse to yield. Even without a hand, he still crouched low, posing to fight with Eris once more. Seeing this, Eris tosses away her sword. And strikes at Ars with bare fists. Ugh. Ars rushed at Eris, shouting. With no other option, he could only rush with all his strength. In contrast, Eris looked calm. A strike at the head and he fell to the ground. She jumped on top. With her kneecaps to press down his hands, straddling him. The next scene was one I was long familiar with. Ora 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 ora. With no ability to resist, Ars did nothing but take the beating. Refusing to yield, only screaming. Eris continued the beating. Raining down punches. Beating him like a drum. But eventually even those strikes began to lose their strength. She must have grew weary as well. Wildly mauling her own son.
Stop petting him!
Suddenly Eris' face exploded, flinging her back. Eris juked and stood back up. Her hair burned. Her face charred. Ars stood up too. Face swollen, missing a hand, his legs wobbly, yet he stood. He picked up Eris' sword lying by him and attempted to pose, but with his strength. Leaving him, the sword fell to the ground. So he dragged the sword, falling and kneeling on several occasions, but always dragging his body back up. But not towards Eris. Running away? No. Where he headed, was home. He moved to the doorstep. On his knees, he desperately tried to lift up the sword. But without any remaining strength, the sword only pointed the ground. No longer in any condition to fight. But the eyes under his hair still beamed, beaming at Eris and I. That's enough. Those words I wanted to say, but I swallowed them back down. Eris said she'll handle this. So she'll handle this. I was to witness it till the end. What do you mean by this? Eris relaxed from her stance, crossed her arms and peered down. Filled with remorse, Ars lifted his head at Eris and said. Even if it kills me. I won't let you pass. Really? As expected of Rudia's son. Suddenly, Eris raised her head and yelled. But that isn't protecting with everything you got. I know. Right now you, even if you have the desire, is incapable of protecting her. I know. Then. Eris was unsatisfied. But that face couldn't fool me. Her face frowned, arms crossed, standing upright. But she certainly troubled. Unable to properly convey what she wished to say, didn't know what she should say. While I tried to make up my mind, Roxy stepped up. She walked towards Ars, until she reached his line of sight, and said. You're saying that you're willing to give up your life to protect Aisha. Yeah. That's right. Challenge an opponent you have no hope of defeating, then die. Did you ever consider the feelings of Aisha you left behind? But what can I do? Rudius would have begged. What she said so bluntly caused me to freeze up. He once challenged the dragon god, Orstitsama, losing both his magic armor and cannon in the process. On the edge of defeat, he begged for protection of his family on his hands and knees. That's what he done before Orstitsama. That's a lie. That's impossible. Father and Orstitsama were always so close. It wasn't always that way. Ars looked toward me. Looking back, I nodded. It's kind of embarrassing that my son knew of my past begging. But that did indeed happen.
Okay.
And what would you do? Just go ahead
You
and
see,
die.
Here we go. Mother and son fight. Like father like son. They can't keep their hands. Damn.
okay. Here's the thing. Like, this is a well-written fight. This is a well-written exchange. I would have liked it if it was Ars and some other, like, kid or something that Rudius disapproved of. If we got to the situation without Aisha, it would have been so much. This would have been so much better. But, and this is such a well-written moment. But like, why the fuck, Aisha? What the fuck with Aisha? Why? Yeah, you could have done something else here. You could have done something else here,
In
man.
battle against Eris? And after your death? You're just going to ignore what happens to Aisha thereafter. She may have been lecturing, but there's a kindness in her voice. Ars looked at Roxy, at me, then Eris. The sword fell off Ars' hand. It fell on his thighs, then once more on the ground, clattering. And in that moment tears flooded out of Ars' eyes, pouring. Are those tears for recognizing how powerless he was? Or something else? And finally, Ars collapsed. His body leaned forward, and Roxy caught him. Fallen unconscious from exhaustion, probably. Blood pooling around his feet. Seeing my own son collapsed, atop a pool of his own blood, face swollen, yet nary a worry in my mind. Rather, I want to praise him. Indeed, Ars is immature. And still weak. His critical thinking remains naive. Even if a battle to the death is not a particularly outlandish idea. Indeed, he has grown up quite a bit in the past year, but he still has much to learn. On the other hand, there are only a handful of people who can best Eris in battle. Without his dominant hand, and after a straddle beating by Eris, fewer would have the will to continue to fight. How far Ars was willing to go, I can appreciate that. The resolution Ars held, was the same I had, when I challenged Orsted. Until the end, even to death, to protect Aisha. Perhaps his choices and actions were misguided. But his heart was in the right place, like I was. Certain emotions gush from within me on that thought. This moment, I want to go hug and praise Ars. Praise him for good fight. Such an odd feeling. Shouldn't I be scolding him right now, for eloping, for causing so much trouble for the family? But Ars is no longer a child. He might not yet stand on his 2 feet, but he has matured. How happy that thought made me. I guess I'm a little naive too. Sylphie, can I leave this to you? You don't have anything to say to Ars. Ars, that's enough. I heard your thoughts. I saw your resolution. Your strength and determination were for all to see. And Roxy had already said what I wanted to say. I have no objections. Even though I may have found Aisha's and Ars' relationship instinctively repulsive, I couldn't blame Ars for that. There are many things I need to discuss with him, but that can wait. The reason I came, wasn't just to evaluate Ars' growth. It was also to talk with Aisha. First I need to speak with Aisha. Just the 2 of us. Yes. I understand. Leave it to me. Sylphie took from me a king-ranked healing scroll, retrieved Ars' severed hand, and headed toward the others. I looked at Eris, and she turned back. Hurry and go, her eyes red, tipping her head toward the house. Roxy also looked at me and nodded. After nodding back, I turned toward the house and went. Aisha Grere was a genius at birth. From the earliest days she could understand words. Not just in language, but she quickly picked up everything her mother taught her. She was also quick to understand why a subject might be useful. Cleaning, laundry, language, math, history, geography, science. She soaked up knowledge like a sponge. She continued to excel even after the teleportation disaster. Lilia and Aisha were transported to Chiron Kingdom. Locked up by Pax Chiron for the crime of being acquainted with Roxy Migardia and made into a maid. Even though Aisha was still so young, Pax didn't concern himself and made her a maid. But it worked out for her. The maids of Shirano Kingdom pitted Lilia and young Aisha for how Pax persecuted them. So they were more than generous to them, even though they popped out of nowhere. Especially Aisha, they pitted her circumstance and went of their ways to teach her all kind of things. Aisha learned from them a variety of things. Mostly on how to deal with people. How to be polite. How to thank people, how to make requests, how to refuse demands, how to welcome visitors, how to entertain guests. The brilliant Aisha quickly appreciated how important these people skills were in life. From Aisha's perspective, the world was simple. She only needed to be taught once, and what wasn't she could easily copy and learn on her own. Soon she realized everyone around her are far less capable. Even though the maids taught her many things, they don't think very hard. Knowledge without intelligence. Even though she had few chances to meet peers of her age, as far as she
shit
could tell,
sucks.
they're all lacking in both knowledge and
I
intelligence.
don't want to hear about
Basically,
Aisha. Like
thought
this,
everyone as a bunch of idiots.
our
As
shit
such,
was
she
so much
very
better.
pessimistic about her
I
future.
don't
Understanding
want to
her
listen
imprisonment
to
by Pax, she
Aisha's
saw a future clouded in
freaking.
darkness. The alternative of serving her brother as her mother told, the one she no longer recognized.
What's
and
her
only memory of was that his
excuse?
fetish
What's
for
her
girls'
excuse?
panties was not much better.
What's her
But Pax
excuse?
was even more terrible than brother, that she could tell from Lilia's and the maid's actions. She knew her fate if she had stuck around. That's why she acted to escape this predicament.
We're gonna get
Even
to
though
it
there's little to
eventually.
be done using her little body. If she didn't act
Go
soon,
on.
there might be no escape. It was then she encountered Rudius Grere, her older brother. From then on, Rudius became in special existence for Aisha. The greatest person in Aisha's eyes. Because Rudius was always ahead of everyone. Doing the impossible for average folks. Even better than the self-professed genius Aisha would ever be capable of. Top-class magic, gentle demeanor, gaining great allies. Yet he never shown conceit, always looking at things with an even keel. Unlike her original assumptions, he's a respectable person. With a brother like that, serving him won't be all bad. Even the panties fetish was only minor details. She thought. Maybe it's the suspension bridge effect. Since Aisha was in midst of her first crisis. Even though she learned many things from the maids, many others were still foreign to Aisha. Wandering in a strange city, caught by a man twice her size, and even seeing her life-saving letter tore to threads. Princess rescued in that moment, of course she would like him. It didn't actually matter to Aisha whether she would work as a maid. Aisha thought she would serve Rudius, and like mother did, eventually gives birth to a son. That wasn't ignorance. Everyone have their own walks of life. She's well aware of that fact, Just that given her birth and upbringing, she just assumed that she would follow her mother's footsteps. Of course, if Aisha wanted to do something else, Aisha could certainly develop in that direction. But Aisha didn't have any particular
I'm gonna
dreams,
ignore
nothing she
that
could never
line.
live without. What she desired can be fulfilled with a small salary, which her brother were more than ample in providing. Working under such a respectable person, getting paid for it, and given plenty of freedom. Isn't that enough, she thought. Since Aisha was capable of making it a reality, she easily accomplished it. Then on, Aisha lived a comfortable life. Housework, gardening, decorating. And a particular knack for nurturing plants. Soil, seeds, sunlight, and water. The perfect combination to grow the ideal plant. Even when the combinations are exactly the same, the flowers they produce will be different. Nurturing plants no one have ever seen before was a challenge. But there always exists a reason for crop failures. There is always a better way to nurture a plant. Taking up that challenge gave Aisha plenty of fulfillment. But most importantly, plants never complained. Because Aisha hated unreasonable people that complained. They just lagged behind. That's right, from her youngest days, Aisha were already looking down at those less capable than her. She liked competent people. She hated incompetent people. Only exceptions she made are for those, although less capable, still managed to accomplish something. Among those she acknowledged as her betters, the best was naturally Rudius, and of course she liked him the best. And of course, this like was different from love, a slightly twisted sort of feeling. What twisted Aisha the most though, was being Lilia's child. No matter how great Aisha was or what she accomplished, Lilia would never praise her. Always putting Norn first, putting Rudius first. This messed with Aisha's mind. Because she was always discriminated against, she was particularly sensitive to personal failure. Constantly anxious that any failure would left her discarded or destroy her worldview. Because of this, she learned to quickly remediate every failure, or at least place the blame on someone else. Of course, her feelings as Rudius' little sister or desire to serve as the family maid were not faked. She also felt joy, loneliness, and sometimes anger or tears. It's just that her judgmental nature was always there. She knew how to find capable people. But she didn't understand what love meant. She didn't understand what it meant to love someone. She didn't understand what love was. Two turning points happened to that Aisha. First was the birth of Ars Grere. By then, Aisha already had plenty of experience with labor, having helped deliver Lucy and Lara. The moment when life begins truly touches Aisha deeply. Wow, how incredible. Only on this particular point, but it truly touched her. But Ars' birth was different. Rudius was not present then. Even though that was Eris' first child, but she had plenty of strength, and Lilia and Aisha was assisting their third delivery. If Rudius there, Eris might have wasted her strength over frivolous things, so it probably would have been counterproductive. But because of this, the first person who to hold Ars, was Aisha. When she held him, it felt different from Lucy or Lara. When Ars first cried out, an emotion she never felt before blossomed in her chest. An indescribable feeling, a little painful, a little sad. That feeling remained, after the safe delivery, after Eris fell back to sleep from relief, and even after Aisha went to bed. She was up all night, eyes wide awake. Stretching her arms above her, she tried to recall the sensation from carrying Ars. The feelings on her hands were similar to Lucy and Lara. But also subtly different, was it because he was a boy? She didn't know. But Aisha understood how happy it made she felt. Tomorrow, come quickly, and let me greet that crying and bothersome Ars soon, she thought. For her, there's something special about Ars. But she couldn't say why. Aisha changed that day. No longer did she concern herself with what occupied her time in the past, her maid work, her hobbies, Aisha's requests, and consultation with the mercenary corps. When asked for Aisha, the answer was always taking care of Ars. Maybe it's part of her maid work. But for Aisha it was different. Maybe it's a hobby of sorts. No, also different. Because what she wanted was to see Ars. If possible, chat with him. Grow up soon, she eagerly anticipated. In that moment she realized, this was the first time she liked someone, for a reason other than their capabilities. The other turning point was Norn's wedding. Norn Grere and Rugert Superdia got married. A marriage partner Aisha couldn't ever imagine. A completely different race, and such a large age gap. But Norn had said how she liked him since long ago. Loved him. Aisha didn't understand this word called love. Romance and love, these feelings were foreign to her. Mother and father, and of course she liked Rudius. Since their reunion in Chiron Kingdom. But thoughts of marriage or kids were never on her mind. If Rudius wished to wed her, she certainly wouldn't refuse, but for her it would be a natural extension of her role as a maid. Luckily, Rudius wasn't interested and maintained a happy distance with her. So she never understood what love meant. When she told Norn that, Norn drew a blank. Why you mean you couldn't understand? Her face seemed to say. Seeing that expression, Aisha felt a sense of defeat. From a long time ago, Aisha disliked her older sister Norn. Since very little, Norn was often more emotional than rational, and frequently made selfish demands. Instead of being so demanding, she could have worked for it, but nary did she make the effort. Compared to Aisha, she was just an idiot. But whether it be Mother or Zenith, they both treated Norn so much better than her. Their birth had long decided their treatments. Even if she accepted that, serving an idiot like Norn caused Aisha to pent up much stress. Because Norn just kept tormenting Aisha and her. That's why she didn't respect Norn. Aisha would always tell the slow-wit Norn, why don't you get it? From their reunion at Mealy's, until Norn started boarding at Magic University, she always said to her. Aisha must held the same blank expression back then too. It's not like Aisha always wanted to win, just that sense of superiority was always there. But this time, she felt defeat. Ah, I lost. It's my loss this time, Norn nay. Aisha came to conclusion. Losing to Norn. First time in her life admitting defeat to Norn. Surprised she might be, she didn't regret it. Because Norn must have matured too, while she's not around. Norn must have learned many things in the magic university, which Aisha did not attend. Not just in magic, sword, history, math, and other subjects. Because Aisha understood knowledge alone wasn't maturity. And if needs be, Aisha could always catch up on knowledge. Maturity came from something more fundamental. Norn joined the student council and met many different people. After listening to many other point of views, she no longer made selfish demands. She learned to not let her emotions get the better of her decision making. Yet she remained sensitive to the feelings of others, and always treated her juniors with respect. Just like Rudius. Not as much as Rudius, but no longer someone she could easily dismiss. That's why she doesn't regret it. Rather than regret, she felt envy. Even if it's just a part of it, she understood something Aisha didn't, a place Aisha couldn't reach. But even so, Aisha couldn't do it. Because ultimately she didn't understand how love felt. No marriage prospects. That's why even though Aisha felt envy for Norn's marriage, she wouldn't do the same. She would never experience the happiness that Norn has. Aisha decided. But that's alright. She was plenty happy, no reason to change that. After that, every day remained to the same. Working as a maid, taking care of Ars, occasionally making an appearance at the mercenary corps, or fulfilling Ani-chan's requests. Just like always. Probably till death. Even after Lucy, Lara, and Ars got married. Even after Lilia and Zenith pass away. She would never get married, and live out her life as the maid of the Grey house. It's fine. She thought. Because she must had already decided. No matter who she liked, she could never truly find happiness. Until she rid herself of the curse of her past, until she stopped treating people beneath her with contempt. Or else she would never had purposely ran to Norn's room and asked her, what does love mean? That's how it should be. I want to marry Aisha. Yet when she heard that from Ars, the only boy that she treated without contempt, it moved her. Ars' confession moved Aisha. An emotion she couldn't fathom welled up in her chest. She kept asking. What was this feeling? Ars was special. No matter how often or how badly he failed, Aisha never despised him. Of course, she was equally forgiving with other children of Grey house. When Lucy failed, when Lara failed, Aisha's evaluation of them did not drop. At worst, only slightly. But Ars was different. When he fails, Aisha's evaluation of him rather rises. But he does succeed, it rises doubly so. Special. Her evaluation rises regardless of his ability. Just wholeheartedly likes him. Wholeheartedly likes. So love? Maybe that is love. When she realized that, nothing else seemed to matter, and that didn't bother her. Aisha and Ars finally did that and cemented their relationship. Initially, she did said to Ars that it was practice. She shouldn't be doing those things to Ars, her instincts told her. Rudius was someone who deeply abhorred that sort of relationship between family. Even though she didn't know why, making a move on Ars would certainly made Rudius angry. After all, Ars was the firstborn son, and also Rudius' precious baby boy. One day he'll perhaps take over as head of the Grey house. Or perhaps, like Ars mentioned once, married off to a princess of Azura Kingdom. Aisha didn't think it was unreasonable. Whether in Chiron Kingdom, Holy Kingdom of Meles, or even in rude mercenary war, political marriages were commonplace. Political marriage didn't necessarily lead to unhappy ones. Or rather, more often political marriages ended up mutually beneficial for everyone involved. Whether in wealth, or finding peace. After the wedding, it's up to the newlyweds to make the effort. As long as they showed each other proper respect, a happy marriage shouldn't be a problem. In truth, Aisha knew many happily married couples that came from political marriages. Even though her mind told her this, her body wouldn't cooperate. Soon it happened a second time, and a third. Ars began ditching school, but she failed to scold him, and Aisha herself quit doing work at the mercenary corps. Initially she thought it shouldn't be continued, but on the other hand, she believed that she could put a stop at any time she wanted. But she couldn't. Carried away by impulse, and unable to control her passion. Even knowing they shouldn't let it continue, they did. Without any.
My favorite characters, by Vol 11, were, Aisha, Batty and Geese. Oomph. Oh right, you could say that Lilia raised her to be like that. Of course Aisha is to blame though. Superiority and inferiority complex. Don't say turning point. Face screaming in fear.
Oh
what is love? Baby,
oh my
don't hurt
gosh.
me. Don't hurt
Okay,
me.
dude.
No more.
Okay. Like, Aisha's just fucking crazy. Like, Ars' situation is like Ars is, there's nothing wrong with Ars. Aisha's just crazy. Aisha's just stupid. Aisha just needs to leave the fucking house. Aisha just, dude, has she's gone mentally insane, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, this is what happens when you stay in a mansion for 10 plus years. This is what happens when you stay inside. You go crazy. In Aisha's case, she went crazy the worst possible fucking way. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I can't stand this bitch.
Sort of
Alright.
planning, they could at best exercise only the most temporary of caution. In such circumstance their relationship was impossible to conceal for long. Only that Rudius discovered it even earlier than anticipated. It was just practice. Practice. Those feelings were mere practice. Neither ours nor I were genuine, just carried away by a momentary lust. That hurt nobody.
She goes mad
Sylvie
and
saw
was
through the
groomed
act.
by
Having
Lilia.
her true feelings exposed, Aisha couldn't help but scream
I'm
out how she
still
loved ours.
blaming Aisha.
But she was too naive. Even though she knew Rudius would get angry, she thought that he would discuss and eventually forgive her. Maybe even as far as permit their relationship. She thought. In truth, that was where Sylvie was hoping to lead the conversation toward. But the reality was completely different. Rudius refused to allow their relationship. Showing a stubbornness she never saw from him, he forcefully split them apart. Aisha never saw Rudius like that before. Unreasonable, irrational, stubborn. First time in her life, she found Ani-chan refusing to reason. But the expression on his face was a familiar one. One she would never forget. It was the same grimness as he built the magic armor for battle with Orsted. Seeing that expression terrified Aisha. In that moment, she felt, maybe she had made an enemy of Rudius. No doubt. Because she had destroyed what Rudius worked so hard to build. With that thought, she pretended to appease Rudius. But that fear remained. Returning to her room, regaining her breath, Aisha felt a pain piercing her heart. Ars and her would be tore apart thereafter. Ars would attend school abroad and find a marriage partner there. Or she would be married off to someone else. Because she would have done the same, given the situation. Both Ars and Aisha would be happier that way, right? Suddenly she thought. Happiness. What is happiness? How could I find my own happiness? Aisha also realized. She made a mistake. If their relationship were to continue, the only future that awaits them is an unhappy one. Rudius was right. Ars and I need to separate. No matter how it pains my heart. If not only Rudius, I would be betraying the whole family. It was Sylvie, Roxy, and Eris that entrusted Ars' upbringing to me. The kids that so respectfully called me Aisha. They're not special like Ars. But they're also a irreplaceable part of Aisha's life. But Aisha also realized. Without Ars, she definitely couldn't find her happiness. She could no longer go back to the life she once had. If she saw Ars finding happiness without her, she would certainly regret it.
Yikes.
If only she did something back then. She would think. Thus Aisha found what her heart desired. Happiness. She decided to elope with Ars. That day she settled on a plan, and in that night she and Ars absconded. Spreading misinformation till dawn, then they headed to Azura Kingdom as planned. From Azura Kingdom they took another teleportation circle to the Kingdom of Dragon King. In Kingdom of Dragon King, she made contact with Perogius' underling and gained their cooperation. She snuck in the mercenary branch at Kingdom of Dragon King, and used the teleportation circle there to return to Orsted's office. From there, they teleported to Holy Kingdom of Meles. Using contacts at the local mercenary branch, they headed to an unnamed rural village. They changed their names and identity, while maintaining the flow of false rumors, and her life with Ars began. Perfection. A place even Rudius could not find. Going this far to erase their tracks. Adding all the disruptions behind the scene. Even though she could do little about Perogius or Kirishika, at least Perogius agreed to cooperate. Short of a promise, but at least he agreed not to actively involved. A village located in the midpoint of a lumbering route. Unrecorded on maps, in a few years it would simply disappear altogether. Based on the lumber industry, so when the industry shifts, so will the village. Of course their identities were kept secret, and Aisha always kept abreast of latest intel. If her intelligence network notifies her of any sign of trouble, they're ready to pick up and leave, erasing any traces they left behind. Even with Rudius as opponent, she had the confidence that he could never find her. She would not fail. It's fine. So Aisha told herself. A couple's life with Ars. While very fulfilling, is this truly happiness? Because a pain remained in her heart still. Not due to her new life with Ars. Although Ars was no longer as dependent on her. Even though he smiled, there's always a tense mood about him. A smile like Rudius, a smile like Norn's. But also different from their fulfilled smiles. Her own smile was probably the same as Ars. Indeed, something is wrong. This isn't happiness. Why is this wrong? I haven't failed.
Answer, pedophilia. That's what's
refusing
wrong.
to get to the bottom of it, because she only did what she wanted to do. Aisha refused to admit defeat. Accepting that was impossible for Aisha. Then Aisha got pregnant. Her body grew heavier, and movement became more difficult. No longer able to collect intel, it's only a matter of time before Rudius found her. Only then she did finally admit defeat.
Preggers.
Her life's greatest error, one she couldn't place on anyone else.
Let me get the
Because even in
chat
failure,
done.
She goals mad and was groomed by Lilia. Preggers.
There.
She refused to blame Ars. Her beloved and special Ars, she could never fault him. Aisha's personal
Jeez,
evaluation
man.
hit the low point. No escape. She might as well have abducted Ars.
All
Even though
hope
Ars
is
might have came on his
lost.
own accord, without a doubt they had betrayed Rudius. She could no longer look her family
This
in the eyes.
isn't going to turn out
Even if they
good.
meet again, there's no doubt she had betrayed
GG's.
everyone. She doesn't deserve to meet her family. Ran away for a year, and now pregnant to boot. Utterly unforgivable. Aisha gave up. Rudius point of view. Aisha lays flat on a bed. It's small and modest. The blanket and bed sheets are in Aisha's preferences. A small figure and potted plant line the windowsill. From there sunlight shines, bathing Aisha's face and hair. Seeing Aisha, I could understand. How we managed to find Aisha and ours. If she really tried, I don't think anyone would ever find them. In truth, they have already hid themselves for well over a year. So was they suddenly found? The answer was obvious with just one look at her. Lying flat her back, a bump is visible on Aisha's belly. She's pregnant. Hampered by pregnancy, she could no longer maneuver freely about. A chink in the armor. So unexpected of Aisha. Those words snuck from my lips. Rare to see a mistake by the normally flawless Aisha. She couldn't move if she's pregnant. Aisha should have anticipated that. After helping Sylvie and others with their pregnancies, she's no doubt aware. Even if she hadn't experienced it personally, she could have at least expected it. That was what I thought too. Spent rest of my life with ours. Even brother would never find us. But I can't do anything right. Aisha looking down, rubbing her own belly. Because I like ours. Even knowing the consequences of getting pregnant, I still desired it. It was wonderful. Because I love ours. Dark circles under Aisha's eyes. She must have struggled. She knew what can't happen, but she couldn't help herself. Even if her mind was set, her body could do little to resist, and this was the consequence. She couldn't help herself. Hey, Ai-chan, what's it all about, anyways? Who knows, really? But I was the same way when Sylvie and I got married. Really? Then, it really was love. Love. Is it? I don't really know. I suppose love and lust are two sides of the same coin. Ultimately, they're both instincts. Why didn't you tell anybody? They wouldn't approve. I knew it from the start. They might. They won't. I done wrong. No one would support me. Even if Lilia strongly rejected them, Sylvie might have approved. If we talked it out beforehand, maybe even I won't have been so stubborn. Hey, Ai-chan, is ours alright? Yeah, but he did get a beating from Eris. I see. Ours is her baby boy. I'm glad he's fine. Aisha could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ai-chan, what's going to happen next? Still thinking about it? No way for you to ever forgive me. Sure I can. How? I'm about to birth a child for your precious baby boy. The fault wasn't yours alone, that you had eloped. I was wrong, and so was ours. Ours did nothing wrong. He was small. I seduced him and got him to do as I desired. It was my fault. Ai-chan, surely you knew that. Ours isn't a little kid anymore. Even though he's still not yet mature, he's no longer that timid boy he was. That boy decided on his own accord to be here.
Oh, that's some bullshit right there.
Certainly Ai-chan
Oh,
refuses
that's
to
some
acknowledge the
bullshit
baby in my
right
belly.
there.
True,
Holy
I hate
shit.
to accept it. But, well, it can't be helped. What's done's done. You're not going to cut my belly open, pull the
Bro,
embryo
come
out, and kill the baby. Nobody would do that. They do. The aristocracies in Mealy's do. If there's an unwanted pregnancy, they'll drug the mother, cut the belly, abort the baby, then use healing magic to stitch her back up. But with a degraded healing magic to ensure that she may never be pregnant again. Wow, how horrifying. Well, I guess it's a form of abortion. Then you'll split ours and I apart. No, wait, you're going to kill me. I won't kill you. Stop that. Why do you keep imagining all these terrible things? Don't. Do you really think I would do anything like that? But I betrayed you, Ai-chan. I seduced and abducted your most precious, that made you took arms against Orsted-sama, and made him my own. I knew family is everything to Ai-chan. You would never forgive the ones that caused us harm. I knew it when I saw Ai-chan's anger a year ago. I took your most precious, ruined it, and became your enemy. Yet, I thought I could survive, as long as I run away. But with my belly growing bigger by the day, I could no longer move about freely. No longer able to keep tabs on Intel or the mercenary. So terrified, I can no longer sleep, only wondering when Ai-chan will finally show. I could do nothing. My legs even refused to move today. Aisha's voice was filled of sorrow. I don't remember Aisha ever so pessimistic. What changed in the past year? No, perhaps it's morning sickness talking for her. I should calm her down. Aisha, it's purely a fight between siblings. Yes, we might have overdid it a little.
Oh,
but I
shut
never saw
up.
you as
Oh,
my enemy,
shut up.
ever.
Shut up.
But that day a year
Shut
ago,
up.
you looked so terrifying. Like
Oh
if someone
my
had the audacity to do a
gosh.
rock speed race in front of you. I unconsciously rubbed my chin when I heard
Oh
that.
my gosh, bro.
Really?
What the
I looked like that.
Bruh.
I did that to Aisha? Yes, that did happen. I was irrational, and my emotions got the better of me. Perhaps I did act that way.
Oh, shut
Well,
up.
How about now? Like the day Norn got married. Okay, that works. Saying that, I sat myself by the bed. Lightly I paddled Aisha's stiffened legs. Even though it sent shivers down her spine, Aisha did not resist. Thin, yet strong. In the past year, these legs had traveled many roads. Her skin was a bit dry. She's still shivering. Aisha. That kind of relationship between siblings is something I still can't get a handle on. Oh. But that was due to my life's experience. Just that in my case, it was far worse, shameful, more one-sided, and even less unforgivable. So naturally I was yelled at, beaten, and abandoned. It was because of what happened back then, that I found it so instinctively repulsive. If we're going to talk, I probably should start from the very beginning, but these words easily slipped out my mouth somehow. In some ways, that was the start of it all. And I guess it ended up well for me. Even though I could never erase what had happened. Nor could I ever apologize for what I done. But how do I explain my past? If I just declare in such a solemn situation, actually, I came from a different world. Certainly no one would believe me. Rather, they'll just be flabbergasted and wondering what game I'm playing. Ah, this was about Ai-chan's previous life in another world. I stopped patting her legs out of surprise. I mentioned this before. Based on the conversations with Nanahoshi, and the actions of Oni-chan with Orsted-sama, I figured it out. Oh. I see. So Aisha would understand? She certainly has a knack for figuring things out. You've been
Fucking
hiding it.
hell.
I'm afraid to tell, especially with mother.
Ugh.
All the pain she suffered for her baby, whom turns out a grown man. She'd despise me. Wouldn't you think
They're
so?
both bad.
Not really. Orsted-sama also has
This
memories of his
chapter.
past lives.
This
It's rare,
chapter.
but it does happen. It's not like your personality changed suddenly or something. To me, Oni-chan has always been Oni-chan. Even if you end up a few years older, it's not a big deal. I see. Thank you. I guess you could think of it that way. Certainly, this world has had quite a few reincarnations, including Orsted. Nothing so strange about adding me to that list. I doubt anyone would be overly shocked. Sylphine will be fine, Roxine will be fine. Erisne, I am not too sure about her. Eris already overheard about my past. But she promised to kept it a secret. She must have kept it? Really? So why not tell them? Everyone would probably just say, is that all?
Bro,
Because I'm already
this
released.
shit's so fucking
Prego.
unbearable.
It's in there.
I knew that was gonna turn out funny. But oh my gosh. This whole thing, like, oh my gosh. No wonder he fucking deleted this. Aisha and Rudius are just so fucking bad in this chapter. Like, there were moments where Rudius was good, but then
Robot
the freaking
voice go
flashback. I'm gonna stop this if it keeps going. Like, this is so bad. Like, I can't. I can't. Like, Rudius was at times like good in this. I'm gonna stop, dude. You guys are gonna be going nuts here.
Yeah.
This is so bad. Like, I've seen like so much shit here. Like, I'm gonna stop this. I need to be able to think.
Read Old Dragon's Tale. Fire, 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 fire.
Yeah. I gotta pause the chat to speech real quick. Like, this is so bad. Rudius was at times like actually decent in these chapters, but then a switch fucking flipped in the author's head and was like, you know what? I need to get him for some reason. I need to get him to allow Aisha to do this stuff. So what do? I make him even more messed up in his past life. All right, how are you gonna do that? I make him stalk his niece. Oh fuck. And then I'll have Aisha get out of the situation with Rudius saying that he did worse in his past life. Oh fuck, no. And then, but she will also be pregnant. Oh fuck, dude. What? And remember that ours is still 12 at this time. Gosh dang it, what are you doing? And Rudius will approve and they will live happily ever after. Oh fuck, dude. This thing is beyond repair. No shit, he fucking deleted this chapter, bro. Technically, Aisha still did worse. Yeah, she did. But they both did really fucked up shit. It's, again, you're comparing two ultimate evils here. Like, the fuck is happening? Man. This shit's so fucking embarrassing at times, man. Like, I read this shit, bro? What the fuck?
Imagine if the baby in your belly have memories of his previous life, won't you find that repulsive? If he protects us as well as Oni-chan did, I won't mind. Oh, really? Is that all? I thought it would be repulsive. But maybe I just hate my old self. So I keep imagining someone like me. Aisha raised herself up and dragged her body next to mine. Want to tell me the whole story? Sure. With that said, I stood up, grabbed a chair nearby, and sat myself in front of Aisha. Sitting in front of Aisha, I took a look at her belly. Looks like she'll be in labor soon. In my previous life, I was a human scum. When I was young, I was pretty normal, but starting middle school. One by one, I told her everything about my past life. What kind of person I was, my state of mind when I came to this world. What still pained me in my heart, and what I managed to overcome. It wasn't a long conversation. Even though I spent 34 years in my previous life, it was nothing special. While I was at it, I also talked about this life. How Paul helped me. How I felt when I found Norn. How I felt about Lilia and Zenith. And how I accepted Aisha as sister, as family. Aisha listened in silence. She chipped in the conversation at time, but mostly listened in silence. That's how I ended up with a happy life that I didn't have in my past life. These days are precious to me. I said in summary. Oni-chan is really incredible. Really. If Oni-chan kills me right here, and I reincarnates, I wouldn't have tried so hard. I said I won't already. I can't start a family. Really? Yes. Even though I love ours. I definitely can't start a family with ours here. What's this all about? Ours love Aisha, swore to protect her. But Aisha thinks differently. When ours was born, I was so happy. But that wasn't love then, not what I feel now. Now it's Aisha's turn to tell her life story. How excited she was when ours born. Eagerly waiting for him to mature, protecting his everyday happiness. Watching him grow day by day. Then one day, out of the blue he confessed to her. Since that day they threw caution to the wind. Even though it's wrong, they lived uninhibited lives. Then I found out. Rejected in a family meeting, utterly defeated, yet she still likes ours.
Fucking
Wants happy lives with
you.
him. So they eloped. Then she got pregnant, and realized she's wrong. This won't lead to happiness. They just trapped themselves in misfortune. Aisha's voice fell faint. She seemed ready to give up the struggle. There's 2 things I must ask you. Okay. Has Hitagami ever contacted you? During our discussion, I suddenly thought of the possibility. Hitagami could easily interfere during the weakness bore by pregnancy. If they eloped under the advice of Hitagami, that'd make me really happy. It was all his fault. So come home. I would say. No, never. It was my idea. Is that so? Well, of course. I have always cautioned them against Hitagami's advice. Even without Hitagami's prodding, Aisha would have decided to elope anyways. And the other? You didn't use contraception. Oni-chan, there's only so many ways to buy the contraptions you made, I'll leave a trail if I did. Oh, you're right. Even though there's a stash in the basement, for everyday use they're difficult to acquire. Can I ask one more? But you already asked 2. Okay, fine. Are you happy? Aisha looked down after listening. Her mouth closed, her face serious. Then she said. She is. Happiness. Aisha is, even though she knew this happiness couldn't continue. No, it was because she has no other choice, it was for happiness that they eloped. If I didn't find you, would you have stayed happy? Aisha shook her head meekly. To this day, ours lets me control him like a puppet, and I probably would never change either. In that case. Probably. I see. I cleared my throat and stared right at Aisha. Time for the main topic. Aisha also looks back at me. Even with the dark circles on her eye, there's an intensity in her eyes. Different from
This
before when
could
she's
have
ready to face death.
been
It's
a
resolution.
decent
I have 2
chapter if
wishes.
they didn't
Please
pair
forgive
ours with
And also,
Aisha.
the baby in my
Fucking
belly.
hell.
Please let him live. Aisha rubbed her belly when she mentioned it. She will be in labor any time now. The baby will be born
What
soon.
the fuck?
I deserve death. Or at least, punishment. I'm grateful that Oni-chan still sees me as family, but what I have done was unforgivable. From a forward position, I leaned back. With my back against the chair, I looked up towards the ceiling. Trying to organize my thoughts. Quickly organize what I want to say. It's been a year. I had a year
We'll
to think it.
see. We'll
I
see
think,
what happens
given my
here.
past, I can't accept your relationship with ours. Yes. Even without my past, I can't help but feel that you have betrayed my trust. Yes. But I'll give you my blessings. Even though I still find it difficult to accept, but I also understand my own internal scars. It's an emotional thing, so let's put emotions aside. No, that's not right.
Yikes.
You shouldn't forgive me. This isn't just an emotional issue. If you forgive me,
It
it'll ruin the reputation
happened.
of Grey House.
It
Grey
fucking
House's fame was hard won.
happened.
We must protect it.
Fuck.
I don't really care about that. It's not just Oni-chan. Lucy, Lara, Sieg, Lilia, and
It's
Xena.
over.
They would also be unhappy. It might even cause them harm. That's why, punish me. So you can speak the truth when asked. It kind of bothers me that Aisha insists on this. Has she ignored how I treated her as family? No matter how twisted I become, I'll never abandon my family. If anyone ever dare to demand you killed, I will kill him. Doubly so if anyone dare to touch my children. I straighten up, and look towards Aisha. Aisha stared at me wide-eyed. Aisha. This time, you made a mistake. Eloping was the worst choice. But you also said it too, you had no other. It might be the first time you felt so trapped, but for average folks like me, it's commonplace. The mind is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. Even when you know it, you can't do what's right. Staring right at Aisha, I continued. If you have eloped with someone else's son, or if ours became an invalid as a result, even I don't know what I would do to you. But ours has become strong. He's maturing properly. Ours is a child of my house, but so are you. Because both of you belong in my household, I instinctively find it repulsive. But also because you're both in my household, this problem should stay in the family. I laid out every scenario. Even though I don't want to be emotional, I guess it's an inherently emotional topic. Now that I laid it all out there, I reached for my conclusion. This was a family problem, nobody has to die. Aisha listened in silence, lips wired tight. Tears began to flow from her eyes. But Aisha quickly wiped them away. Let's figure it out, one problem at a time. Okay. Aisha nodded. Let's resolve this rationally. Let's speak calmly and composed. First problem is ours. He's my precious son, and he's still young. Making a move on him was wrong. Yes. But everyone grows up eventually. Even though you said ours hasn't changed, I can tell how much more capable he became in the last year. Even if he's still immature in some ways.
It's
But
not
same goes for
about
everyone.
it's
Everyone is a
not
little
I'm
immature.
not
Same goes for you.
concerned about
Do you accept
the
your own
freaking
immaturity for what
hurting
happened?
a child.
Since he's still
That's
immature,
not what
ours
I'm
should continue his education.
that's not what
I
I'm
hope that'll help him
thinking. This
grow up.
whole
I will not
situation
allow
is
for marriage before
fucked.
you reach adulthood. This I'm adamant on. At the minimum, ours still can't protect Aisha. Even though he wants to, even though he has the will, he's still incapable. He needs to toughen up, but I'm sure he's aware of that now. That is plain to see, given the state of Aisha. Even emotionally, he's not there to protect Aisha. Wait, was I ever there for my wives emotionally? Put that aside for now. Until he graduates and become an adult, until he has a job and be independent, then I'll allow for your marriage. No, marriage alone won't be enough, since you would already have a child. I won't accept anything but complete effort. Ours is the firstborn son. What about the family legacy? Grere House has no rules about that. We can have Lucy lead the family, or ours can with you as his supporting wife. Surely, that's impossible? I'm just but a maid. If being maid is an issue, I'll just fire you. Honorable discharge as a result of marriage. Haha, what? Aisha smiled. Barely there, but she smiled. Next, your problem. First, you didn't discuss it with anyone. Whether it was making a move with ours, or eloping, you never discussed it with anyone. If you did your groundwork, someone would have stood up for you when I won't budge. If you did that, I could have prepared myself. That's right. Why didn't I do anything? Maybe with Aisha as my opponent, I didn't want to use tricks. Why are you asking me? Well, it would really have bothered me if someone stifled my objections. And your eloping caused everyone a lot of trouble. Everyone's angry. Everyone is worried about you. Then what should I do? Well, reflect on your actions. What to do after making a mistake. How to correct your errors. Apologize. Would I be forgiven if I apologize? Talk it out first. That's up to the other side to decide. In particular, Lilia. The grandmother of the house was emotionally scarred by what happened. There's no escape from that discussion. And you should have waited.
She should be
Ours was just
scarred
too
from
young for
this.
I know.
What the fuck
But
did
maybe
you
you're at
do
that age when
to
it made you anxious. No,
raise
that's not.
such a monster?
Probably not. I can't explain it.
Holy.
Regardless, at least wait until he becomes an adult. When ours comes up to me and say, I'm independent now. Let me marry her. And even I'll promptly refuse, but ultimately I'll cave. Because nobody will be doing anything wrong then. Well, I might still be unreasonable and refuse. Lilia certainly wouldn't approve, but put that aside for now. But at least I won't demand their separation. And they won't have to elope. Ultimately, Sylvie or Roxy would make me reconsider. And finally, my problem. I was also wrong. Ani-chan did nothing wrong. I always told you to live as you like. Yet as soon as we have our disagreement, I expected you to relent. That was wrong. I should have sorted my own feelings first before deciding. It couldn't be helped that things turned out that way. I was timid. I should remember that. I need to reflect on my actions. Is there anything else, now that we said all that? Ani-chan, you need to communicate with your kids better. AHH. You're right. Even though I don't know what to talk about, I'll try to make the time. Looking over what happened, I could have talked more with ours. If ours trusted me more, maybe this wouldn't have to happen. Not just ours. Other children as well. I should be more aware of what's going on with them. Anything else? If not, how about we head home? What to do with you and ours, how about we decide it as a family again? Aisha held a troubled expression. Is there some concerns we haven't discussed? But without bringing up anything else, she nodded. Okay. I understand. Then I'll tell them to come in. I stood back up. After we get home, convince Lilia and let things return to normal. That's not going to happen. There's no going back. Because a lot has changed. The family grows by one. Things change. And when that happens, all we can do is move forward. Ani-chan. While I was thinking that, Aisha called for me. Turned around, Aisha's face a mess, in tears she said. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. So sorry. I walked toward Aisha, whose tears gushing out, and patted her on her head. Aisha kept crying. Sylvie and the others, who came in out of concern, were also crying. Maybe because of how exemplar she always been, I never noticed, but my youngest sister might be a bigger baby than her older sister. With that, the case of Aisha and ours running away came to a close. Brought those two home. As soon as she saw Aisha with a swollen belly, Lilia fell. Not fainted, simply completely collapsed on the floor, but immediately she got back up and head to the kitchen, wielding a large knife on her return. I had rushed to disarm her.
Holy shit.
Now that it comes to that, this is the only way I can make amends.
Oh,
As
fuck.
she shouts, I snatched the knife from her hands. I hurried to explain what happened after Aisha eloped, what we already talked about, and that I have accepted their relationship.
That was
After
funny.
the explanation, Lilia finally calmed down, visibly exhausted. Then she fell asleep. Her face so pale, it made you wonder if Lilia had always been so frail.
Oh,
I
fuck,
suppose
that's
after
funny.
spending a year in anxiety, it got the better of her. While nursing Lilia, I carefully gave her my views on the matter. Indeed, there are various opinions on the marriage between close relatives. But the feelings between Aisha and ours are mutual and sincere. In the past year, ours gained a sense of resolution, and Aisha also had grown. And I would like them to have the freedom to live their own lives. Lilia listened in silence as I slowly explained everything bit by bit. I was an unfaithful woman, seducing Paul Sama, hurting Zenith Sama. I think that's why my own daughter would think to make a move on Ars-sama. All I could think about in the past year was if only I hadn't given birth to that child. Of course, I didn't plan to actually say that to Aisha. Zenith-sama had already scolded me once for saying so already. Zenith was sitting on a chair in Lilia's room. Same as always, looking dazed, at nowhere in particular.
Holy
I
shit.
don't know when that conversation took place. But even in her condition, Zenith could understand our conversation, could act upon it. Words like if I only haven't gave birth to that child would certainly drew a beating. Even I would been angry. Because it robbed the purpose of the conversation Paul, Zenith, Lilia, and I had on that particular day. It would erase our happiness on the day when Norn and Aisha were born. It's one thing for her to seduce Ars-sama, but now that her belly is already so big, there's no turning back. In the end, that girl is indeed of my blood. Seducing the master she swore to protect, buying rank with her body in exchange. It's all because of lowborn, leche blood flowing in her. Even if she didn't intend to seduce Ars-sama. Aisha had no doubt manipulated Ars-sama. I told her that she's wrong. Aisha wasn't lowborn. It was an accident. The relationship just happened to be between master and servant. If you like someone, you naturally want him to like you back. And if you work hard at it, naturally he'll respond, even if he didn't felt the same way before. It's only natural. Aisha and Ars were always close, only an age gap separated them. Indeed, Ars was a little too young, but Aisha wasn't much better. She might be older, but her heart was still young. That's how I persuaded her. Rudia-sama, what should I do? I replied, I have already accepted them. So Aisha, Ars, and Lilia should sit down and calmly talk it out. Find an understanding. He may be young, but Ars was also acting on his own initiative. Aisha worked hard to love Ars in her own way. Even if she had pushed Ars to fall for her feelings for him was no lie. I understand. Then should I bring them over? Or should we wait for a bit? Right now is fine. With that said, I headed out the room. I called out to Aisha and Ars, whom were waiting meekly in the living room. The children had them surrounded, peppering them with questions. Come. What happened? I explained Lilia's current condition and her thoughts on them. She believed it was her fault that Aisha turned out like this. And that Ars was definitely fooled by Aisha. That she's in dismay over what happened. And that they should have a proper talk with Lilia. They nod in agreement and stood up. I stopped them before they left the living room. What is it? Several things that you must discuss. First, 3 things Ars must remember. You are not visiting your grandma anymore, but the mother of your loved one. It was because you couldn't protect your loved one, that you're in current predicament. You need to ask the mother sincerely, for the hand of her daughter. And 3 things Ars must understand. How worried you made everyone around you. What you have done wrong. And also what Aisha did wrong, and what her weaknesses are. Then you need to consider how you'll protect Aisha from now on. And what you still have to learn. To accomplish these points, he must learn how Lilia felt. He must have a heart-to-heart with the mother that raised Aisha, who more than anyone else worried over her. If she won't approve, he must convince her. If he wishes to be with Aisha, he must pass that test. Okay. I get it. Ars nods. He reminds me of Eris. Aisha, confide to her all that you said me about what you felt since eloping. Don't employ silence or lies to avoid a confrontation. Even if Lilia gets angry, even if she becomes agitated, bear it, and talk it out. Have a true heart-to-heart discussion. I understand. Aisha and Ars nod in earnest. Watching them walk away, I silently murmured, do your best. Afterwards, I do not know what Aisha, Lilia, and Ars talked about. They spoke for a significant duration, 5, 6 hours, maybe even more. Several times I could hear Lilia screaming. Aisha raised her voice once as well. But ultimately as time passed, the shouting lessened, and eventually stopped. And it was over. When she came downstairs, Lilia looked utterly exhausted, near complete collapse, but her heart had finally accepted them. Afterwards, Aisha and Ars apologized to the rest of the family. Sorry that we made you worried. Sorry that we caused you trouble. Sorry that we betrayed you. They kept their heads down throughout. Nobody really pushed the issue over what happened. Even though Lucy glared at Ars, and Norn scolded Aisha. Ultimately everyone breathed a little easier. Then it was time for Aisha's and Ars' punishment. It's a bit complicated. First, cut off the relationship with Aisha. For her to be removed from the family name. This was on Aisha's own suggestion. The traitor must be punished. True in every world. Aisha also suggested ruining the traitor's reproductive organs, but I flatly refused it. Instead, after Aisha gave birth, she'll lose her family name and be banished. By banished, I mean she'll attend Azure Royal Academy. From the ordeal, she realized her own immaturity. Become a more wholesome individual from school. Maybe not that far, but she felt she need a fresh start with her education. Learn how to better empathize with others, she explained. Also as punishment for what happened, her child will be left in my care. Until Ars can stand on his own 2 feet, she would not reunite with her child. After giving birth, she'll only have a brief respite with the child. That was Aisha's punishment. Aisha said I'm letting her off easy, but I thought that would be enough. Because I myself understand the pain of not being able to see one's own flesh and blood. Well, even if it's for Aisha's own good, I couldn't help but feel sorry for the innocent child torn from his mother. Poor child. Of course, I'll dutifully care for him. But it still might leave the child scarred for life. Now that I thought about it, is this really necessary? Just let Aisha stay home and flirt with Ars. I thought of that too. But this time, Aisha really ought to accept some punishment. She must understand the consequences of her actions, and have them carved deep in her heart. Given that, the only thing I could do is to shower the child with even more love than a mother can provide. Of course, just because we banished her doesn't mean I abandoned her. After separating from Ars, can Aisha survive and grow on her own? I look forward to finding out. This time she definitely can do it. Ars returned to school after he came home. He didn't receive an equal punishment, in consideration of his age. But neither physically or mentally, he could be Aisha's support. I hope he would properly reflect on what happened, and use that as motivation to mature. And once Ars graduates and becomes an adult, once Eris and I determines that he can live independently, then he can go do as he pleased. If he wants to go off to Azura Kingdom and bring back Aisha for marriage, I'll allow it. As expected, Ars hated the idea of separating from Aisha. But after the result of his battle with Eris, after seeing the dark circles under Aisha's eyes, he timidly agreed. Even though he may not be ready in mind or body, at least his will and fighting spirit are already there. Ars will definitely grow up and marry Aisha. If after growing up he lost interest in Aisha, I'd make him pay for knocking her up. To the public, I announced that Ars got engaged, and Aisha married off somewhere. No reason to air our family's dirty laundry to strangers, or cause more trouble for the children. Aisha said. After that I brought Ars and Aisha to various places to apologize. All the people involved in the search. Explained to them what happened. Of course due to the trouble they caused, I also explained the punishments for Ars and Aisha. Like always, Zanabo laughed happily and said, ha ha ha, you found what's most important. Ariel inquired, since you banished Aisha, can I pick her up? Orsted simply nodded, looking fearsome as usual. Alec apparently managed to track down Kirishika in the demon continent, and was about to boast to me on her whereabouts, but it's a little late for that. Ruchard felt conflicted about the whole situation, so he finally could breathe a sigh of relief. Perogius just snickered, ha. So you got caught. Speaking of which, in this particular situation surrounding Aisha's disappearance, even though he wasn't active, he seems to have given Aisha a hand. I should really just snitch him to Orsted. When we went to the mercenary corps, those that took Aisha's side had their tails stiff and wouldn't look me in the eyes. This bunch of traitors. The original purpose of the mercenary corps was to expand Orsted's influence throughout the world. With so many traitors, should I just clean house? Though it was a passing thought, I was aware of the possibility of traitors from the beginning. Since this organization was originally created from specifically to counter Hitagami. In the first place, Aisha willed everyone's weakness as protection against Hitagami's ability to turn people. Even though Aisha used that power to do something naughty. But this time, I'll let the mercenary corporate off easy. Since there are individuals that stuck by my side, like Rainia and Persona. This way they all owe me one. Conversely, even if I tried to clean house, there's so many branches all over the world. It would just be a hassle. Since many had knowledge of the teleportation circles and telecommunication tablets, it may cause even greater trouble. Speaking of Rainia and Persona, they're busy scolding all the traitors. Even though they didn't contribute either. All the corp members that took Aisha's side, while they're terrified of the consequences of betraying me, none of them tried to blame Aisha or said things like, I was only following orders, or I was threatened. Rather, they all adored Aisha. I hope Aisha would better appreciate their sentiments next time. Regardless, no one was angry. Just a little uneasy. After the apology tour, Aisha gave birth. The son of Aisha and Ars. He'll be my first grandchild, a son. Named Leroy. Leroy Grere. Intelligent like Aisha, but with a perverse fondness for large breasts like Ars. Similar to both his parents in a way, he's a rowdy boy. Originally I suggested naming him after his parents, or maybe grandparents, but Aisha laughed it off as something only Ai-chan would do. Still, my first grandchild,
cursed
it doesn't feel
Leroy.
real yet. After all,
His
Chris was but
existence is a
baby nearly 3 years
curse.
ago. It feels more like a new child instead. Somehow I'm already a grandfather. Aisha sure knows how to take care of babies. Hard to believe that this was her first. But not wholly unexpected, since I had relied on her from Lucy until Chris. Not that she was alone in the effort, but she always had a knack for it. As expected, she had the knack as mother too. Of course, all the women in the family helped with child rearing. Despite what happened, everyone welcomed Leroy and dotes on him. That makes me happy. In particular was Lilia, who did a complete 180 as soon as Leroy was born. You would never believe she once fervently opposed Aisha's and Ars relationship, seeing how she spoiled Leroy. Not that I don't understand it. Since Lilia and I don't have blood relations, Leroy is her first grandson. If it wasn't for the fact that Ars was my son, there would be no reason for her to ever resist doting him. Even though Lilia is happy, I'm getting worried that he'll be spoiled rotten at this rate. Ars is diligently learning how to change diapers. Right now he's eagerly learning from Aisha and Lilia how to raise a child. Even though I agreed to raise him, I'll mostly leaving that to Ars. Of course, I'll be supporting him from the side. But ultimately, Ars needs to be able to handle his job as a parent. Even though he's 12, he's already a father, there's no escape from the responsibility. Ars is self-aware of this point, and
He's
giving it his all.
12.
Attending school like normal, training even harder with Eris. Working hard in other aspects as well. One day, he'll catch up with Aisha. Are my kids all going to get married off, one after another? How many gaggles of grandkids will I have? Even though Ars might be a bit early, but Lucy has already reached marriageable age. Although Clive and her dated, now that he's off to Mealy's, I'm worried that they will grow apart. Maybe they have committed to something before separating, but reality could be cruel. Maybe Lucy would find new love when boarding at Azure Royal Academy, and end up dating someone else. Lara doesn't seem particularly inclined in that direction. But she also seems like the type of kid that would suddenly bring a boy home. Leo still sticks to her like glue. Maybe Leo will help her find someone. A little too early for Sieg and the rest. Still, seeing Ars already is a father at his age, would the other ones try to one-up him? That I do not know. Maybe it'll happen again, another prospect with a complicated background. Since she's such a daddy's girl, maybe she'll end up bringing a fat 34-year-old need home. I might feel repulsed and flatly reject him, but eventually I'd have to have a proper talk with her. If he's a need, maybe we could get along rather well. No, more than making good conversations, what matters is his strengths. Ah, my breasts. Leroy, you're such a brat. Aisha, don't spoil him. Yes, mother. Leroy is happily burying his face in Aisha's chest. Lilia sits by, smiling warmly. Ars has a it can't be helped look on his face. Don't act like that, you're exactly the same when you're little. Eh. Don't tell me Leroy will make a move on Lilia or Chris when he turns 10? I'll be a great-grandfather by 40? No, no, that's impossible. That won't happen again in this household. Well, I don't know how it'll turn out, and there's no way to predict the future. If that happens again, maybe I'll get a better handle on it than this time. Looking at the blessing before me, I couldn't help but wonder. Then it's time for separation. Aisha switched to a travel outfit, completely different from what she wore as a maid, carrying a baggage on her back. In it only a few select cloth and personal items from her room. But no maid costume. The maid costume she had wore for so long is now stored in the basement. Goodbye, Leroy. Aisha hugs Leroy. The boy she only spent a few short days with. Even though she once said the punishment was too light, but as she hugged Leroy, tears still flood out. Seeing this, I knew that Leroy wasn't an unwanted boy, and couldn't help but cry also. Well. Mother, Ani I-chan, I'll leave Leroy to you. Aisha hands Leroy to Lilia. Leroy looks blankly at Aisha. But as if realizing something, he suddenly cries out. Instincts tell him that his mother is leaving him. Aisha could only kiss the crying Leroy on the cheek. Ars, do your best. Yes. Ars answered. He's still small. He now reached Aisha height-wise. When they reunite, he'll probably be even taller. Well, everyone, I'm heading out. To those seeing her off, Aisha finally said, I'm heading out.
Be gone.
Not
Goodbye.
Not I'm sorry.
Go
Just
away.
that I'm heading out.
Go.
That makes me glad.
Get out.
Aisha steps by the gate, and turns around once more.
Oh my
Looking at me,
gosh.
the three wives, and the kids. She slightly bowed. Then after touching Beat by the gate, she leaves. Hey, Sylphie, Roxy, Eris. When I head back in, I called out to the three wives. They all stopped to look at me. Looking surprised. I have something I must say. Can you come to the bedroom? Is it important? Yes, very important. Maybe not absolutely necessary. That's what I still believe. But I do want to tell. After telling Aisha, I must tell them too. About memory of my past life. And who I was in my past life. After today, I'll spend more time with my children, talk with them more, play with them more. That way, I won't let this mistake repeat itself. But no matter how careful, no matter how clear-minded, sometimes the body can't control itself. Since in the memory of my past life, there are probably other terrible scars that I still don't remember. I want to explain to my wives that. That way if I act unreasonable again, they could come to my aid. It's very, very important. I won't disappoint again. Holding on to that belief, we head to the bedroom. 4 years passed. Eris has passed on to Ars Longsword of Light. Sword God style Saint level. Water and Fire Magic Advanced level. Even though he's not very good at healing magic, enchantless magic he has reached intermediate level. Because he was held back a grade, he couldn't graduate on stage, but he still scored very highly. On his graduation, I asked Ars, have you become an adult that can stand on your own 2 feet yet? Are you mentally and physically prepared to protect Aisha? Ars said he didn't know. But reflecting on what happened, and he understood that it could not have continued. Yet he still loved Aisha the same as those days, he'll keep working hard, he answered. Pleased by his answer, I said, I'm waiting for you. Ars gasped in surprise. And loudly he shouted, yes. Then he raced toward Azura Kingdom to marry Aisha, who had already graduated and currently working under Ariel. In 4 years, Aisha had changed slightly as well. She now works hard to empathize with others. No longer just pinging for their weaknesses, speaking selfishly less often, no longer constantly scheming, and tries to look for the best solution rather than only that which was most efficient. In a way, Aisha no longer has that sharp edge she once had. But the current Aisha no longer tries to use everyone around her to her own advantage, and no longer pressures people just to get things done. I think this is also personal growth. The couple settled down in the city of Magic Sharia and bought a house. Ars, Aisha, and Leroy are living together there. Of course, they maintained a warm relationship with my house. They'll often visit, and we always welcome them here. Like before, Aisha would busy herself on housework, tending her gardens. But she no longer wears her maid uniform. Never again would she wear a maid uniform. Aisha had finally become an adult. When I woke up, I saw someone coming.
It's Joey Ver. Of course it did.
Wait, what?
You think he would punish Leroy? Sorry,
How far back are
Leroy is the baby.
How far back is this?
He didn't approve but can't hurt a child. In Alabama this is common, it's fine. And Monte Rey, and Santiago del Estero.
Oh, it's not going to play the rest. All right. Oh my gosh. I think that's it, right? We're done. We're done. Is that it? I think that's it. Hold up. Now read Old Dragon's Tale? No. No. That'll be for another stream. That's it for the Aisha arc. Yep. So what's next? What's next on here? So that's gonna be a chapter. What chapters do we got here? So if I had to look, how many chapters we have? We have a lot of chapters. Holy shit. All right. He's too young, but at least he's 16 now. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's fucking cringe, bro. This whole thing's cringe. I'll turn back on the Texas speech.
Nanahoshi chapter is the final one, I think.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. That one's probably going to be really good. So last to leave the nest. I don't know. I think after Redundancy, I'll probably read the Old Dragon's Tale then. I'm excited for that one. That one's going to be really fun because like the content of the story is actually like relevant to like everything that happens in Mushoku Tensei and the background behind the entire world, and I'm really interested in that. I really like that. This
ODT
chapter though,
cool.
Those chapters are fucking atrocious. I don't want to fucking experience those again. Holy shit, bro.
Yes, it
crazy
does.
Shit. Crazy shit. It's Old Dragon's Tale seems like a lot more important than Redundancy, and that's one thing I don't like about Redundancy. None of it feels important. With the exception of the Aisha chapter, that one just felt important in the sense that it's cursed as fuck. So yeah. Definitely the most engaging Redundancy chapter I've ever seen. That one's like that one catches your attention for the worse. It's bad, but
Jobbles
kept my
obliged. It's
attention.
good but very cringe since Siegharth has Chiyunibia.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know when.
I like seeing the kids grow up and the cast aging.
I'm indifferent to that. I don't care about that. I care more about like important things happening in the story rather than that seeing characters age and stuff. It's like with Incredibles 2. Like you saw like the people were complaining about like the characters not aging in the sequel of The Incredibles, but as long as the story is good, I wouldn't be complaining. But unfortunately, with Incredibles 2, the story was bad. So I don't know. We got the opposite situation here with the story not being that important and not feeling as impactful. Yeah, there just aren't that many emotional moments. Like outside of like that one fight scene with ours, like this chapter, like I don't remember too many situations that felt nearly that emotional. You're not getting like anything with what is it, the Zanaba and his like brother dying. Like that was an emotional bit that I still remember now. The entirety of volume 15, that shit was crazy. All of the final chapter of the official series, like that was insanely well done, really emotional. Stuff like that is stuff I really like why I really like reading Mushoku Tensei, but like Redundancy doesn't really have many moments like that. It's not. And I have a feeling that Old Dragon's Tale will be a lot like the final chapter of the actual Mushoku Tensei novels. I'm hoping, because I'm hoping it maintains a level of emotional beats, but also maintains like the importance and relevance to the story. Because when you have those two things, I think you're doing something really good, and that's what I really like about the story. But Redundancy only occasionally hits the emotional bit. Everything else is not that important. Where am I reading this?
Where are you reading this?
So I downloaded these web novels off of the Mushoku Tensei community Discord. You can find a link to it on Reddit, I believe, on the subreddit.
In that case, I think you will like Jobbles Obliged, unlike me.
Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, people were saying like the Orsted chapters were in Redundancy were really good. It didn't hit at either of those 2 points for me, so no. So yeah, I have a feeling I would have liked these sets of chapters a lot more if it wasn't such a predatory freaking like child grooming piece of shit. If it was like a normal like marriage thing, like I think it would have been a lot better. But I don't know. These whole chapters are fucked, dude. I'm glad he's rewriting it. All right. Well, I
gave up on Redundancy halfway because I felt like with each one I read they just kept on making me dislike the characters more and more.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that same feeling with Sylphie. Like, I don't think there's been a single chapter with her in Redundancy that's really made her character any better. Especially with how she treated ours and Aisha, but
Still
like,
want to see
hey,
Gay
that's not
Talahand.
canon anymore. That's not. You still want to see Gay Talahand. Hold up. How long are those chapters? How long are those chapters? Let me look. All right. Let's see here. I don't think that's it.
Christ chapter is the best chapter TBH. It makes me cry.
Okay. I'm trying to find the chapter in this huge ass PDF. It's tough. It's tough. We find a way though.
Nice pillow in the back.
Nice pillow in the back. Oh, yeah. They're not my pillows. They were here, but they were here when I moved in.
What did I miss?
Everything. Not much. When you were here, that was kind of like the height of the chaos, and then I just decided to embrace it and just not embrace it, but just letting it happen. I just let it happen. I can't handle it anymore. Boo. All right.
I don't think he will like Chris' chapter. It's all about how she is a political genius.
Oh no, politics? You guys think I like the politics behind Mushoku Tensei? I think that's one of the low points.
I like you hugging the pillow.
I liked you hugging the pillow. Okay, I did. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's what I do whenever I'm really stressed out.
It's satisfying.
Shit's fucking nuts. Anyway, I'll have to go to the wiki for this. Mushoku Tensei wiki. I'll have to look at the chapters here.
There's no politics going around Christ chapter LOL. I was kidding.
See,
don't worry about Talahand.
you already read Gay Talahand. Yeah,
You already read Gay
remember.
Talhand.
I can't remember too much of what happened. So the god that dwells in the holy land of the sword. Okay, let me try to find the beginning of that. God that dwells. Okay. Holy land, maybe find that. No. Okay. All right. I'll be back. I need to go to the restroom. I'll leave the chat to speech on. Actually, you know what? I have
Millie's
no clue. Wait,
vacation.
I'll be away from the computer and no one will be able to moderate it. So I'm going to leave it off and I'll be back. Let me get some music on. And back. Oh man. Alright, what did I miss? Well, only a couple months until season 2. Yep. Can't wait to see Sylphie being the GOAT. The GOAT! That's why she's a GOAT! The GOAT! I can't wait to see Sylphie being good. I don't know. I hope they change Rudy's goofy red shorts for season 2 too. The drippy gray pants. I'd imagine her voice sounding more cute sounding. Yeah. Yeah. Sylphie's voice was a bit like weird. Let me turn back the text to speech. Yeah. I thought yeah, I definitely thought her voice was gonna be high, but it's a pleasant like change for sure. I'm trying to find the spot that I need to go to. I don't know the page number for this PDF here. It's the one that I pulled from the Discord for the god that dwells in the holy land of Sword. Yeah, because that one was missing here.
Maybe that's her pretending to be a male as Fitz.
Maybe. I don't know. I doubt it. The lines that she said, I don't think she would be acting in that with those lines. Oh, found it.
In silence after checking if I had woken up.
Nope. Okay, I found it. Holy shit, this thing's long. So, bro, okay, so these sets of chapters take up around 20% of the fucking, like, of this
Some
entire
students were
thing.
in the room with her when she was explaining about Rudy.
I don't know, some students were in the room with her when she was explaining about Rudy. I don't know. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Maybe. No, but I was talking about like the lines that were said in the trailer because they sounded similar. But actually, wait, no, she didn't say anything in the trailer. No, I'm misremembering it. Yeah, it was from season 1. Yeah. It was from season 1. Yeah, it might be a fake voice, but I doubt it. They've been pretty light novel accurate so far, so I doubt that she would change her voice because I don't think they said that in light novel. I don't think they said that she changed her voice. But yeah, man, this holy shit. So this goes from page 403 all the way
Oh, so you didn't read it.
Oh, I
They're
did.
not that good, but Rudy gets a neat sword out of that.
So let me check here. 103 to page what? Okay, maybe less than I was expecting. It looked like a lot more. Okay, so it's around 70 pages. And how long was... Let's take a gander here. How long was Aisha's whole thing? Holy shit. Okay, never mind. Aisha's was way longer. What the fuck? So Aisha's was around 150 pages, and those chapters are about half as long. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll read those this stream, but I'm going to take a quick break and play some games between the two readings. I'll stream the game. I'll stream me playing the games, but like I need a break from this. I need a short break from this. I'll keep the chat to speech on though. Okay, let's turn the music back on. Again, let me know if the audio is gonna be... if the audio is fucked. Actually, wait. I don't think this will work. Let's see here. Gotta change the capture thing. Alright. I'll be playing this for a little bit, and then we can get back to the chapters I missed. Okay, I'm going to turn off the music here. And there you go.
Purify the towers.
I'll make the nobles fight in their own pits.
Okay, I'm going to download Elden Ring while I go for a bike ride. Bye bye, smiley
See
face.
you, man. See you, man. Oh, come on.
The Shriekers are coming for you. But since they ain't here now, looks like it falls to me to hack you up.
Come on. I'm attacking my own guy. Shit. Oh, fuck, they both attacked me at once. Shit. Fuck, dude, don't. I got you, bro. I got him. Finally, bro. Jeez.
Thought you had me, didn't you? You're too clever for you, man thing!
Oh, fuck you. No way. No way you're getting away from this. What the fuck? I need to get away. No, 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 no. Okay. 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 If I don't know why I'm pretty sure I was past this point in the story, so that's strange. Oh no, they're all after me again. Gosh dang it, man. I need another rat to drain. Come on. No. No, 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 no. Okay. Cool. Getting placed in gear select to gain bonuses. Let's go. Okay. Let's do that. I don't understand what's happening right now. This is very different from the last game. Okay. What's this? Remove skin. Huh. I'm just going to go with cannon. I'm good here. Alright. What the fuck? Why am I... Okay.
Have you noticed that not all pink skins smell the same? Some smell delicious. Others... Oh, yeah. I wonder what makes them all smell so different. Next time I defeat one, I'll ask you. Before I kill you. He's returned!
Gosh dang it, I thought I was going to be sneaky about that. And there you go. He burned himself, bro, what?
Young maggot! I'm gonna do you a favor. I'll kill you clean.
Bro, this is just an endless loop at this point, bro. What the fuck? Hold, I'm gonna turn down the volume on this shit.
They do love to play with their food.
grind. Kill him. Oh, fuck. Oh fuck. I was pressing right click for some fucking reason. Finally, jeez. There's no rats, man. I need rats to survive, bro. Where's my ratatouille, bro? Dude, they just never end. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. I screw up once. Fuck, I can't get... Okay, hold up. Okay. There you go. Got some health. All right, run away. Run away, run away, run away. That's a lot of enemies. I think I could farm them, right? Fuck. I was trying to go for it. Nice, I got it. Bro, so many people. Fuck. I'm sorry, they're not people, they're orcs. Fuck. Oh, there's still... Well, oh, wow, that kicked at everything, huh? Okay. Okay. Conquer quests. Expansion. All right. Oh fuck, that's a long ways away. I don't think it's worth going back there. So let's see if I get fast travel to where I need to go. I don't think we can, right? Oh wait. Okay, wait. So that camp is actually low on health, so we probably shouldn't let them survive for too long. Because I know if you don't kill them, like, first attempt, like it's gonna. Okay. What? How did you see me, bro? What the fuck? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Fuck. He did it. Gosh dang it, again. Okay. Fuck. If that arrow guy gets, if that archer gets me once, then I'm fucking dead.
Consider me the host of the welcoming.
Fuck, he's level 11. Okay, fuck. Fuck! Fuck, I'm poisoned. No. I won't be able to see counters and shit now. Alright, I got hit again. Alright, got there last second. Nice. Clutch rat. Fuck you.
Oh, you've brutally slain the vicious Uruk, have you? If only.
Death defined, bro. Oh, bro. You're not gonna last too long, bro. Exactly. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out. Alright. Let's try to... Can we stop this alarm? Okay, dude. Like, oh, fuck. There's no... I don't have any more. Alright, I'm gonna try to get these here. I'll collect that after. Fuck, dude, these guys don't stop coming. I just can't stop beating that guy up on the floor. My gosh, bro. Jeez. There you go. All right, let's start this. Let's go. Let's start.
Who else is ready to start? Hey?
15.
Anyone?
Shit.
'Cause I am.
Right, men. Fast and efficient. Do not hold back.
Okay. Oh wait. I'm kind of screwing him over, aren't I? I kind of screwed him over. Oh no. He's burning to death. Oh fuck. Ah, yes. Mission successful. Oh, was he not supposed to die? Oh, he successfully defended his camp? What the fuck?
You go ahead. Try to run.
My gosh, this guy.
Only make yourself an
Why?
easier target.
Why the fuck are you here? I find things to fuck up everything. Holy shit, bro. Nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nice, he's on fire. Let's go. He won't stop running into the campfire for some fucking reason. Fuck, I ran out of arrows. Nope. What? How the fuck was I hit? Let's go. Another one. What the fuck is happening?
Couldn't kill me.
Oh, fuck you. I'm focusing him, come on. Why won't it let me attack him? Nice. We got him. Don't tell me another one spawns out of nowhere too. Everyone's running away. Let's go. You won't get away. Okay, let's see if I can... What skill can I unlock now? Okay, those are locked. Hold E to dominate. Drain enemies are also dominated and will fight for you. of enrage. Each kill gives Wraith energy. When your Wraith is full, press 5 to slow time, making every melee strike lethal and enabling you to... Oh my gosh, that's nuts. Okay. I think I want this. Unavailable. Play more missions? Fuck. Okay. They're all locked, apparently. Okay, so I'll... Since I can't grind, I guess I'm forcing myself to play the story. Oh, wait. Let me... Options... Can I save here? Or maybe just... Saved automatically? Okay, cool. Alright. Alright. Let's start.
He is said to be the weakest sword god in history, having never left the Holy Sword region even once in his lifetime, with neither a tale of defeating a formidable foe. Being the least popular of all the sword gods, people throughout the ages spoke about him as a man who only became sword god due to the passing of generations. There have been only little confirmation as to whether he was the weakest or not. However, there is one fact that is for certain. Out of all the sword gods, he lived the longest. Jinno Britz was born in the Holy Sword region. His father was a sword emperor and his mother was the younger sister of the sword god. He was 3 years old when he became self-aware. Jinno had been swinging his sword for as long as he could remember. Taking a wooden sword for children, he learned the way of swinging the sword from his father. Just like that memory, Jinno's childhood days were filled with swordsmanship. Waking up early, running, and practice swinging, training after breakfast, training after lunch, fitting in a short break after dusk and eating dinner, practice swinging and then going to bed. It was that kind of life. That being said, Jinno did not particularly like swordsmanship. He trained like it was a natural thing to do but was only doing it because of his parents made him. He never once did it by his own will. Still, when he was young, it was still good. There were only those who were either practicing or practiced swordsmanship around Jinno. Other kids were doing it as if it was natural, and his sword emperor father as well as his mother, who was the sword god's younger sister, praised Jinno for learning new techniques. Even the retired old man praised Jinno for being an admirable child when he was running around with a wooden sword. There was no room for doubt. Swordsmanship was common sense for Jinno. However, as Jinno rose in rank, his surroundings changed. His father, who was pleased with him simply holding the sword, became stricter as he ranked up. Swing your sword to overpower your opponent. You are still weak, don't be overconfident just because you are overflowing a bit with talent. Like that, he taught Jinno and repeated harsh training beyond the likes of before. Even the adults from the dojo, who in the beginning used to watch over Jinno pleasantly, began to turn towards him bluntly with unpleasant eyes as he passed through the ranks of intermediate and advanced and beat them in matches. At that moment, swordsmanship for Jinno changed to something he was not interested in. Even then, it was not like he wanted to do something else. If it was a child from another country, he may have said something like wanting to become an adventurer. However, for Jinno, the idea of leaving home never came out. For some reason, even his parents never taught him anything like that. Because there was no need to. Jinno never knew that there was an ever-expanding world outside of the Holy Sword region. To Jinno, the Holy Sword region was the entire world. Swordsmanship was the same as the likes of breathing air and eating food. That's why he continued to practice it. To someone like himself, his childhood friend Nina also happened to be his only friend. Nina was the daughter of the sword god. In the Holy Sword region, anyone lower than the saint rank are not allowed to enter the main dojo. Anyone not higher than the advanced rank, including children, were thrown into dojos near their homes. Nina was the daughter of the sword god, but she was no exception. Nina wasn't the only kid in her generation, but she was the only kid that was on par with Jinno's swordsmanship. He got along with her. In the Holy Sword region, the popular topic was always about swordsmanship. However, despite the fact that Jinno disliked swordsmanship, he was the one-of-a-kind genius and his theory regarding swordsmanship had an extraordinary side to it. The only person in the same generation that followed him in that regard was Nina. Nina was the leader. She brought children of the same generation together and stood on the top of that summit herself. She not only stood at the top of the children from the same dojo, but also the ones from every dojo in the Holy Sword region. Although there was the fact that she was the sword god's daughter, Nina was definitely talented. Among the children, her swordsmanship was the strongest. Amongst the children in the Holy Sword region, the ability of one sword was the basis for everything. During her break from sword practice, Nina gathered the children and made a secret organization.
Hold. Important. Metal Gear Solid 3 has a remake coming out? Holy shit. I always wanted to play this game. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. I gotta stop the crop from being weird. Let's try to... Hold up, I gotta fix this. Metal Gear Solid Triangle.
Oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid Triangle.
Yeah. Although, oh, hold up. I gotta double check something. I'm gonna use my, I'm gonna use Chrome for this. Because I don't know if I'll, like... Because I pulled up this trailer using my, my personal YouTube account. So, I gotta make sure. Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. We'll do this. And then go here. And then change the display. Oh. Oh, it's just showing my... Okay, I see. Crash that then. We're adding a monitor, window capture here. Chrome. Yep, and then put it behind everything, and then we're good. It's like the first time Konami's done something in a while, right? I'm pretty sure they've just been making pachinko machines for a while now, right?
Sicko. Sigh. Yeah, they have.
Damn, that's sad. Ooh, a crocodile. Oh, there he is. Hello. Your triangle. Triangle, baby.
What a thrill.
Mute. Any release date? No? Cool. All right. Any other stuff that came out of the Sony Showcase 2023? Anything? Anything at all? Anything? Anything? Spider-Man 2, not interested. Final Fantasy 16, maybe interested. Destiny 2, no. No. I don't see anything. Alan Wake 2. Nah. Alright, so there's nothing else that was interesting. Alright.
It was an organization only for children. Jino took the role of second in command within the organization. Although there was the fact that he was the second strongest, him getting along well with her played a role as well. Nina and Jino. It was most likely that these two saw something different in swordsmanship. As proof, out of all the children in Nina's group, most of them never reached past the Sword Saint rank. That organization lasted for 5 years, but once Nina reached the Sword Saint rank, it was disbanded. As expected, Nina and Jino reached the rank of Sword Saint at the same time. Even compared to history, their growth was considered to be quite fast. Especially Jino. He became a Sword Saint at a mere 12 years old. When Jino became a Sword Saint, people around him yelled in surprise, "Isn't he the youngest?" Both his father and mother praised him with open arms. However, Jino was not particularly happy. He felt like he just did as he was told, so he didn't think it was amazing, and he knew that the 4-year-older Nina was stronger than himself. Nina and Jino were allowed to practice in the main dojo after becoming Sword Saints. Nevertheless, nothing changed. Every day, sword training. As usual. Since Nina was the closest to him in terms of age and skill, he always practiced with her. As usual. Nina dragged around Jino like her henchman as usual. As usual. Despite the fact that Nina was surrounded by senior swordswomen, the fact that she was a leader didn't change. Things that did change were things such as the sword god looking over his training and the increase in distance between his home and the dojo. That's not right. The opportunity to receive teachings by Nina's father, sword god Galfarian, increased as well. He said something totally different from what Jino's father said. Swing the sword for yourself. If Gal's words were to be summarized, it would give off that kind of feeling. Jino's dad would often say the likes of swing the sword for the sake of getting stronger at the dinner table. Jino knew the difference between the two phrases, but he couldn't really tell which one was right. In regards to each one, nothing really hit home. Nevertheless, there was no real scolding as long as he completed the training given to him. Also, in the occasional mock battles, as long as you didn't lose too much, no one said anything. Despite the fact that moving to the dojo dropped his mock battle win rate, it was a fight against adults who were 10 years older than Jino. There was nothing to blame for the losses he sometimes suffered. Although there was change. Nothing big changed. That's what he thought. It was obviously that day that the big change occurred. She came. Eris Rere. The moment Eris arrived at the Holy Sword region, she did a striking debut. Defeating Jino and Nina in an instant, she gave off a strong impression. Complete defeat. But even that was not a huge change for Jino. For Jino, something like losing was an everyday occurrence. Although he was praised as a genius amongst his generation, he always lost to Nina. It was the first time he lost to such a surprise attack, but when there were times he traded blows with his father or the sword god, it ended in a similar result. Therefore, it was the same thing either way. It was not like he didn't feel angry, but after being scolded by his father due to the sword god declaring Jino is naive, such feelings vanished. So it's alright to do things like that too, such was the lesson he got out of it. Though despite learning the lesson, he had the level of discretion to think let's not do it because it will be frowned upon at the dojo. Nina was the one who changed the most. Nina was different from Jino. With her bruised face flushing with rage, she didn't speak for that entire day. After practice in the dojo, she returned home and cried at the backyard in secret. She swung her sword while crying. As she repeatedly muttered, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Jino hesitated to call out to her. It was the first time Nina experienced losing to someone amongst her generation. Even so, it was not like she lost with just any ordinary sword. From what Jino had heard, they fought using a wooden sword embedded with iron. She didn't even lose gracefully. Collapsing, getting mounted on and beaten endlessly, even leaking herself due to the fear and pain, that was how she lost. It was a defeat like no other. It was the first time in her life that she experienced something like this. Since then, Nina's attack against Eris begun. At first, Nina conspired with the other swordswomen and tried to exclude her out. But Eris never cared about other people from the very beginning, so it resulted in failure. Eris desired for strength more than anyone else. The Holy Sword region's internal affairs was none of her concern. Without any opposition, Nina's frustration began to build up regularly. She badmouthed Eris at every opportunity and even complained about her to Jino. Jino didn't like that kind of Nina. When Nina was the leader, she was completely different. Even if there was someone she didn't like, she didn't exclude them out. Nina looked like a bad person to even Jino, who knew her for a long time. It was one day that changed that. Without telling anyone, Nina suddenly disappeared. Of course, there was no one that worried. Although Nina had never left the Holy Sword region and was ignorant of the outside world, she was a sword saint. There was talk about how she may have left to go on a combat training trip because of being provoked by Eris. There were more people who were impressed than those who were worried. It was to the point that even Jino was told by his father, it may be a good time for you to see the outside world as well. If you hunt a red dragon, maybe that relaxed expression of yours will change. Although Jino thought about doing it, he never took action. Because he never had much interest about the outside world he never once visited. To put it bluntly, he was a bit scared as well. The majority of the adults in the Holy Sword region knew about the outside world. However, it was at most to the degree of knowing about neighboring countries or the countries they were from. There weren't many people who actually traveled around the world. The tales that were told were mostly about where and what technique they used to defeat a certain opponent. Among such tales, there was one adult who told him stories of her failures. Ghislaine Doradaya. It was Sword King Ghislaine. Although she was an adventurer who traveled around the world, she taught him about the times she almost died due to her own stupidity. The world is a place where even the most talented swordsmen die. If you don't know how to use magic or math, or how to read, death will come swiftly. Ghislaine's serious face as she told him these stories made Jino believe her. It was because Jino, like the rest of the children in the Holy Sword region, didn't know how to read, use magic or math. Without any interest, rather fear of not being able to solve things with swordsmanship. alone. It was no surprise that he didn't even want to go out. In any case, Jino didn't chase after Nina and days passed by. It was after 2 months since Nina left that she came back. Jino wanted to ask Nina about her trip, but she didn't tell him anything. Something probably happened. Since that day, Nina changed. Stopping her harassment towards Eris, she became more serious and earnest in regards to swordsmanship. She rarely associated with other swordswomen and her arrogant nature disappeared as well. She spent most of her breaks on special training. Though that special training was nothing more than trading blows with Jino in sparring sessions. Following her like a henchman, he traded blows with her countless times. Trading blows silently. Such days passed by. And so, this was when Jino began to fall for Nina. It was only after months and years passed by that Jino began to become aware of his love. Before that, many things happened. The North Emperor Obear and Water God Rada came to visit. For Jino, none of these events interested him, but the same could not be said for Nina. Being provoked by Eris, Nina constantly grew stronger. Even Jino, who did special training with her, also became stronger as well. But it slowly became impossible to win against Nina. Even though he rarely won against her before, his win rate against her steadily plummeted. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge gap between Nina and Jino. Jino didn't really think much about this issue. Losing against Nina was the same as before. Going from winning only once every 5 times to winning once every 10 times is not that big of a change. But why is it? Somehow he felt like he was being left behind. At that day, Sword God Galfarian called for Nina, Eris, and Jino. The Sword God asked for the answer of the difference between a Sword Saint, Sword King, and a Sword Emperor. Jino had no idea what the answer was. However, Eris and Nina were different. Nina answered after a moment of thought while Eris ended with insisting her answer was correct despite being told it was wrong. The Sword God was also satisfied with Eris' answer and made them fight each other, announcing that the winner would become a Sword King. And so, Eris won. Eris became a Sword King while Nina wept. Seeing the weeping Nina, Jino had a strange feeling. Unconsciously clenching his fists, he tightly shut his mouth. He couldn't understand his feelings, nor the reason why he felt like so. He might be irritated, or maybe even frustrated. Why isn't he himself standing there? Does he not even have the right to fight those two? After this, what would become of himself? It was the first time Jino ever felt such emotions. At the same time, he realized it. The question that the Sword God asked Nina, marrying with Jino or becoming a Sword King. If you had to choose between the two, which would you choose? Hearing that question and feeling his face flustered, unable to deny anything. That he somehow fell in love with Nina. Since then, Jino changed a bit. It wasn't that his usual behavior changed. He completed the training given to him by his father and the Sword God and continued his special training with Nina. That didn't change even after Eris left the Holy Sword region. His matches against Nina just became more intense than before. What changed was his attitude towards swordsmanship. He became more proactive than before. He began to think about the meaning of everyday practice as well as thinking about each technique. He experimented with various things. The result was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he became on par with Nina. It wasn't anything strange. Jino had the talent from the very beginning. Nina also changed. Nina, who became a Sword King, began to often travel to nearby villages and towns after Eris left the Holy Sword region. Hunting demons, going to dojos in big towns and giving out lessons. Nina was proactive in such activities instead of just focusing on improving her swordsmanship. On the other hand, Jino refused to leave the Holy Sword region as usual. Though he no longer felt scared of the outside world, he had no thought of leaving. Even Jino did not know the reason why. Maybe there was no reason at all. But there was also no reason to leave either. He trained diligently even when Nina wasn't there, and from time to time, built up a lot of practice by sparring against his Sword Emperor father.
This shit's
However,
kind of
each time,
fucking
he couldn't
boring.
overpower his opponent. His Sword Emperor father was too far out of reach. According to the Sword God, he would be gifted with his Sword King license soon, but that was it. In terms of technique, he had already caught up to his father. It was the same for Nina. It was probably the same for fellow Sword Kings Ghislaine and Eris.
I mean,
But
it's
he couldn't
better
win.
than usual
He
for
was lacking a
redundancy,
single step.
but like,
He knew that. He even knew what he needed to do to win.
I honestly
But he
don't
couldn't
give a
put it
shit
into
about
action.
Gino.
Although he became proactive, he restrained from putting himself into a harsh environment. No, there was a time when he did put himself into a harsh environment. And each time, he always thought to himself, why must I do these things to the point where I suffer? Years passed by without an answer. One day, Nina asked him after coming back from seeing a coronation ceremony in the Azura Kingdom. Hey Jino. Why don't we get married? Jino responded with a nod. He didn't give it much thought. Instead, it was something
Bro,
he
he's a
expected to happen
robot.
sooner
He's
or
a
later.
fucking
It was
robot,
because he
bro.
liked Nina and it didn't seem there was any indication of her being in that sort of a relationship with another man either. Nina, who had an impatient personality, brought Jino to her room and immediately did the deed. It was both their first time, so there were a lot of lacking points as well. However, there was enough compatibility between the two to dedicate themselves to at least one night. As the pleasant feelings kept coming, he thought to himself, I want more of this. It was probably the first time in Jino's life that he wanted something so strongly. The day after that, Jino took Nina along to see the Sword God. It wasn't Nina that took Jino, but Jino who took Nina. To tell him that they wanted to get married. It was a rare sight for Jino to move independently. No. Was the Sword God's immediate reply. The Sword God, who never once referred with his dogther's education, gave a firm no for the first time. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the Sword God, Jino lacked charm. Without a sense of independence, not to mention an adventurous spirit let alone ambition. A man who simply does as he is told. Although the Sword God did not know that the two had spent the night together, he figured that Nina was the one who brought up the topic of marriage to him as well. Jino was the type of man that never wanted something for himself. He never tried to grasp something with his own hands. And yet, marriage. Don't make me laugh.
All right, it's
But
getting
at
a
the same
little more
time, He
interesting.
had another thought. That it wasn't a bad flow of events either. If you want to get married, defeat me yourself. Then I'll give you my permission. It was the sword god's way of encouraging Jinno. By giving him an obstacle, he hoped that Jinno would show at least a bit of determination. However, at that moment, Jinno understood. He felt as if something clicked in his head. I understand. It was this all along. The thing that the sword god would always tell him. Something that he was missing. The identity of why. It was this. It was something as simple as this. Jinno felt as if everything in front of his eyes became clear. The thing he couldn't really understand throughout his life was starting to become clear. He grasped something with his own hands. The final one, the one step that he was missing. It was a goal. After that, it was simple. Jinno changed. He completely changed. His entire being changed. He stopped all the training that he was ordered to do until now. He even stopped his special training with Nina. Did he become truant? Not at all. He started training by himself. In that training, there was no need for a partner. He already had plenty of combat experience from his special training with Nina, practicing with his father and participating in countless mock battles. There was a theory for winning as well. Jinno had a vision of gaining certain victory against swordsmen of the sword god style. However, to reach that vision, there was an extraordinary amount of effort needed. He had to overcome painful and harsh days. Hence the reason he didn't do it until now. He didn't have a reason to do it. Whether it was frustration or irritation, such feelings weren't enough to endure it.
Alright, it's getting a
However,
little
it
better.
was different now.
This chapter's
Jinno had a goal
a
in his
little
hands.
better than
I
most
want
of the
Nina.
other
I want her no
redundancy
matter what.
chapters.
Even if I have to go through painful things, I want her. That goal changed the painful and harsh to joy and hope. After that, all there was left was to grind and sharpen. Forging his body to increase the speed and weight of the sword. It was needed to verify his theory. Training, special training, practice. There were countless words, but none of them applied. If one was to find a word that applied, it would be work. Jinno simply did the things that he needed to do. To make his body be able to defeat the sword god, he worked flawlessly every day. To reach his limits, Jinno continuously worked. Jinno was able to do it. He had that sort of talent from the very beginning.
It's not bad,
With
yeah.
motivation, deeply thought out theory, flawless
Yeah,
work,
it's not bad.
the innate
I'm
talent that controlled all those
growing more
things.
fond of it.
With these four elements combined, Jinno's sword became sharp. And so, the fated day came. That day, Jinno got up early and went to where his childhood friend was and once again proposed to her. Facing off
He
each
has a
other with wooden
goal, a
swords,
horny
Jinno
goal.
defeated Nina and
What do
told
you
her to
mean?
become his.
He's just wanting
After
to
she
beat
accepted,
someone
he
with the
headed to where
sword god
god
style.
was. It was the afternoon and there was a mock battle going on in the main dojo. In the Holy Sword region, it was a combat practice that happened from
He
time
wanted
to
to
time.
beat the sword
It
god,
was
easy
not only a
clap.
place where one could test to see how much their skill improved, but also allowed for two people to challenge each other to see who was at the top.
It's a very
In such
simple
a place
goal.
of training, Jinno unexpectedly came back. For a sword king like Jinno, his opponents would either be two sword saints, Nina who was the same rank as he was, or a sword emperor who he would challenge together with Nina as two people. Nina was absent. Since that was the case, naturally he would face off against two sword saints as tradition followed. However, as soon as he walked to the center of the dojo, Jinno pointed his wooden sword at the sword god. The dojo fell deadly silent in an instant. Jinno. You bastard, what are you doing? The first person to get up from their seat was Jinno's father, Sword Emperor Timothy Britz. He raised the wooden sword he had by his side and struck at Jinno. No, he tried to strike him. However, the moment he tried to get up with one knee, the knee that was at the front was smashed. At the same time, the hand holding the wooden sword was also smashed and caused the sword to drop on the floor. Sword Emperor Timothy Britz opened his eyes wide in shock. He was used to pain. His facial expression never showed pain. Despite that, the cold sweat that ran down his face. In his eyes, there was the figure of Jinno who had just finished swinging his sword. After a glance at his father, Jinno turned around to the sword god. Sword god Sama, I have come to take Nina. He declared as he pointed the sword just like he did a moment ago. Sword god Galfarian looked at that sword and laughed ferociously. Alright, come. At me.
Nah,
Before he could finish those words,
Nina's just
Jinno
an
moved.
excuse to get to the
Yeah,
sword god, man.
It's not bad. He has a goal, a horny goal.
It's not a horny goal. It's not a horny goal. It's all a lie. The Nina relationship is all a lie. Him having sex triggered the goal in his mind to become sword god. That's the real goal. Okay, it's all an illusion. All right, this horny goal. No. It's all fake.
Also moved at the same time. Rather, Gal was faster. It was because Gal was already in stance. When the Sword Emperor was defeated, he picked up a
Defeating
wooden
the sword
raised his hands and
god
readied
is
his
an
sword-drawing
excuse
stance.
to get
Though it was a
laid.
disadvantageous stance, to Gal, nothing was disadvantageous.
No.
To be able to surpass his opponent at
You have it the
overwhelming
other
speed
way
despite being at
around.
Such a disadvantage, such was the being known as the sword god. However, he couldn't surpass Jinno. Jinno moved at roughly the same speed as the sword god.
Getting
Nevertheless,
laid
the two
is an
wooden swords that moved at roughly the
excuse
same
for
speed clashed
defeating the
together a
sword
little closer
god.
to Jinno. That is to say, the sword god's speed was superior.
Agree to
Thus,
disagree.
the sword god drove his strike in even deeper with more speed.
Yeah.
It was at that moment that the sword god had a bad feeling. The sword god was nearly flawless in a single trade of blows. For the sword god style that had the motto of a single strike, to block an opponent's sword was considered a poor move. However, collapsing the opponent's stance with the first strike and finishing him off with the next wasn't unheard of. It was like that until now. To the sword god Galfarian, who dominated his opponent with the first strike, there was no such thing as defeat. That's what he thought, but Gino's sword was heavier than any other sword Gal had faced before. Gino's stance didn't collapse. Of course Gal's stance didn't collapse either. It was a tie. It was rare for Gal to experience a tie between first blows. It was a tie despite the fact that Gal drove his strike in deeper. In that case, the next move would be different. Gal's stretched out sword took time to come back. Gino's sword was different. Despite catching up to Gal's sword, it was in a position where it could instantly go back. It wasn't like both of their stances collapsed. It was the slightest difference in time. But Gino made that slightest difference his. The definitive difference that was like putting a thread through a needle in order to gain certain victory against sword god Galfarian. Galfarian couldn't execute his second swing. That day, Gino grasped everything he wanted into his own hands. Sword god Gino Blitz. He grasped everything he wanted into his own hands. Nina Farian. That was everything he wanted. The title of the greatest swordsman, sword god, was nothing much to him. He never once left the Holy Sword region in his lifetime. This resulted in him having the lowest popularity out of all the sword gods, and rumors spread about him being history's weakest sword god. He was also not accepted by the sword saints who were apprentices of the previous sword god. But he didn't care. Rumors had no meaning. That was because he was going to defeat every single opponent who challenged him. Such opponents included a swordsman who tried to become the next sword god. A challenger who came after hearing the rumors about the weakest sword god. Gino crushed them all. After becoming the sword god. Undefeated. That was Gino Britz's combat record.
Undefeated.
It may have been possible that if he left the Holy Sword region, he could have beaten experts such as the Water God Rada and Death God Randolph. However, he didn't do it. For him, the Holy Sword region was the entire world. From the beginning to the end, there wasn't anything he wanted from the outside world. Nevertheless, after becoming the sword god, his world expanded without a doubt. Because other than opponents, there were many people who paid a visit to befriend the sword god Gino Britz. Though they did not want to fight him, at times they requested for sword lessons and at times did business with him. Rudius Grere was also one of those people. Yep, he suddenly showed up one day. With the mad sword king Eris Grere at his side, who Gino had deep relations with. Bringing along with him, the North god Kalman III and Dragon god Orsted. Currently, I'm in the Holy Sword region's dojo. From what I heard, it is called the current room. On my right is Alek. With a smile on his face and not a hint of bloodlust. On his waist is the two-handed longsword forged by the Ore god using the black rocks I created. Though it has no special power, as expected of a blade forged by a being with the title of god, its quality is excellent. Alek took a liking to the sword, which was close to 2 meters long, and began to use it. Orsted is on my left.
2 meters.
Wearing a black helmet and not
Fucking
uttering a single
Sephiroth
word.
looking
Without a hint of
ass.
movement, he is standing still like a static image. Though it seems like a fly would stick to him, due to his intimidating aura, not even a mosquito comes near him. But the other people weren't paying attention to me, Alek or Orsted. Everyone was paying attention to the person standing in front of me. It's Eris. She was standing with a wooden sword in her grasp. Though her face was tense, she wasn't particularly releasing any bloodlust. However, it was clear that the wooden sword she held tightly in her hand was filled with strength. Eris was standing in the center of the current room with a wooden sword in her hand. And in front of her, was a sword saint with a broken wrist tumbling on the floor. I give up. Saying such words as if he was frustrated, he stood up and bowed. Without waiting for Eris' reply, he moved back to the side of the dojo. On the side of the dojo, there was a row of sword god-style swordsmen standing side by side. There seems to be close to 20 of them. To say that each of them is a sword saint, the world is a small place. That small world is being crowded into a small place. And across from Eris, there was a seated man and woman. Though I don't know their age, they must be around mine. I don't know if I could call them young with that kind of mindset, but seeing how many of the sword saints were in their 30s and 40s, it is probably safe to say so. The man sat the woman beside him and held her shoulder. Compared to the other sword saints, he seems to be relaxed. Even in front of Orsted. Though Orsted had his helmet on to suppress the curse, he is being relaxed in front of that Orsted. Gino Britz. As expected of the sword god. Holding a woman with such an imposing figure, I can't think that we are around the same age. At the very least, I can't sit my wife beside me and hold her shoulder or touch her waist in front of Orsted. If I did, I would be beaten. Primarily by Eris. But I did get a favorable impression when the woman began to hit the man's hand away when he sometimes stretched it towards her chest. The woman's name is Nina. She is Eris' friend and is said to be a sword king in terms of rank. But I can't feel even a slightest sword kingish aura from her. Leaving her body to the seemingly happy Gino, she is occasionally hitting away her husband's hand that would stretch towards her chest. They are not taking any notice of us at all. Stupid couple, people might even call them as such. Well, let's explain why we are in such a tense state of affairs. The summary until now. Hello to all you good children. My name is Rudius Grere. I've come to visit the hottest and coolest tourist spot, the Holy Sword region. Thinking about the future, I had no choice but to talk to the sword god style, and Eris had a connection with the sword god as well. Also, thinking of this as a sort of an obligation, I came to give my greetings as well. Members of course include both Eris and I. As far as I know, there seems to be ton of people in the sword god style that like to let swing their swords before opening their mouths, so I didn't bring people affiliated with magic. Of course, though these guys probably have morals as fellow human beings, we killed the sword god's father-in-law during the battle in the Viral Kingdom. From that point of view, do you think saying please lend us your strength won't cause problems? Well, depending on the mood, we might just come back without speaking a single word. Anyways, since we don't exactly know what will happen, this is a two-man trip including me and Eris, who knows the Holy Sword region quite well. That was the plan, but
I
there was
don't
a surprise.
remember, was this
When I was talking about
was
going to the
this
Holy Sword
part
region,
like
Orsted acting
ever
unusually, said
done
he was
in
going to
the
go to, as if he was hiding something.
In
He
the
was
light
probably concerned that I was
novels,
going to say
I
something
don't think
carelessly
so.
and make the sword god angry.
Like,
In other words, he was going to
I
escort
think
us.
they mentioned
Anyways,
that he was
there was
gonna
no reason to
go
refuse
to
his offer.
Sword God to
Orsted
get
is
them on their
definitely
side,
reliable
but
too. And since Orsted was going, Alec said, well then, me too. Alec. Yep, the guy who has a bit of a strong desire for becoming a hero. There's also the fact that he has a reputation like Cliff back in the day for not knowing how to read the atmosphere. I wanted to say that, well, the person who looks like he would cause problems is probably NG. Though he takes care of Sieg quite well, there's a difference between that and this. But Orsted-sama said, do as you wish. As a result, it was decided that the four of us, including me, Eris, Orsted and Alec, would go to the Holy Sword region. And so we arrived at the Holy Sword region. There was a tranquil scenery giving off vibes of a snow-covered country village spreading out. And the place we arrived to, while I said alone in a lonely voice, it's a pretty good scenery for the countryside, they do have a good range of wooden swords. Villager found was the Sword God Style's main dojo. The place that we were led to by smiling sword saints, was the current room. A gentle mood full of smiles. But for some reason, my muscles are twitching. It's probably nothing. Rather than talking about that, it's time for greetings.
it's another
Greetings.
matter.
While I was thinking such thoughts,
Alright,
a sword saint said the following. First of all, I want
understandable.
to see the Mad Sword King Eris sword that was said to have defeated the previous generation. You want to do that first? But before I could turn around to see what was going on after saying such words, the sword god shrugged his shoulders and said, do as you wish, without a care. And so began the slaughter. The smiling sword saints with their smiling faces began to seethe bloodlust from their entire bodies and challenged Eris. Despite their smiles and use of wooden swords, it was obvious that they were going for the kill. Using the sparring match as their excuse, they were going to beat her to death. It was easy to see that they were not going to hold back. Nevertheless, Eris is more or less a sword king. She wouldn't fall behind to those sword saints. With ease, she turned the tables against the sword saints. As Eris started to beat each person one by one, the smiles on the sword saints' faces began to fade and showed signs of hatred. As of right now, they aren't even bothering to hide their bloodlust. However, in the middle of that,
We're almost
there was one
halfway
person
through
with a
this
carefree expression.
set of
It was
chapters.
Jino. Even Nina, who was bothered by the bloodlust of the sword saints, showed a little troubled expression, but Jino seemed like he couldn't care less. And so, this tense space was created. So, I tried to explain it with the utmost enthusiasm. My stomach hurts. Why did it turn out like this? I feel like I suddenly failed. It's impossible to have a discussion with this atmosphere. But I want to at least explain myself. There wasn't even time to stop them. It honestly happened too fast. When Jino finished saying do as you wish, Eris picked up her wooden sword as if it was the natural thing to do, and the sword saints waited for her in the center of the dojo. By the time I sat down in my current position, Eris already struck down one of them. And so, without any time to stop them, the sword saints came one by one saying, I'll go next, me next. However, I think the time to stop these fights has come near. There's roughly around 20 sword saints, and Eris has defeated close to 20 of them. The one she is fighting right now is the final sword saint. In that case, he will most likely come out. Sword god Jino Brits. Even though he is whistling without a care, he will most likely have no choice but to come out if everyone below him is defeated. The sword saints are probably waiting for that moment as well. The moment when the sword god comes out and beats the red hair mad sword king to death. Taking revenge towards those who killed the previous sword god. They came forward with such a proposal solely for this reason. I am regretting it. I shouldn't have come. If Eris fights with the sword god, she won't get out unscathed. Even I don't think I can fight the sword god at this distance. And I'm also thankful. Even if I can't react in time, Orsted and Alec should be able to block the sword god's blade. Though Eris may not be able to get out of it unscathed, as long as she doesn't die, it'll be alright. Eris should have at least that much of a resolution. Nevertheless, I'm thankful towards those two for coming here with us. However, if I interfere with the fight between the sword god and Eris, all negotiations will probably be over. Nevertheless, I can't predict what will exactly happen. Well, it definitely won't be good. Anyways, let's stop it. Let's try to talk it out. That's my job. Sounds good, Rudius. These people may be hot-blooded, but if you try hard, they'll probably listen. Hang in there, okay? Let's fight. Ugh. I give up. And just now, the final sword saint has been defeated. He is tightly clenching his wrist like the previous sword saint before him. Actually, all the sword saints are clenching their wrists. Whether they were right-handed or left-handed, Eris beat them with the same technique. This only angered the sword saints even more. Next up should be Nina.
Oh yeah,
No, Nina doesn't seem to have any intention of moving.
seems like that was
The sword god will probably
spelled
move
wrong.
first. If the sword god makes his move, it's my turn. Time to look for when he moves. When the sword god begins to stand up, it's time to switch to full-on flatter mode. It was an impressive match, but my throat is parched after watching the match. How about we take a break and drink some tea? Let's say some lines like these. Is it okay to say such lines? Doesn't it sound like it's just going to make the situation worse? Maybe I should go more in the lines of praising the sword saints who lost. Haha, well, the gentlemen of the Holy Sword region are truly dedicated to sword practice. Let's go with this. With this, even they will say, well, these were only practice matches, so it can't be helped that we lost and come out with such a conclusion. Alright, let's go now, let's go. However, there is no change to the sword god. Nina also seems to have no intention of moving either. Are you done? Said sword god Jino Brits, whose voice gave off a light feeling in the midst of this tense situation. It was in a very nonchalant voice. And? What did you come here for again? It sounds like he will listen before fighting. It isn't like the sword god style. But it is convenient. I came forward and raised my voice without hesitation.
Convenient.
First of all, my apologies. An apology. In regards to the previous sword god. As soon as I said that, the atmosphere around the sword saints began to change as if they were waiting for this moment. The other side gave us the cue. The time is now. Let's get out revenge. If they were dogs, they would have been wagging their tails and barking. I thought about talking about it in a more roundabout way, but it's all the same. There was no running away from this. However, the sword god began to make an awkward face. If you make a face like that, it'll put me at a loss too. I felt like I said something weird and wanted to look around. Nevertheless, he began to nod his head as if he understood it. Ah, about that, I've heard about it from Nina a while back. Nina said she would cooperate with you all. That being said, I guess there is a need to apologize for killing the father of your cooperator. He said it as if it was none of his business. To the point where it left the sword saints more speechless than myself. But master, the previous
he
sword
doesn't
god
give a shit.
Valkyrian tried to challenge you on his own will, no? Then isn't it more appropriate that we apologize to you? If this pertains to the entirety of the sword god style, it is us who broke the agreement after all. So what happens now? I don't really know much about these kind of things. The ones that want to know what will happen is us. Am I really talking to the top authority of the sword god style? I came here thinking that he would be at least as hard-headed as Adolf. It's a strange feeling. Calm down, first comes answering his questions. I'm pretty sure Eris talked to Nina during Ariel's coronation ceremony. That we were planning to make the Holy Sword region, the sword god, into our ally. But before such talks were finished, the fight at the Viral Kingdom occurred and Galfarian became our enemy. Eris and Nina only talked and there had yet to be a formal agreement to the talks. Did Nina tell the sword god about our talks? She did tell him, but that was all there was to it. Nina, who was vaguely, nodded her head. To those words, Jino also nodded his head. To say the least, we didn't hear anything about opposing the dragon god Orsted and his allies. But if he did fight. Jino frowned with his eyes. That means that the previous generation decided to become your enemy, huh? The sword saint's spirits began to rise. Alright, well said. Let's grab our swords and fight, hurry, hurry. I felt like I could hear such thoughts. Wait. Please calm down. After hearing those words, Jino shrugged his shoulders. Do I look like I'm flustered? No, you look really calm. It's just that, look, we came all the way here to apologize and get rid of any hostilities between us. It's not good for us to fight with your sword god style who have a strong combat strength either. We want to be close to those who are strong. We also have things to keep you interested as well. A trade of swords and food, maintenance of infrastructure and even cooperation in regards to construction. In other words, if you become our enemies, we will have to stop such activities. Isn't that bad for you as well? Ha. Jino sighed in response to my words. My explanation may have been a bit too long. I probably would have kept it shorter if I was talking to Adolf. But then again, he doesn't seem like her who would simply agree and say alright, you are our comrade. Jino looked at me and said with a troubled expression.
Comrade.
Do I have to say every little thing? The previous generation did not say anything to us. In other words, he chose to fight you as an individual. We have nothing to do with it. Therefore, we have no intention of fighting you. Besides, there's something more important than something like that anyways. After saying such words, Jino pulled Nina to his side and buried his face onto her head. Even though Nina is blushing, she is letting him do it. It looks like they are passionate for each other, but wouldn't it be better to show a little restraint in front of others? Look at that. Eris' face is blushing red. Her eyes are open wide. She is crossing her arms and standing with her legs wide in a stance to be ready for a fight. However, is the person I'm talking to really the sword god? His response is so logical that it scares me. It feels weird. Aren't the sword god styles higher ups more like shut up? Stop saying things that we can't understand. You're the boss enemy. We're gonna kill you. Oh no, that's more like Adolf, isn't it? But isn't it pretty much the same thing? Ah, maybe the person in front of me is a body double. Or it may be a staff member who is in charge of public relations. But I'm thankful for the way this conversation is headed.
Just like his goal, it was a fake.
How calm he is knowing that we killed his master. Well, I can understand if he is acting that way because he decided to put the future ahead of his emotions after thinking about the current situation. He probably thought a lot about it before and came to such a decision. If it's like that, then please once again. Please wait. The person who shouted such words and stood up was a sword saint. With his face flustered, he pointed at us. No, rather, at Orsted. We admired the previous sword god, we saw his sword, learned and practiced and became strong. Such a person was killed. By them. They killed the previous sword god who we are indebted to, and yet, why are you just silently sitting there? Is it okay for our sword god style to be looked down upon? Then you go do it. Bring a real sword, I'll be watching. Jino said that immediately. The sword saints movement came to a halt. Huh. Those guys probably came here expecting the same thing. Mad Sword King Eris, Dragon God Orsted, North God Kalman III, and behind them, Rudius Grere will provide them with magic support. Even if you guys all fight them at once, you won't even get a single sword strike in and be annihilated. That's. Now, go do it. We'll clean up your corpses and make sure to give you a funeral as well. I don't know if you guys can defend your honor with your deaths, but I'm sure you will be satisfied. After hearing such words, the sword saint sat down, clenching his fists in frustration. And so, he said with a shaking voice, do we have no choice but to let these guys go? Without fighting them when they are the enemies of the previous generation. Then why don't you just do it? I have no intention of holding you guys back. You are free to do as you please, just like my father did as well. Jino seems to be troubled. In my case, rather than worsening the resentment, I want it to be settled down as well. Though trying to settle it with a life or death situation is a bit too much. Now that I think about it, the Sword Emperor isn't around, huh? Eris muttered. Jino turned to face Eris. My father and his companions have left the Holy Sword region.
And so I present to you the last Chad of Mushoku Tensei so far. Sag.
From what Jino is
There's
saying,
no more
the Sword Emperor in
Chads.
question seems to be one of the 2 disciples under the previous Sword God. Looking around, the person in question doesn't seem to be here. By now they probably have opened a dojo in Azura, Milis, or even the Dragon King Kingdom. Well, I wouldn't have minded if they wanted me to be the one that had to leave. Jino said as he shrugged his shoulders. So is the apology the only conversation we will be having? In my case all I can really say is thank you very much at this point. As I expected, he is a little weird. I don't intend to talk bad about someone else, but this man named Jino seems to be too cold, or maybe too concerned about the future. He sure is weird. No, the conversation is going to get a little long. We are currently in a war against an existence named Hitagame. With those thoughts in mind, I decide to go in detail about our fight against Hitagame. Nevertheless, it seems like Jino is understanding my words. If this conversation can be settled without a fight, it will be a win-win situation for us. Though it feels like I've been let down, it isn't bad. If I look at him without my expectations of what a sword god should be like, he is an agreeable young man. Once I get him to agree to cooperate with us, we can get along while drinking lots of tea afterwards. If I do that, the weird feeling he is giving off will surely disappear as well. With that being said,
What chapter am I on? I'm on the first chapter of the Sword God, Sword Land thing.
Despite the Sword Saints shouting yes. Yes. Even they are feeling astonished. Does this mean that you will be siding with Hitagame? No, we will not oppose you either. Then. Are you planning to stay neutral? Can we hear the reason? I wish to defend my master's teachings. Teachings? My master said this at every opportunity, be strong for your own sake. To be honest, I didn't know what he meant. Even now, I don't think there is a person here who understands it as well. Even my father and his companions didn't understand. But I finally understood when I thought about making Nina mine. The sword should be swung for one's own sake. For the pure purpose of achieving your goals. There was a conviction in Gino's voice that said such words. A conviction that didn't allow a single doubt in the words that he spoke. Therefore, I won't cooperate. I will swing my sword for my sake. All for myself. So for instance, if your family is about to be in danger, you won't swing your sword. No, at that moment if I love my family, I will swing my sword. At that moment, for the first time, Jino looked directly at me. A strong and imposing gaze. That gaze was something far from what Eris told me about him. Or are you saying that you will kill my family if we don't cooperate? Everyone inside the dojo froze. Gino's statement simultaneously gave off both chills and bloodlust. Cold sweat is covering my entire body. If I was alone, I may have even wet myself. He is the sword god. The sword god that defeated the previous sword god Galfarian in an instant.
Don't fuck with Gino, bro.
Powerhouses in the world. I understood that. No, I also love my family as well. Is that so? I'm relieved. The bloodlust dissipated. You are just like the rumors say, Rudius-san. What are you talking about? That you became the subordinate of the dragon god for your family and even blew up a country. Well, that's roughly the truth. Though I didn't blow up a country. And you are even calmer than I thought you would be. Jino turned his gaze elsewhere. His gaze laid upon my sides. Eris and Alec, as well as the sword saints. All the sword saints had their hands hovering over their sword handles. Some of them even have their swords unsheathed. Looking behind me, Orsted didn't even move an inch. As expected. I didn't move as well, but that's because I was shivering at all the bloodlust. In other words, you are a trustworthy man. What do you mean by in other words? Because you are such a person, I can be relieved. We won't cooperate. Because my sword is a sword that will only be swung for me and the ones I love. Ah. I see. I slowly understood Jino Brits. To put it simply, he wants to protect the ones he loves with his own hands. He isn't so different from me. I clung to Orsted in tears because I wasn't able to do that. But he thinks he can do it, and also has the ability to do so as well. He has no plans to do anything outside of that. Of course he is the sword god. Even if he declares his neutrality, the enemy will still come. But he probably doesn't want to increase the amount of enemies with his own actions. Though I don't understand why the previous sword god is not a part of the ones he loves. No. That's not it. The previous sword god lived and died for himself. As a result, they probably think that blaming us for his death is barking up the wrong tree. At this rate, persuading him may be hard. Jino is already set with his answer. His mind won't change until we decide to give up our fight against Hitagame, or he thinks that he can't protect his loved ones by himself. I won't be able to persuade him at all. Because he already made his decision. To never look back after making a decision, as expected of the sword god style's top authority. Is that so? Then please be careful when Hitagame approaches you sincerely in your dreams. Don't fall for his lies when he tells you that it is for your family's sake and lose everything. Alright. It's disappointing, but let's withdraw for now. I understand that they have no interest in opposing us for now. They won't be our allies, but they won't become our enemies either. He realized what kind of person I was and told me he wanted to be neutral in good faith. He probably isn't planning anything. Then let's be satisfied with this for now. If I ever die and my position is taken over, please come again. In the end, this is my personal decision after all. I will do so. I turned around and faced Orsted. I don't know what he is thinking about underneath that helmet. That being said, are you okay with that, Orsted-sama? Alright. As I asked while turning around, Orsted slowly nodded his head in agreement. After tending
I
to
don't
the
think
wounded sword
Orset's
saints,
too
the situation
happy
began to
about
flow to
that
where Alec joined in
ending.
training.
I
Right
don't
now,
think he
I'm
is.
sitting at the inner part of the dojo watching Alec spar with the sword saints. The sword saints are holding wooden swords, but they were definitely filled with bloodlust. They are probably thinking that it would be no problem if they accidentally killed Alec during their training. Alec is handling it lightly. Nevertheless, whether it is as expected of sword saints or Alec is simply holding back, occasionally one of them would land a hit on Alec. It is the longsword of light. Well, they are still using wooden swords after all. The wooden swords broke the moment it hit Alec, giving him no damage. Toki really is a cheap technique, isn't it? However, the wooden swords of the Holy Sword region sure are strange. It seems like there is a metal-like substance embedded in the wooden swords. I guess it's to imitate a weight similar to that of a real sword. Someone without Toki could be killed if they are hit in the wrong spot, huh? Ah, so is that why there are only sword saints in here? Because if you're not at least at the advanced rank or higher, you can't handle Toki? Now that I think about it, why did you accompany us this time, Orsted-sama? I suddenly asked Orsted, who was sitting beside me, in a quiet voice. I wanted to make sure I saw Jino Brits. Is that because you wanted to see if he was different from how he usually was? Indeed. Jino, with Nina by his side, is watching over the training. Eris is sitting beside Nina. She seems to be talking about something with Nina. Seeing as how I can occasionally hear them saying words like Galfarian, she seems to be telling her about the previous sword god's final moments. So how is it? He hasn't changed. He is still simple-minded and stubbornly lives only for his own sake.
Yeah.
Jino in his youth
Your
was
comment
insecure.
just now,
Nah,
that last line
defeating the
confirmed
sword
it.
god is an excuse to get laid. Agree to disagree. Yet, in Orsted chapter, he mentions that
Yeah,
without
hold
Rudy,
up. I'm gonna
Jino was the one who humbles Alak.
mute.
Yet, but he wanted Galfalion before.
Mute. There you go. Yeah, yeah, he just kind of confirmed it with that last line there. Yeah. I don't know. It was probably a waste of time for him to see if he was different, but maybe not. I don't know. I guess if he was different, that would show like Hitogami had some influence or Rudius had some influence in his personality change. But yeah. Don't worry, there will be a fight. I assume Eris and Gino will spar
He never been
eventually.
easily swayed by Hitogami. But seeing him now, it won't be a problem to let him go. I see. Staying neutral while not becoming an enemy. Thinking about it, we can also call him our ally in a way. It would be hard for him to become an apostle as well. Though they are not moving in concern for the future, it's not like the other countries are moving vigorously as well. It's more important that they do not become Hitogami's apostles. Though there will be instances where some will become our enemies whether we like it or not. If we start talking about that, there will be no end to it. I give up.
Yep.
One of the sword saints began to fall down with a large thump. Immediately, the next sword saint shouts, "I will be next," and walks to the center of the dojo. But after becoming aware of it, all the sword saints were either sitting down or defeated. The annihilation of the sword saints, second time today. As expected of the North God Kalman 3. Silence fell upon the dojo. So I said in the end. It's good to see a guy who lives freely be so strong. In such a situation, Eris' voice echoed out abruptly. She raised her head in surprise when she realized her voice was louder than she thought. Immediately closing her mouth, she intimidatingly dispersed all of the sword saints. Gazes that gathered around her. The sword saints lowered their heads and began to let out their voices in frustration. Those gazes began to slowly head towards Gino's direction. Leaving his pupils to do all the fighting, not caring for the honor of the sword god style, such complaints could be heard. Gino is ignoring them with a carefree face. It may just be that he hears such words on a daily basis. Is sword god Sama not going to join us in training as well? A sword saint asked after seeing the responseless Gino. The man was the first to challenge Alec and had a huge bruise on his face after being defeated numerous times. It was the same man that asked him to wait some time ago. I'm good. Why? It's not a matter of why. I requested them to train with you guys because you guys wanted it. If you guys are done, the training should be finished as well. The sword saint's face distorted. He began to shout while trembling, unable to bear the current situation. It was good back in the days of the previous sword god. That man diligently protected the honor of the sword god style. When guys like these came, he didn't allow them to be so arrogant. I can understand why the sword emperor and his companions left as well. Even though you are the sword god, you refuse to show us a single demonstration. You do all the training by yourself, always flirting with that woman every day. It's also the same when our enemies have come and asked us to be their subordinates. It's fine letting go of our past grievances and forming an allegiance with our enemies. But you just want to vaguely declare neutrality. Is that because you don't want to make them your enemies? What kind of person are you? What's the point of being a sword god? The dojo became deadly silent. Gino's facial expression didn't change. He is as carefree as ever. He is making a face that seems to ask what is this guy going on about. However, the man's face turned pale as he seemed to realize that he said a little too much. The sword is an individual's property. Even if I win, it won't be your guy's victory and I won't be able to protect your guy's honor. Gino said so briefly. I defeated the sword god because I wanted to be with Nina. It's also the reason why I am here. I didn't have any intention of defending my honor or taking care of you guys either. If you have any complaints, you can leave as well. I don't mind losing my position as the sword god, but if I give it to you guys, you will chase me out, won't you? I don't mind leaving, but right now is not a good time. My kids are too young. The sword saints lowered their heads while saying AHH. That's not it, why don't you understand, such voices could be heard. Either way, the atmosphere is turning for the worse. The sword god and his disciples. Looks like the situation won't be easily resolved. I guess it means Jino is still too young. If he doesn't resolve this situation well, he may create enemies within the sword god style. How about you just show them a demonstration? The person who broke the silence was Nina. She began to separate her body that was leaning towards Jino and sat up straight. I want to see you fight as well. I get it. If that's what Nina wants. Jino suddenly stood up. As if his heavy like hips from before was a lie. Was he perhaps sitting on it with his butt? Either way, can we really say the situation is stable with this? To me it seems to be unstable. Will it really be okay? How about you as well, Eris? Jino has gotten strong, you know. I got it. Eris also got up after hearing Nina's words. She is throwing something towards my direction. After receiving it, I realized that it was her sword.
Was I right? I was pretty much right.
Sword. Jino and Eris began to walk towards the center of the dojo. Alec was there and
correctly
shrugged his shoulders.
predicted.
So who is going to do it? Of course, the weakest one is first. Eris said so and pushed Alec aside. Alec nodded his head in agreement and headed back towards where we were. He didn't break off a single sweat. I've never seen him sweat. No, I've seen him do it in the Viral Kingdom. He was drenched in sweat. The people here are no good. Sitting next to me, he said so in a small voice. Despite trading blows with stronger people, they have no interest in learning. Even I could see that as well. Right? My grandmother's people are better than them. Adolf's royal guards are a bit of a different story. As I thought while looking, Eris held a stance with her wooden sword. An upper stance as usual. It's an attack stance. On the other side, sword god Jino held a sword drawing stance with his hips. Talking about sword drawing, it reminded me of Ghislaine. But compared to Ghislaine, he is much quieter. Ghislaine used to swing her tail while in her sword drawing stance as if she was timing her attack with ferocity. Jino's stance had no such thing. Similar to Orsted not too long ago, he is standing still in his stance as if time has stopped. There is no opening. Eris began to close the distance. The opponent is the sword god. If there weren't talks before this situation would have had my heart jump out. Even if she gets beaten, she probably won't die. It's okay, right? I should use my foresight eye just in case. Well, even if I use it, I probably won't be able to see his sword. If it seems like she will be hit in a vital spot, will Orsted stop it before it happens? If it's Eris-san, you won't need a start signal, right? Eris nodded her head. When I thought about that, the fight had already ended. Eris got hit on her dominant arm and fell down to one knee. Eris' wooden sword flew in midair and became stuck on the dojo's wall, ending the fight. That's all I saw with my foresight eye. And a mere second later, that became a reality. In my eyes, it seemed like Eris made the first move. Before I could even confirm it, the tip of her sword already became an afterimage. But in the end she still lost. She lost in terms of speed and got hit on her dominant arm. No, it isn't only her dominant arm. Looking closely, her leg that was in the front had its toe bent in a weird direction. 2 sword hits. Was it 2 attacks in a row? She broke both her arms and legs. But Eris didn't stop moving. This much wasn't enough to stop her. Making a ferocious smile, she begins to charge with her other leg. That's what I thought would happen, but she let go of her strength. She gave up. Let's end it there. The echo throughout the dojo belonged to Orsted's voice. Inside the dojo, voices such as AHH and Splendid could be heard. However, that was only the minority. The voices sounded somewhat bewildered. What happened? Did she dodge the first blow? The first blow was aimed at her ankle. That's why her toe. Then how about the second blow? Such whispers could be heard among the sword saints.
They couldn't
Did the
see
match finish?
shit.
Did it not? It was probably too fast for them to even come down to a conclusion. However, the result is clear. Eris sat down drenched in sweat while the sword god was standing with his wooden sword held loosely. He said he will show them a demonstration, but the people that watched it didn't even know what happened. There's no point of a demonstration at this rate.
Yikes.
The sword saints' facial expressions were stiff as if they were frustrated at themselves. However, simultaneously, a feeling of relief began to circulate. They probably think that with this, the sword god style's honor has been protected. If the anger has settled down, it's a win-win for me as well. As expected of the sword god. The first blow was aimed at the front leg's ankle. However, that first blow traveled the shortest possible distance from the ankle to the wrist. Hitting the ankle is okay, so is his opponent dodging the blow. Either way, his opponent's first attack would be delayed and allow him to land a counter to their wrist. It is a feat that is impossible to achieve without the absolute confidence in regards to the speed of one's sword. Alec said so in quite a loud voice. So that the sword saints could hear him. Hearing those words, the sword saints nodded their heads saying I see. Thank you very much for explaining, Alec-san. Though Alec sat down as if it was something obvious, he gave a little criticizing gaze towards Jino. His face looked as if it was saying, tell them of such things if you are their master. If it was the old Eris-san, she would have charged despite being in that situation. If this was the time to be stubborn, I would have done so. I see. As expected of Eris-san. Jino smiled a little and slowly nodded his head. Eris suddenly laughed as well. However, her brow is dripping with cold sweat. She's not the type of woman to whine over a broken wrist and ankle, but it should still be painful. I got up and rushed to Eris. Are you alright? I'm fine. Hurry up and use your healing magic. Don't try anything funny, got it? Yes, ma'am. I immediately chanted my healing magic and healed her bones. I've already been warned beforehand, so I'll refrain from touching her chest or butt. Despite being a mock battle, a strike strong enough to break the bones. I tremble at the thought of such a strike hitting the head or the neck. Well, Orsted is here as well, so as long as the head doesn't go flying off, I think it should be fine. Nevertheless, the sword god. The previous sword god was the same, but I just can't see his sword. He's someone I don't want to turn into an enemy. How is it? He is amazing. It's frustrating, but I don't think I can beat him. I asked her about her injuries, but all she talked about was the battle. She is tightening her mouth as if she is really frustrated. Though Eris gave birth to 2 children, she was diligent when it came to swordsmanship. When thinking about that. No, she's just frustrated that she lost. She was always like that. She hates losing. Then, I shall. When I brought Eris back, Alec got up with a cheery face. But, he suddenly turned his head towards Orsted. Will it be okay, Orsted-sama? I don't mind. Do as you wish. Did Orsted possibly give Alec the permission to beat up Jino? If Jino can't beat Alec, the 7 great world power rankings may change as well. The man who declared neutrality, Jino Brits. By defeating Eris just now, he settled down the frustration of the Sword Saints. The Holy Sword region will be able to protect its neutrality. However, if the Sword God loses, everything changes. Ignoring Jino as an individual, it wouldn't be surprising if the majority of the Holy Sword region become our enemies. What should I do? Do I have no choice but to stop them? No, let's not say anything, since Orsted gave his approval. I just have to think of a way to deal with the result. Very well. Alec came to the front. A spar using wooden swords. Nevertheless, the North God and the Sword God. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a battle between fellow meme bears of the 7 great world powers. The current 7th rank right now is nothing more than a decoration after all. Who will win? Alec most likely has the advantage by having more experience. Despite beating the previous Sword God, the Sword God is young and lacks experience. In addition, Alec probably has a lot of pride as the North God Kalman 3. There's also the fact that he saw the Sword God's attack not too long ago.
Alright.
Alec, who took a center-focused stance, and Jino, who is in his sword-drawing stance.
Let's see how this
Who's going to start
goes.
first? Normally, the Sword God style's Jino would strike first and the North God style would counter that blow. However, it feels like the opposite may happen as well. HMP. The first one to move was Alec. I saw it this time. A no-motion thrust from the center. However, Jino swung his sword in a speed that exceeded that thrust. He unsheathed his sword as if he was matching the timing of the thrusted sword's tip and deflected it a little. That's all I was able to see. The next moment, Jino's sword vanished. The next thing that was reflected in my eyes was the moment when Alec's left hand broke. At the same time, Alec took a step back and there was a black line on the dojo floor. He probably did the same move he used on Eris, but this time attacking the wrist first. And then the leg. Alec grabs the wooden sword with his broken hand. However, the hand that seemed to be broken repaired itself right away. It's probably due to his immortal demon blood. Furthermore, his eyes burned with fighting spirit as if it was trying to say that the true North God style starts now. However, Jino stepped to the front despite the situation. A terrifying fierce attack had begun. Each time Jino swung his sword, Alec broke his arm and leg. The broken bones immediately healed and didn't put Alec out of the fight. However, that's all that happened. Jino didn't allow Alec to go on the offensive. Alec probably tried many different things. However, it was clear to anyone that his attacks didn't reach. I give up. Before long, Alec dropped his sword. There was no injury. However, his clothes were tattered and the tip of his wooden sword was split.
Jino did
on the
it.
other side, Jino was uninjured as well. Though he was drenched in sweat, he was overwhelming. I didn't think there would be this much of a gap. To beat Alec, who was so strong to that extent. Wouldn't Jino right now be on par with the great powers? No, I mean he already is one of the great powers. Man, you are strong. It made me realize that there are always people stronger than yourself. You only have one hand, and if this was a real battle, there's no telling who would have won. If we fought with real swords, I would be in pieces by now. Alec easily admitted his defeat. Jino used his sword drawing stance with a wooden sword that had no scabbard. If it was a real sword drawing stance, it would have been even faster. Therefore, there is the possibility that the gap would have been even wider if they used real swords. Now then. Alec held his wooden sword and came back to us. Despite losing, he has an easygoing expression. Though he seemed to be a little frustrated. He didn't scream like he did during the time in the Viral Kingdom. He probably changed as well. When I casually looked around, I realized that everyone was looking at me. Even Jino stood in the center of the dojo despite the fact that the spar was over. Facing my direction. The 7th rank of the Great World Powers. We can see the fight between 2 Great World Power rankers. Though I don't think Sword God Sama will lose. We might even be able to see the Dragon God Orsted's techniques. I could hear the Sword Saints talking. What's happening? Rudia-sama. Please show it to us. The power of the magic armor that was able to defeat me. After hearing what Alec whispered to me, I suddenly spoke. It was a speech I prepared in advance. Haha, everyone in the Holy Sword region put so much enthusiasm into their training as I expected. However, the day is almost over and I've gotten really hungry. How about we put an end to it here? Everyone became disappointed. And so, the greetings to the Holy Sword region ended. Although I've been called powered by the Sword Saints, that is none of my concern. The Holy Sword region.
He practiced getting out of that situation.
Until his death. With that, I'm satisfied. That day, Rudius and his companions decided to spend a night in the Holy Sword region. They were lent a room in the True Dojo and spending the night there. However,
Jino
Eris
would
was
win.
called to Nina's house. She was planning to stay with Rudius and the others,
Alex
but she was fervently
so
requested by Nina.
fucking easily. It's
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
This is Jino Britt's house as well.
Jino looks like
When
he.
Eris told Rudius
It
that
looked
she would
like
be staying there
Jino would
alone,
win.
Rudius worried and opposed her
Honestly.
decision at the same time. He was worried about the attitudes of the Sword Saints. The Sword Saints were oozing bloodlust due to their involvement in the death of Gull. Rudius was most likely exposed to
It
such
looks like
bloodlust.
Gino would win.
However,
with
as
how
far
we've
as
seen
Eris
him
knew, the Holy
fight
Sword
here.
region was always like that. From the beginning, most swordsmen wanted to be seen as strong rather than actually becoming strong. However, there was no one with a strong enough fighting spirit to ambush an opponent who came from outside the dojo. If there was someone like that, he would be similar to Eris in her past. Nevertheless, Eris left behind Rudius and arrived at the Brit's residence. It was a bit distant from the dojo and was a small house unfitting of someone with the title of sword god. Welcome. Come inside. Gino is out doing training at this time, so he won't be back anytime soon. Thanks for having me. Eris went through the doorway nervously. Thinking about it, it may be the first time Eris has ever done this since she was born. Going over to a friend's place. She meets Isolde each time she visits the capital of the Azura Kingdom. However, she never went over to her house. Though she had been to the dojo nearby, it is different from going over to a friend's house. Welcome back. The thing to greet the nervous Eris was a lively voice. Making noises with their little feet, 2 children came out to greet them. Mother. Welcome back. Welcome back. On one side was a lively little boy. With a wooden sword in his right hand, his smile covered his entire face. On the other side was a little girl. This one was still young and was running as if she was trying to catch up to the boy. They ran all the way to the doorstep, but after being surprised by Eris, they stopped in their tracks. This is my son Nell and my daughter Jill. Both of you, this is Eris. She is mom's friend. Hi, I'm Eris. After being introduced as a friend by Nina, Eris tightened her mouth and bowed her head. The 2 kids' eyes widened after hearing of Eris' name. Red hair. Are you by chance the Mad Sword King Eris? Red hair. Nell couldn't hide his
I
astonishment.
mean, yeah, I
after
think
hearing that
Rudy
name.
would win in a
As for
long
Jill,
range
it seems
fight
she
with
didn't know what
anyone.
was
But
exactly going on, but decided to just repeat what was being said. However, despite not knowing much about Eris, she seemed to be curious
I
about
don't
Eris.
think
With glittering eyes, she drew closer to Eris.
I don't
She
think
is
that's
probably
really a
curious about
factor
her
in
red hair.
certain in
Jill
most
stretched her hand out at Eris'
situations.
waved hair. Come on now. Are red. Jill said in a dissatisfied voice and started throwing a tantrum. Seeing Jill act in such a way, Nell raised his voice in panic. No, Jill. It's the Mad Sword King. If you touch her, she's going to eat you. Gulp. Jill looked at Eris with frightened eyes. Seeing such a scene, Eris laughed. For some reason, the way these 2 kids acted reminded her of Ars and Sieg a few years back. I won't do something like eating you. You're planned to make them put their guards down and eat them, aren't you? The person who said such words was Nina. Looking at Nina with question-filled eyes, Eris tightly shut her mouth. After seeing Eris make such an expression, Nina laughed and held Jill out to her. I'm just joking. Do you want to try holding her? Eris receives Jill from Nina. Jill was frightened, but after realizing that Eris' way of holding her was more experienced than her mother, she quickly settled down. Grabbing the red hair, she smiled, saying red, tasty. And put it in her mouth. Ah, Jill. You can't eat that. You. Being scolded by Nina, Jill quickly put it away from her mouth. Regardless of the color being red, it was still hair and wasn't delicious at all. However, it was too late and Eris' hair became all sticky. Looks like I was the one who got eaten. Eris said so in laughter as she brushed Jill's hair. Nina looked at the scene in surprise. As if she was saying, is that really Eris? No, there was a time when Eris saw a similar scene play out in the Azura Kingdom. Since Eris is a mother as well, she can act in such a way. Since you know that it isn't tasty, you can't eat it anymore, okay? On. As soon as Eris put Jill down, Jill began to jump around and ran back inside the house. I'm Nell Brits. And so Nell appeared as if him and Jill had switched places. He greeted her using one knee. Mad Sword King. You're the real deal, right? It is an honor to meet you. I'm Eris Grere. You can get up now. No. Since a long time I always looked up at Eris with glittering eyes. With an excited expression, he tried to say something. All right, that's enough. Nell. Are you planning to keep Eris at our doorstep? At least carry on after dinner. And so, Nina stopped it there. She put her head on Nell's head and patted him with a bit of strength. Okay. Nell lowered his head in dissatisfaction. He wanted to talk to her more. If it was possible, he wanted her to help him in his training. However, his mother will most likely not allow him to do so. It's always been like that. When famous swordsmen visited the Holy Sword region, they were never allowed to meet him. Leaving the dissatisfied Nell behind, Eris was invited into the house. Everyone changed, didn't they? After dinner, Eris relaxed in the living room and began talking to Nina. There is no sign of Gino. He returned to his room with the kids after dinner. Judging from the sound of the children's laughter, he seems to be playing with them. I would have never thought that he would become like this at all. Nina, Eris, and Gino. Gino was the most inferior out of the 3. He always swung his sword with a sullen face and couldn't even reply to the sword god's words. Despite this, he reached the point of taking Nina as his wife and beating Eris in a single blow. When Eris realized this, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Though she heard about it from Gal, actually seeing him in person made her think that his entire person had changed. Well, you didn't even grab your sword at the dojo as well. Nina is the same as well. Despite the fact she was so dead set on becoming stronger. She only looked at Eris in the dojo. Not only that, she also let Gino do as he pleased. Back in the day, Nina would have never done such things. Well, I do have another child coming. Nina said that as she gently touched her belly. Thought it was difficult to tell from the outside, it is certain that her belly has swollen a little bit. Although Gino gave me the title of the Sword Emperor, it looks like I'll have to retire soon. Are you satisfied with that? Eris asked in contrast to the laughing Nina. Though Nina dropped her gaze towards Eris, she showed a satisfied face. Yep. I'm satisfied. I do have feeling that I want to continue in swordsmanship. But it's weird, I have little regret. To me, my path to the sword may have been over after my loss to Jino. You lost. Yep. Before Jino challenged the sword god, he told me to become his if he beat me in a duel. So I fought hard and ended up losing. What a lovely proposal. I know, right? Nina recalled those moments in her past and began to laugh. Before that day, Nina thought about becoming the strongest swordsman, or even becoming the sword god herself. However, such thoughts disappeared in an instant. Jino was just that strong. He brought her down in a single strike as if all the effort she had put in were in vain. Just like he did to Eris today. If it wasn't Jino. If he wasn't her little henchman back in her childhood, things may have been different. She might have cried in frustration and become even more obsessed with the sword just like she did when she lost to Eris. However, her opponent was Jino. Jino became strong so that he could marry her. And after beating her, he went straight to the sword god and achieved victory. Returning with the title as the new sword god, Jino stole away Nina's lips and put himself onto her. That day, Nina became Jino's. In mind and body. Though Nina claimed that she wanted to become the next sword god, she knew that effort alone wasn't enough. It is difficult with just effort or talent alone. Even if you have those two things, it may be hard to reach such a goal. Despite that, Jino worked as hard as Nina as if he was pulled in by her. With such a mindset, he worked himself to a bloody pulp, far surpassing Nina. And so Jino arrived at it. The state known as the sword god. The place that only a select few can hope to reach. Therefore, Nina is thinking that Jino should receive a fitting reward as well. The fitting reward would be as Galfarian said, letting him do as he pleases. It's fine to let the sword god can do as he pleases. So even if Jino behaves in the manner he did today, she won't say anything. Whether it is her thoughts or things she wants to say, Jino would hear her out. But she felt if she did such things, Jino may become weak. Nina couldn't bear being a hindrance to the one she admired. Anyhow, Nina abandoned the sword and began to focus on another matter. Parenting. She was satisfied with that. How about you, Eris? I'm satisfied. Even though there are 2 other wives than you. I don't really mind. It's quite normal. Though my father only had my mother as his wife, my grandfather had his hands on a lot of women. Even Rudia's father had 2 wives as well. Although I'm not a Milis believer, I can't think of someone having multiple wives. Of course, Eris had her complaints as well. She did think about what it would be like if she was Rudia's only wife. They would probably be always happy. However, it would just be the 2 of them from day to night without bothering anyone else. Comparing that to the current Grere household, how would it be? A home without Sylvie and Roxy. There would be no Lucy and Lara, Sieg, and Lily as well. To make up for that, Eris would probably have more children, but it was hard to think of her having more children. It's because she knows the present that she feels dissatisfied. For instance, having a towel handed to her sweat-drenched self after training. Or when she enters the bath and forces the mud-covered Lala into the bath right after. And after washing the children, the new clothes and underwear that were placed for them to wear in advance. Being able to pass her work to the others without feeling bad or sticking to them all the time, the right kind of distant feeling. Sylvie and Roxy. Thinking about how life would be without the 2 of them was hard for Eris. To begin with, she currently feels complete. Watching the kids grow up is both fun and worth doing. In a little while, she will teach them real swordsmanship. Lucy is heading towards the path of magic and though Lala's path isn't clear, ours is definitely going to go into swordsmanship. How should I teach them? How will they grow up? Even by just thinking about such things gave her happiness. Eris, you've changed as well. You're right. If it was the old you, you would have probably sent kids flying with your kick. How rude, I wouldn't kick them or do something like that. In the past you seemed to be like a child but now you are taking care of children. I've given birth to 2 children after all. How about a 3rd one? I think I'm good with children for now. Even that as well. When Nina asked, Eris' face blushed. I wouldn't mind more of that. That was Eris' true feelings. However, the heavy and discomforting feeling during pregnancy isn't something she likes at all. Nevertheless, the current Eris is so much easier to get along with. I too like the current Nina much more as well. Back in the day, you were kind of a bother. I guess so. Nina in her past was sharp. She always thought that she was the strongest and didn't care about anyone below her. Though the thing that caused her ego to completely vanish had to do with coming into contact with Eris, her marriage with Jino played a major role as well. Thinking about it, Isolde also got married. Did you hear about it? Eris suddenly remembered one other person. Isolde Cruel. Currently calling herself the water god Rita, the one who stands at the top of the water god style. Yep, there was a letter telling me she was going to get married. But I couldn't go due to my pregnancy. Then how about the news that she gave birth to a child? That's the first time I'm hearing it. Is it a boy? A girl? It's a girl. Since she can't give birth to a lot of children since she is the water god, she sighed over the fact that she couldn't give birth to a successor that could carry their lineage. I guess it's hard for her too. But her partner is a North Emperor, right? Wouldn't he be upset over the fact that it is a girl? Doga would never do such a thing. He is a good guy. While talking, Eris brought up her memories. Thinking about it, the person who voiced their objection against the marriage between Isolde and Doga the most was probably Rudius. Rudius has the utmost trust in regards to Doga. It's because his life was saved by Doga during the battle in the Viral Kingdom. His savior. Simple, honest, and someone who could be easily deceived, such was the man named Doga. Hearing that Doga was going to marry a person who had high standards like Isolde made him say things like, is she in it for the money?
It's weird that the 3 of them only had 6 kids. That's normal.
Secret background search on her.
That's normal. I don't know
Isolde helped him out as well.
What do you mean?
Anyhow, it's impossible to think that a simple man like Doga who is trusted so much by Rudius can be someone that would be upset that his child was a girl. What Eris saw before was him putting his dog there who took after her mother on his shoulders and having a large grin on his face. From cleaning, doing the laundry to even taking care of his kid, he always seemed to take the initiative. It was to the point that even Eris, who didn't do much of the basic household chores, asked Isolde, shouldn't you be doing something as well? Eris would never forget the mumbling Isolde, who responded to her with deadpan eyes. He is much better than I am at it. This time, it would be nice if our kids got along as well. Eris nodded to Nina's words. You're right. It's also not a bad idea to send your kids abroad to study at the Magic University. That sounds interesting. But Jinno would probably not allow that. He's the type of person that wants his loved ones nearby at all times. Then the kids would never be able to leave the Holy Sword region. When that time comes, they'll leave as they please. Having such a conversation with Eris, Nina laughed out loud. This kind of conversation would have never happened with the old Eris. Eris sensed a presence and turned her head around. At the entrance of the living room, there was a boy. It was Nell. In his hands was a single book. When he met eyes with Eris, he started walking towards her as if he made up his mind. Excuse me. Mad Sword King. What? You are acquaintances with this person, right? The book he held out had the title The Adventures of the Supered Race. It was a book that Eris was very familiar with. It was a book written by Norn, made by Rudius and sold by both Zaniba and Aisha. Are you talking about Ruhierd? Or are you talking about Norn? Norn. Are you perhaps acquainted with the author as well? Ah, of course, your last names are the same. Norn is my sister-in-law. She is also Rudius' younger sister. You are talking about the 7th grade world power quagmire Rudius. Also known as the right hand of the dragon god Magic King Rudius. Yep, you know quite well. My mother told me a lot about the Supered Race and Eris-san. I've heard stories about the Quagmire and the Mad Sword King from minstrels as well. I always wanted to meet you guys, even if it was just once. Nell said as he looked up to Eris with glittering eyes. To Nell, Eris was a character straight from the stories that were sung by minstrels. In other words, she was a being from legends. Unlike his father, he was very interested in the outside world. When he goes out into the outside world, he too wants to become someone who is sung by minstrels. This was his dreams for the future. Well, that's an honor.
What the fuck? What's happening
felt
here?
like she was
There
going
you
to
go.
laugh.
Finally.
But she didn't break the dreams of the boy in front of her,
It
so she tightened her face and
fucking
humbly nodded
glitched
to
out
him.
for a second.
The image she was thinking in her brain was the ever-formal Roxy. Rudius and Orsted is here as well, so you can visit them before we leave if you want. The North God Kalman III is here as well. Can I? Nell looked at Eris as if he was going to fly. The 7th grade world power and the 2nd grade world power. After that, Kalman, who was famous in the North God heroic tales. Beings who are on par or even surpassing his father, who held monstrous strength. He would have never thought that he would be able to achieve his dreams and meet such beings on a regular day like this. Nell put his book behind his back and put his legs together. Mad Sword King Sama has traveled around the world before, right? Yep, from the Demon Continent to the Milis Continent, and to the end of the Central Continent. I haven't been to the Heaven Continent and the Baggerdo Continent. About your adventures. I would like to hear about them, is it okay? Mine? Not Rudius. I would like to hear the Mad Sword King stories. Eris smiled slightly and nodded her head. Thinking back, she liked listening to such stories. Constantly begging Ghislaine, she heard stories about her adventures. But she never thought that she would end up being the one doing the telling. No, there were times when she told her stories to Ars and Sieg when they begged her to. Even now, Sieg frequently listens to her stories. However, this is a little different sensation from that. This is because she isn't being treated as a mother, but rather as a hero. But Eris didn't realize that. She just felt a little elevated. Then, I'll tell you about my adventures in the Demon Continent. Eris was starting to tell her stories about her past in joy. Seeing her like this, Nina felt her mouth forming a smile as well. She really changed. She changed herself, and so did Eris. A relationship that mutually lifted each other up. She couldn't say such a compliment out loud. However, it felt as if she was getting closer to Eris. When they first met, she was sure that they would never get along. When Eris became a Sword King and left the Holy Sword region, she respected her but couldn't call her a true friend. But it's different now. Though her respect for her has decreased, she is feeling something towards her she never felt before. Though she won't meet her for a while, if she met Isolde she would probably be feeling the same thing. For someone like Nina that didn't have a close friend starting from her childhood, it was a rare feeling. Eris. And then, Ruhierd suddenly killed the pet kidnapper. What? Next time, let's bring our children and go meet Isolde. Hearing such words, Eris blinked her eyes and suddenly nodded her head. Alright. Jinno became the sword god and changed. If the sword god is like that, the Holy Sword region will change as well. Jinno may even be unexpectedly defeated by an outsider. That is the life of a swordsman. Swordsmen are unstable beings. However, this friendship will probably last for a long time. Because I'm no longer a swordsman myself. Such were Nina's thoughts. These controversial chapters were removed from the web novel.
Alright, we watched, we read those chapters. We're good. Alright. Yeah. That was good. That was a good set of chapters. I liked that a lot. I don't think I still think that Redundancy still has mostly duds for chapters and stories, but this one was an exception. It got pretty boring after the Gino and Alec fight, but like, I don't know. Why was this part controversial? Why? Was it? I don't know. I don't know if why would this part be controversial? I don't know. If it is controversial, I mean, they might be confused and referring to the Aisha chapters instead, but I don't know who would consider this controversial. Let me look here. Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's it. I think we're done here for today. That was a good stream. We got through a decent bit. I think we got through around 30% of redundancy in this stream, which is really good progress. GG. Yep, GG. The next chapters are Nanahoshi's and the last one to leave the nest. Or do we go by release order? Let me double check to see which one released first. So Nanahoshi's chapter was released first, and then it was Old Dragon's Tale, and then it was the last chapter of Redundancy, or the last set of chapters from Redundancy. I'll probably just read the rest of Redundancy first, and then go read the Old Dragon's Tale. And yeah, that'll probably be the plan. So yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna play some games. And yeah, I did my chores yesterday, so I think I'm good. Yeah. I don't know when I'll stream again. Like, I just finished school, so I have a lot more time on my hands now. I am still trying to find a job, so there's that to worry about, but like, that's not going to take up all my time. But I will be moving out soon, so there is that to consider. So I will be busy for the next week or so, but I should be fine. Depends on when I decide to move out. I might be able to stream again on Friday, but I don't know. If I decide to move out on Friday, then that won't be the case. I'll definitely be busy on Thursday, though, tomorrow. So yeah. That's the current situation. I think you'll see a lot more uploads and stuff from me in the near future. Although I do want to work on my meme soon. So there's that. There's that to consider. I will be working on my meme, so... But I'll probably be working on that on Thursday. Might finish that meme on Friday if I do that. So yeah. All right. Well, that's it. See ya.